Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. I must say, are we all still reeling after the most fantastic birthday week? It's just been epic. I slept really well last night. I feel all refreshed this morning. I think it helps, doesn't it, that the sun is just starting to come out. It was actually light driving to work this morning. I'm wearing my green spring jumper. Have you noticed, Hannah? Last time I wore this, yeah, I think it was probably this time last year, wasn't it? And Hannah just kept calling me a little shoot, a little bulb. Anyway, we did decide, look, if we are coming out a birthday, we have to make sure that today's show is amazing. And my word, our team upstairs have pulled out all of the stops because we have got back-to-back guests. I haven't got 1 hour on my own. We have got the most amazing, amazing day for you today, including a brand new book launch, which is happening this hour. So we better get on with the early bird because then, of course, we're going to go over to Jenny and Kay and talk about the Menopause Makes, which we are so excited about. But it's something we all need. It's something that we all use. It's something that I know whether you are a quilter, patchworker, a lot of dressmakers I know now use rotary cutters as well. And quite often you might need a second rotary cutter, whether it be to take to workshops, take to classes, to just have for your foundation paper piecing maybe. This is your Alpha, which is a great brand and something that we all know and it's very respected brand, isn't it, in the patchwork world. So you know that you've got a quality product here. It's your 45mm, which is your sort of go-to blade. You can use lots of different brands of replacement blades with it. Easy to change. You've got the safety guard as well to obviously keep it nice and safe. But because we've got such a busy day, we're going to go straight down and offer you just a bargain price. It's limited on stock. But today, if you do want to get maybe your first rotary cutter, maybe your second, maybe your third, grab it at £9.99. I know, half price today. It's going to still feel like the birthday today. It is very, very busy. £9.99. Fingers crossed you can hear us, by the way, because I know that we had the lovely call centre come down and say that there was a problem with the sound on the repeats. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear us and we're all fine now because Ollie's in charge whilst we're live. Let us know. He says it's not to do with me. If it's on the overnight, it's not to do with me. But now we're live. It's to do with Ollie. Now we are officially going to blame Ollie if you can't hear me. If you want to send in fan mail, his name's Ollie. If you want to complain about him, his name is Michael Wolf. £9. Yeah, we have sound. We're fine. £9.99. I'm sorry about the issues on the repeats, but yeah. He's now blaming Sky. He says, if you want to blame someone, you blame Sky. It wasn't our issue. Yes, so your 45mm rotary cutter is half price as an early bird special today. Open your orders nice and early as it's going to be a busy, busy, busy day. We've got Jenny Smith, we've got Kay Walsh, both here launching their brand new book this morning. We've also got Sandra from Sanntangle with some bestsellers back in stock, lots of new projects as well. We've also got the Owl and the Sewing Cat, the fabulous Tracey Dennis. I think we're both sponsoring Dyson at the minute. We're walking down the corridor with our bouncy blow dries this morning. So we need to get on to Dyson, don't we? I can hear you, lovely Vix. Thank you. Fabulous. Thank you, Kate, for your message. Pleased you can hear us because we've got a lot to talk about this morning and we want to make it as interactive as possible. Obviously, this is a massive talking point. There's a lot of people who I know are going to want to have their say and talk about this. And we have never actually, I think it might be a first in the craft world to have a book that is based around, a crafting book that's based around menopause, perimenopause, and empowering sewing projects. I think over the last sort of 5 years since we launched Sewing Street, we've been talking so much, especially obviously it's quite poignant that we launched in 2020 because we've talked so much about how sewing is such a mindful craft and it is something that we talk a lot about, links with, you know, your mental health. And it's something that we go to in those moments as a point of refuge, to help others, to be able to have that community around it. So I think this is a really great time to be launching this book and to be talking about it this morning with Kay and Jenny. Everybody who is checking out on the rotary cutter has multi-bought. Fantastic. Maybe you run a sewing group. Maybe you're starting a new sewing class and you want one at home. Maybe you want to keep one, of course, in your crafting, caddy ready to take to workshops or classes. It is an Ulfa, fantastic 45mm blade, included in your rotary cutter as well for £9.99. Amazing. Now, shall we show you the menu for today? Let's have a look at this jam-pack roster. So we've got Jenny Smith and Kay Welsh who are going to be here launching the world launch, the premiere of this fantastic book coming up this morning, this first hour at 8 o'clock. It's already been selling on pre-order. Now, there's 2 options on the pre-order page. I will talk through in a moment, but just so you know, the book on its own also includes full-size patterns. Don't panic. We've done a second option where you're getting a second copy of the patterns, which you could cut out and use straight away, maybe a copy in the book that you like to keep pristine or you like to trace out, but there is an option if you want to get it with a second copy of patterns. So just to clear it up, there is full-size patterns in the book already, but they're already selling on pre-order, which is really exciting. That's coming up this morning, 8 a.m. 9 o'clock, the lovely Tracey Dennis is back with kits galore. We have got her fabulous fabrics. This one is so limited now, by the way. I think it's the last time that we can bring this fabric. She's cut the last of the fabric that's in her warehouse, the last of the cocoon cardigans in those gorgeous soft fabrics as well. We've also got the sunflower tops back in stock. Lots of kits to choose from with Tracey at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the Bargello's back. Right, I have not actually even seen it. Oh my gosh. Wait till you see this. So, I have heard on the grapevine all about this quilt. I love it. It's not very often that a designer designs a quilt first before designing the fabrics to go with it. Have you noticed there, Mackenzie and Macy? There's Mackenzie and Macy peeping behind the quilt. We've got some clothes patterns for them as well, which is so exciting. But the Bargello quilt's back in the 10 o'clock show, along with lots of other brand new projects. We've got a backpack, we've got a heart cushion coming up with Sandra as well, that show. There's loads to bring you with Sanntangle. And Tracey's second show also has lots more fabulous kits, the big bundle of dressmaking patterns as well. But get in touch with us. We want you to be able to come and have your say, because we are really, really excited to say hello to Kay and lovely Jenny. Hi. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Thank you for choosing us to launch your book as well, because this is a really big deal. I think this is probably, well, you'll be able to tell me, is this the first time this has sort of happened in the craft world?
We think it is, don't we? Yeah, we don't know of any other books that have been out there that have, focused on menopause. So, yeah, we think it is.
Now, Kay, I think some of our viewers may have met you on the telly before.
Jenny.
Sorry, Jenny will have met you on the telly before, but Kay, it is your first.
It is.
First time on the telly. We'll look after you. We'll look after you.
I do it. Thank you.
So, tell me about your connection, how you two know each other, and where this came about.
Well, we've been working together for about 8 years, but we've known each other, we think it's about 15 years, and we met tap dancing, like you do.
Of course you do. Oh my gosh, this is brilliant.
Yeah, so we both started going to a tap dancing class because our kids were doing dancing and stuff, and so we went to an adult class and we met there, didn't we? And we just got talking about sewing and stuff. I was trying to learn how to sew, doing bits and pieces, and Jenny was like, oh, well, I'll teach you how to quilt.
Yes.
Fantastic. So, Jenny, you've been in the crafting industry a long time as well, haven't
quite
you?
a long time, but I'd lived in Canada for a year, and that's where I learnt to quilt. I'd done dressmaking since I was a child, but when I came back home, our children were quite young, and I set up a group and wanted to teach people to quilt round my kitchen table, old school, wasn't it? And Kay joined that, and then we would get together with our children and our friends, and it just became our lifeline a little bit, didn't it?
Absolutely.
As a hobby, and then has grown since then, really. So we now work together every day. We've got a studio in my garden, haven't we? And stitch and write books and everything, really.
Well, yeah, a lot of people who do follow you on social medias and, follow your journey, they know you as a duo.
Yeah.
You may have seen Kay and Jenny on social medias. Now, just before we start talking too much about the book, I just want to clarify the 2 ways of getting the book today. So there is the book available on its own. Thank you for signing all of these as well, Lisa.
Yeah.
Because we have got hundreds of these signed for you.
And it's quite good when you're called K because there's only
Yeah,
3 letters.
Yeah. I was like, I'm really quick.
Fantastic. So you've got the option with the signed copy with your patterns included. Now they are full size.
Full size patterns, yeah.
On
Which
nice
is
paper.
in a lovely pouch at the back of the book.
Yeah.
So within here, I'm going to open this one so you can see. You've got all of your full-size patterns, and they are the dressmaking projects or the different projects that you need templates. They're on lovely quality pattern paper as well. So you might need to trace them out because they're double-sided.
Yeah.
So we thought of that and then offered you a second option if you'd prefer. There is a limited number of books that we've also teamed with a second pack of patterns. So then if you want to, you can cut out. If you need to, you can trace out. So this is the option. Oh, would you be able to pass me the pattern sheet there, please, Jenny? So this is an option that you get exactly the same one where you get them in the book, but then you also get a second packet of patterns as well, and they are again your full-size patterns. There's a limited number of those. They're signed as well. It's just in case you thought, actually, do you know what, I want to just get on with this and start cutting them out.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't want to bother tracing them,
away you
can go.
So Menopause Makes, where did the whole concept sort of come from? Because this isn't, you know, your go-to everyday sort of sewing book necessarily.
No.
I think it's our reality, basically. I'm 48 years old.
I'm 53, so we're absolutely in that time of our lives, aren't we?
Yeah, and it was a lot of conversations that we were having as we were teaching people, working together. We wrote a book with Liberty of London a couple of years ago, and there was a quilt in that was all tarn along, so super floaty light. And at the time, we nicknamed it the Menopause quilt because we were just getting more uncomfortable at night, and it was light. And there were lots of other projects that we were making or thinking
things
of
like this,
making.
a floaty light top. That's.
And do you know what? I want to applaud you and thank you for this, because this is something that I feel only recently that we've all started to actually talk about and say it's okay, it's so normal to address this and talk about this, and we all go through it.
We're all going to
at
go
some
through it. Yeah, pretty much every woman is going to probably go through menopause at some point.
Yeah.
And like Jenny said, that was it. We just realised we were talking about it all the time amongst ourselves and like with our sewing friends and people that we were teaching, and we're just like, this is a conversation we want to have, absolutely, but it's relevant to us and it's relevant in our sewing world as well. So if we could bring the two together, then
I mean,
so many people who are messaging in, by the way. This is really resonating with a lot of people who are messaging in and loving that you're doing this.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want it to be a conversation.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, and even since people have known me, we're doing it, like we were at Festival of Quilts last summer, and Search Press had just announced that we were working on the book, and it just opened those doors for people to come and find us and just feel comfortable enough to ask a few questions, you know, and we're really open, and we've got each other, but we realise a lot of women, you know, don't have those conversations or feel comfortable enough to say, oh, you know, because for me personally, like, I'd got quite anxious, and I'm the most chilled out.
Yeah, she's not an anxious person.
and you don't realise that's a common symptom, you know.
It's not just about the hot sweats.
It's not the hot sweats. You know, that's the only thing I think that I haven't had. It's like the daytime, but everything else. And when you realise how many symptoms there are, and then you start going, I feel that, I feel that, I feel that. Why am I like cross all the time? Or like, you know, just all night sweats. Or like you say, feeling anxious. And if that's not how you normally are, you can start to kind of question yourself, can't you? Or, you know, brain fog. I mean, we're still a bit like that, to be honest.
Try writing a book with brain fog.
It's a lovely book, by the way. It looks gorgeous. And in here as well, it isn't just, you know, those conversations. There are also projects that you are going to love making and will relax you. I think we talk about that a lot with sort of the actual process of sewing and the mindfulness. But also, there's projects that are then really useful to have.
Yeah, we want
at that point in your life.
Absolutely. Yeah, we all know, well, sewers know, don't they, that yes, sewing can have so many benefits in itself and make you, like you say, relax you, be mindful, all of those things. But we've linked every project to a symptom as well.
Right.
So if you're thinking, okay, well, this was one of the first one in the book is an eye mask.
Brilliant. So you can be a complete beginner sewer.
Absolutely.
And we want
that's what we
people
thought.
to probably, well, it's always been our mission, is to get new people sewing. So we feel like we wanted the book to look nice and gifted, to not look like homework. We wanted big fonts and bright colours, because we thought then people, you know, all us sewers know that we want to get all our friends sewing. So if there's a
love it. Yeah.
if there's a gentle way to lead people into that doesn't feel scary and intimidating, and we did start with the eye mask because we thought, well, lots of people, you know, in lockdown and things made face masks, and it's not that much of a step up to it's similar, you know, elastic casing, basic stitching, and then it progressively, you know, we build up to a quilt, don't we?
See, I love that. So you're also going to learn lots of skills within the book as well.
Yeah.
It's not just for quilters. There's dressmaking here, there's gifting projects.
Yes,
there's all sorts.
Yeah, and gifting, you know, gifting to yourself or gifting to your friends, your family. Absolutely, yeah.
And like you said, the book itself does look beautiful. And I know that you said you wanted to mention the lady who designs Ruby Star Society actually got involved with it.
Yeah. Well, we did the zippy potions pouch, which, because obviously your skin also goes to pot and you need lots of lotions and potions, and we wanted to teach people zips. But when we got this fabric, it's got beautiful women on it, and it's by Rashida Coleman-Hale, who is Ruby Star Society, and I've stitched with her projects for years, and I've got like dresses I made, and
they're so amazing, aren't they? Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So we ended up, well, the designer of the book absolutely fell in love with this fabric as well, didn't she? And said maybe we should approach Rashida to see if she'd do the cover for us. And we did, and she said, yeah. So she's designed this amazing cover for us, which we're like delighted about. And she's in the book as well, because we've also featured 4 women fabric designers, designers, and Rashida is one of them. So there's a designer spotlight on 4 different designers, and she's one. So again, she's written us a little bit as well.
Oh, there it is.
There we are.
Yeah, so we're super happy that
there
we go.
We've done this. Yeah, and Alice Caroline, I know she comes on here with her, with the Liberty and everything. But yeah, these women tell a little bit of a story again about like how menopause or perimenopause and creativity has been a part of their lives. And then we thought it's lovely to introduce new sewers, isn't it, to all these great people. I mean, also we've used like Tula fabrics, and you know, we've really tried to empower women through all the choices that we've made, as we've brought all the Kylie on the bag, like all the people we've brought together.
So let's talk about the projects as well that you're getting in here. So you said the eye mask, which you've linked to insomnia.
Insomnia, which for me is a massive issue. So I don't sleep well, do I? No. And a few years ago, I made Jenny an eye mask for a present. Yeah. And so again, that was just a talking point when we were thinking about it. It's like, well, that's brilliant. It's an easy starting point, like Jenny said. If you've only ever made a face mask or something, it's not too tricky, but it's so useful. Yeah. Like, it really is. I can't sleep without mine now.
Oh, well, do you know what? This is something that, I know it says here, look, you can't scroll on your phone when your eyes are covered. I love that. And actually, that's something we all need, we all can resonate. So if you're making gifts, it can be for all, you know, lots of people. This is bedtime now, I'm going to bed. I'm not going to be scrolling.
Exactly.
And that's Sally Kelly. Like, we were also like, you can choose really lovely prints, can't you? Offcuts that people have made the garments or quilt projects.
Yeah, scrap busters.
Or you can have a go in silk as well, because if you were to buy that in Liberty, it would be about £40. Whereas you can make one, again, stitching with silk isn't that scary.
Fantastic. Oh, Sally Kelly is involved as well.
She's a good friend of ours, so that was really nice. And like, she was at Liberty for 20 years before she became a designer in her own right, didn't she? So we wanted to get her in.
Baskets for lost things.
Yes, we're always leaving stuff where we can't remember. So the idea with that is, you've made something, we kind of think, if you make something, it sticks in your brain a bit more. So then, right, okay, I've made this, I'm going to leave it in one place, and I'm going to put my phone and my keys, my glasses, whatever it is.
Do you know what, this is so funny. I've got young children and we sing Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes. I was like, there's an adult version that's wallet, phone, keys and whatever it is.
Exactly that.
Glasses.
Exactly, glasses.
But memory loss is
I can't remember it.
Exactly, that's it,
And I think this is a good example, like the illustrations. They had a really nice illustrator, but they've all been drawn like as in the fabrics of the original samples. So again, I think if you were to give this to someone who hasn't stitched before, rather than step-by-step photos or black and white, I do, hopefully anyway, we wanted it to be really clear.
Yeah. Oh, it is so well spaced out. The images are so clear. Sometimes with photographs, it's difficult to see exactly what you're stitching.
Yeah.
Stitching circles. Once again, you're going to learn lots of fab techniques throughout as well.
We talk quite a lot about stitch length and what different thread weights to use and everything we've kind of learned. And, you know, because collectively, I guess we've been stitching for many years, haven't we?
Bags going away. This is fabulous. I mean, this one doesn't even need a zip. You can do projects that if you just want to sew something.
Exactly. You want an easy kind of win in that way. It doesn't have to be tricky. You've got a few hours or something, but do something that's going to be useful and, you know, and make you happy. You know, we all know, don't we? You make something yourself, you're like, yes, I've made something, I'm proud of it.
And there's a nice little pocket inside the bag as well for your tissues. If you're crying, or there might be tears of joy, we think we wrote in there, if you've like made it to think, okay, I'm going away for a night, or, you know, like I think there's a lot of things like systems when you're in this zone, you can feel like you've got to have things to look forward to, you've got to plan to go away and do nice things, haven't you? You know, like it's like some of it's light-hearted, obviously, and about our friendship, but a lot of it we do genuinely think, you know, it can be a really hard time for people, can't it?
Really
you can
hard.
really feel in a fog and not quite know what to do with
feel
yourself.
like yourself. I think that's what, from the conversations we were having with friends, it's like, I don't understand why I'm feeling whatever it is, and it's like, well, that could just actually be a symptom of the menopause, perimenopause, and it can go on a long time. That's the other thing.
And have you felt that sewing has really helped you both?
Absolutely, absolutely. You give yourself that time, and the focus, like, and it can calm your mind, as we know. So you've got something to focus on, and just do that. But then also that feeling of pride is huge, isn't it? We know that's brilliant, and it's. And hopefully as well, maybe you can come together with friends and do stuff, because then the conversations start as well.
Oh, I do think that it's such a lovely sort of community, isn't it? I mean, Becky messaged saying, since going into surgical menopause, quilting has been my favourite thing to do as it helps my brain fog. Yeah. I mean, that again, if you've gone through a surgical, you know, it kick-starts that menopause and you're instantly in this world
and you
of
can
fear.
be younger than, than maybe the other people that you know. Yeah. So again, absolutely. And that's what we want. We want these conversations to be happening as well, so people feel like they're not alone in this, you know, because it can make you feel lonely. It can make you feel like you're going a bit like, I don't understand why I'm feeling like this. So
bit of quilt maths, like
absolutely, my crafting and sewing has saved my sanity many times. Baby brain, convalescing, bereavement, COVID. I totally get this book. It's brilliant.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's all those stages, isn't it?
And there are a few other projects. The pillow, like we did that because it's upcycling, so that's like an old shirt where the under the arms and the collars have gone for the main part, but it's flying geese, which we thought is a nice nod. Like both of our children have just gone off to university. You know, again, in that age bracket from your mid-40s, you're going through a lot of big life changes. So there's kind of meanings, again, in some of the projects, and that's why we put them together. Them going off and flying the nest. But elderly parents. There's a lot to think about, isn't there? And processing. If you can be stitching, then
these projects can be used in so many different ways.
And your kids could take that off to their little student room, or
memory cushions, memory quilts. It's a lovely way, like you say, of using fabrics that you're thinking, I want to keep hold of these shirts, but I don't know what to do with them. They're just in a drawer, or in a vacuum pack,
we've all got that.
Something. This is it. I went to see Menopause the musical too. So I sat and I've not laughed as much as I went with my sewing group. It was brilliant.
Oh, bless. That sounds amazing. We'll have to look at that.
I have seen, I'm sure, it's great to go on a sewing group trip to see Menopause music. Brilliant. I love that. And anybody who, like we mentioned, it isn't necessarily, it's focused on menopause, but there are a lot of stages through your life, actually, that this is going. We had it, obviously, since COVID. We've all thought a lot more about our mental well-being, haven't we?
Absolutely. And we've linked the projects to symptoms, but equally, who doesn't need a nice little pouch in their lives, or a lovely blanket, or a cushion? Absolutely. So, you know, we hope it'll be gifted to people who they think, you know, well, I know someone who might want to start sewing, and there's lots of nice projects.
Oh, exactly. I mean, well, you've just linked this one to brain fog, but actually using shirts to make memory cushions.
Yeah, lovely.
Fantastic. Now, it does then, as we say, you do have opportunities then to make incredible quilts as well. How many projects are there in total in the book? You've got loads of projects
There
in
are
here.
10 in total, aren't there?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, so the relaxation blanket, which you're just on there, which is on the top here, you know, again, relaxation, but we think things as well like, you know, doing yoga maybe is going to help you. So, or just even curling up on the sofa and watching a bit of TV, whatever it is that makes you feel better.
I love this tie quilting. In terms of skills, do you talk about the tie quilting?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, traditionally it was, you know, it's been around for a very, very long time, hasn't it? When we go and look at old quilts and everything, it's very mindful even just to do it. And then it's very tactile, you know, like it's a bit like kids with their comfort blankets, isn't it, as well? And then when you wash it, they fluff up like little pom-poms a little bit more as well. And we've put on this, so this isn't quilted, because again, we wanted to get people confident with patchwork by this stage in the book. There's a few patchwork projects, but then not have to feel too intimidated, like we built up to the quilt and binding and machine quilting. So the tie-in takes a little bit of that anxiety out. And then we've put super soft organic fleece on the back, so it does feel cosy against your skin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all lovely fabric as well. This is the mode of grunge.
This is grunge, which like we absolutely love. Like some amazing colours in grunge. Yeah.
And we thought people could put their colour palette. There's a chapter as well about colour confidence and some little tricks that we've used. Like the entire book was designed based on this fabric, which is called Prospect Road, which is a Liberty print, but we wanted the book to feel jolly and happy, and so we just took this fabric, and then most of the projects tie in somehow, don't they, loosely. People can do the same with that, but or you could think of a favourite place, you know, you could go like, okay, I love the beach, or I love going to the mountains on my holiday, picky grunges, because there's so much choice. And then again, that sense of place. You know, you can storytell with fabric, can't you?
Yeah, this is the great thing. We have such a stash, don't we? We build up such a stash in even smaller patchwork. This could be a scrappy quilt. This could be like some of your favourite, like you said, the leftovers of some of your favourite projects you've done that you want to include in a quilt, or work on your confidence in choosing colours as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And again, because confidence is a thing that gets knocked in menopause, perimenopause, isn't it? You can, you know, we've taught people who are amazing sewers, and then suddenly get this, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, and they're losing confidence. And
they've made their wedding dresses and things sometimes, and then like 30 years later, they're like, oh no, I can't sew. I can't sew. Like,
I know so many ladies who say they have to, you know, dust off a sewing machine from a loft, or they're borrowing a sewing machine, and they say, oh, I used to do it at school, I've done it years ago. Yeah. But actually are then just finding that love for it again.
Yeah, so it might be that you're just coming back to it. Or you might, you know, people might think, oh, like, they can't sew, they're not creative, but everyone can. That's the other thing we know. You can, you just need to get started, don't you?
Oh, if you just start a project, I think that can then eliminate that brain fog. It can help relax and stop anxiety. Yeah. But also, I think it just gives you something to concentrate on.
It does, absolutely. Once you start, so it's getting started, isn't it? Definitely.
I love the apron, by the way, as well. This is absolutely beautiful. This is your Butterfingers.
This is Butterfingers, yeah. And
really clumsy. Like, I was really clumsy when I was pregnant, dropping things. It's the same kind of thing, like low levels of estrogen can, you know, it is proven it can make you really quite clumsy. Yeah. So, and this is based on the Hepworth apron, which was our original pattern that we've sold on here many, many times. And like it was it's like our best-selling ever pattern. But we've made the size range a lot more inclusive in the book. So for the jacket and the apron, we go from a UK size 8 up to a 28.
Fantastic.
So it's really nice to make, isn't it? Because it's got French seams. Again, we wanted people to have a go at probably sewing with linen, because it's very, very durable and it's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
it's just super useful, like when you're sewing, because you then
I get covered in threads.
Get covered in threads,
especially that jump.
So pockets are nice. You know, pop your little bits and pieces in or whatever. Plus, you're not then covered in threads.
It's cross back, and also when we've originally drafted it, it's nice and narrow, the silhouette of it. You know, some of them have massive crossovers at the back, and then that uses a lot of fabric, doesn't it? And it can not look as flattering. So we've done that, haven't we? And like that top band, you can go super contrasty.
Yes, on this
like
one.
yeah,
So this is just a bit what we had left over from
and remember, all of your pattern pieces are full size within your book as well. Any patterns that you need, any templates that you need are all included full size. We do have another option if you want a second packet of your patterns. Then you get the book that's been signed and you get an additional pack of patterns. The book alone does come with patterns, but it means maybe then tracing them out.
Yeah, exactly, because they're double-sided.
Yeah.
Because obviously you've got so much, we've just got to fit in the little thing. So you would have to trace them out if you wanted. So yeah, the second pack obviously means you can get cutting straight away.
That's
like
it. In terms of value for money, you're getting a lot of projects in your book, and to be able to then get your second pattern sheet pack under £30 is brilliant. Good morning, ladies. This book is fabulous. My husband has dementia, and sewing the projects keeps me sane.
Oh, yeah. That's
Like you say, I think you're thrown into this menopause, and then you're at a time in your life, like you say, when there's also so much that's probably lots of changes that's going on as well.
Yeah.
It's a refuge for a lot of people, isn't it?
It is, absolutely, definitely. And like we know that from the people that we've talked to for years that have come, you know, and sewn with us, don't we, that it can be absolutely a lifeline.
Yeah. And I do love the fact then you have projects at the end of it that are really useful as well for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, treat yourself for these beautiful.
We did. We just
projects.
literally, when we'd been talking about it lots, and then we sat down, and within like half an hour, we kind of had the book, didn't we? Really? Because like, okay, we want to teach people to sew curves. We want to teach people some garments. We want them to be able to fit a zip. We want them to be able to do some hand sewing. You know, not reliant on a machine. We want them to be able to upcycle. We didn't want the projects either to be cost prohibitive or the book itself, you know, it's £20.
Fantastic.
Which really for, you know, a hardback and everything is
really
a nice gift price point as well, isn't it? But we said that from the very start, didn't we? That we didn't want it to be too, like our Liberty book was a bit fancy, wasn't it?
Whereas this is really accessible. We want everyone to be able to have that conversation. Now, a lot of people have asked about the cover-up that you're wearing. That is included in the book. I mean, £20. You'd pay £20 for that pattern.
Yeah, exactly.
I could see a lot of people wearing and making this.
Yeah, it's really nice because also it works in different fabrics.
Exactly, yeah.
But again, it's got French seams. We talk about top stitching, stitch length, you know, which is different when you're constructing garments to making quilts. And
just easy to wear and
dress up or dress down.
And not be, because again, you can kind of lose confidence as well in sometimes how you look, and you know, your body changes.
Wobbly arms.
It could be anything, can't it? Like, it just, you know, and I've read things where people have said they've literally feel like they've woken up the next day and they've got a different body, you know, and then again, that knocks your confidence, doesn't it? So something that feels comfortable but looks nice is going to make you feel better,
This looks really lovely, doesn't it? And choosing then some of your favourite fabrics.
Exactly.
I mean, this is like a lightweight...
This is a Sanntangle,
But, and in the book, but I've just done, well, I'm just not finishing off one. I've got like one of Rashida Coleman-Hale's fabrics.
Yeah, just a quilting cotton.
Yeah, quilting cotton's fine. It's still nice and light, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, we're at £1.99 a project, talking about, you know, affordability and accessibility. It is such a gorgeous coffee table book. Not only have you got all of this extra information in there, and it's a really lovely talking point, great sentiment, but for £1.99 a project, that is an absolute bargain, isn't it? Especially dressmaking projects. You spend, you know, you pay £10 a dressmaking pattern. A quilting project. You're going to make the cover up again and again and again, aren't you? Let's face it, this is what you can wear.
Well, we are. And like I've made about 6 zippy pouches. I was like, oh, this is a good sign, because I keep making them like for gifts, but also again, because you see a cool zip and then you see a nice bit of fabric, and also you need a lot more. Kay has come here. We stayed overnight because we live in Yorkshire. How many potions?
Just 3.
Just 3 for one night.
All the lotions and potions, just 3.
Face and stuff, hair, makeup.
dry skin, itchy elbows. Who knew that was a menopause?
Itchy elbows.
But we both had really dry skin, haven't we?
Yeah.
And
So
like greasy hair, like all those things you have in adolescence, as if, you know, it wasn't bad enough first time around, and then it comes back in menopause. It's like, oh, thanks very much.
I must say though, you have made it really empowering and really positive. You've made a book that actually opens up the conversation, but then makes it, you know, it's okay.
It's okay. Like you said, we're going to go through it, and we want to. No shame at all. Absolutely. You know, we're half the population, aren't we?
Yeah.
So let's talk about it and just go. Yeah, this is okay. We're going to go through it, but we're going to get through it as well, and we're going to be all right, and we'll come out the other end.
Absolutely, we will, and we'll all do it together. I love the quilt behind you. Is it in the book?
Yes, it is. It's the last project. So you can work your way up to a full-sized quilt.
It is gorgeous.
Amazing Tula pink fabrics, obviously. But again, people can, you know, we can't wait to see what people do and what fabrics they pick. And,
we tried to, in the books, when you're writing a book, you're always trying to make fabric choices that are kind of timeless, because you want people to be able to make them in what, you know, if some people really want to make that exact thing, you kind of want them to be able to get them or something close, but equally they'll look fun. Well, we're just working on one with a with the speckled
from
fabrics, but all with a dark grey background, so the same quilts and like neons, a bit 80s, aren't we? And we picked, again, it tells you in the book, but this the Ohio Star we picked because like the pioneer women in America, that's when the Ohio Star quilt block was developed, and you know that was an exciting time for women. So that's why we picked that.
Really well thought out and considered throughout the whole of the book. But I mean, in terms of a quilt that you are going to use again, a pattern again and again and again, like you said, you're already on making your second version of it. It is such a fantastic pattern, and it's achievable. You're seeing those secondary patterns coming through as well. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, because they're just snowball blocks, obviously, but then the way they align, you get these nice little kite blocks that echo the Ohio Star.
Love it, absolutely.
And you could go less. Again, it could work as a baby quilt. You could just do the 9 blocks, you know, or you could add more borders to fit
going.
Yeah. Love Tula, she's great, isn't she?
Oh, I do love it. The Tula looks so gorgeous, doesn't it, with all those bright colours. And this would be such an amazing gift for someone who's going through more of a, you know, a difficult time in their life. I mean, what a mega quilt that is. And you can work towards those. You don't need to start with it. If you're a new sewer, we're including you as well. We want everyone to have a go with this book. There's projects for everybody and learn those skills.
And you would ditch the duvet, wouldn't you? Like, well, we were thinking in that sense, you know, that's all quilting cotton. You can put a nice cotton batting in, and then you probably can just have a sheet
if you
and
get
the quilt
really
and then you're more comfortable at night. But you can still then have, you know, you'd be super proud of it, and then you can fit it to your interior, can't you?
And remember, every single stage, you've got fantastic diagrams, you've got text to go alongside it, you've got extra hints and tips. I mean, from two ladies who obviously are very, very in the know of all of the different tips and things that you're going to be able to learn along with as well. It's a beautiful book. Anyone who has never sewn before, there is also a full section in the back here about the anatomy of fabric. I don't think I've ever seen a book that talks about the anatomy of fabric.
Yeah, well, it's like, I think because it's tricky, isn't it? When you first start, you kind of, all these terms get thrown at you, don't they? You're just like, I don't even know what that is. What is, you know, what's a selvage? What's a, you know, what's, if you're buying fabric, what's a fat quarter? What, you know, all of those things. So we just want to demystify as well.
Oh yeah, well, it can put you off.
All of that, it can put you off, So yeah, as much as we could, we wanted to just give information that will help people who are starting off, and different stitches.
And like you said, there's machine stitching in here, there's hand stitching in here as well. You've got obviously all of your dressmaking, patchwork tips as well, quilting. Even look, you've put here how the fat quarter is cut, I just noticed.
Because again, people start talking about, skinny quarters, what have you. And we always tried to make all the requirements for each project, again, as economical as possible. But obviously, you know, shops will cut certain amounts, won't they? But yeah, I didn't look. I didn't
What's
know
a
all
fat quarter?
that.
It doesn't mean anything, does it, when you first start off?
No.
Obviously now we know what it is, but
Yeah.
at the time you're thinking, what? That makes no sense.
Yeah, and if you did so years ago and you're going back to it and you got the brain fog, you're thinking, hang on, I can't ask these questions on my sewing classes. I want to just know, you know, this is all jargon that you probably are thinking, hang on, what does that even mean? To have it all in the book is and not presumed knowledge within here, which is brilliant. Even layering up your quilt, machine quilting, where to measure yourself, how to measure yourself.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know our bodies are always changing.
Definitely.
Patterns as well, dressmaking patterns. It's not, well, even if you go into the shops and you buy a size 12 or size 16 or another, you can be.
No.
So how to measure yourself properly.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant. So your dressmaking in here. And I remind you as well, all of your patterns are here in the back. I love about quilt labelling. I think that is so important.
It's so important.
Well, Anonymous was a woman, wasn't she, in the past? You know, we're like, let's put an end to that.
Yeah. Be proud of what you've made. Put a label, especially a quilt, because it's going to hang around. We've seen quilts that are literally hundreds and hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
So, you know, it might be around, or even your grandchildren or whoever might want to remember, oh, yeah, I know who made that, and they made it for me, and that's a lovely thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, absolutely label your quilts.
We've got so many lovely messages in for you. What a truly inspirational book, useful for everyone, female or male. We all experience similar symptoms in different times in our lives.
Absolutely, and that's a really good point, because, you know, we've already talked to people who've said, you know, who've seen a kind of early copy and gone, oh, and then I gave it to my husband or my partner because they need to know. So again, absolutely. You know,
Alison, who's the model for us, she works, people might recognise her, she works in the haberdashery at London, in Liberty. She's there. She's been there for many years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we love her, and she's always got amazing outfits on, and she really inspires us when we go in the store. So we asked her to go and model some of the projects for us, and she messaged and said, I've read it cover to cover, and she said, like, I feel like I maybe got away with menopause quite lightly, but she said I found it really interesting to, you know, she learnt a lot from it herself even, and she said I think everyone should get like their partners to read it, because it's not intimidating. It doesn't look like read this medical book, and they're quite short sentences and what have you, but she said they could learn a lot, and that would really help the women if they feel a little bit more understood.
That's a really good point, actually, because like you say, it's the conversations that I had with everyone around you. They disassociate shame from a symptom or something, or secretive. You know, if you're struggling with something, or if you notice somebody else, like you say, isn't quite themselves or quite feeling it, then to understand it more and know that there are so many more symptoms than just, oh, I'm having a hot flush.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely, definitely. Yeah, and telling your partner, telling your family, you know, if you've got kids, you know, quite often as well, you're hitting this stage when you've got teenagers, quite possibly. So there's so many hormones flying around the house. So if you can just say, well, actually, you know, sometimes I'm feeling like this, and it's going to be all right, you know, or whatever. Again, then everyone understands each other a bit better.
Well,
I
didn't know that menopause could, you know, go on for so long.
Yeah, like 10 years is kind of
10 years on
quite
average.
Common, because it's perimenopause starts, you know, I definitely started mine in my mid-40s. You were probably the same,
yeah,
weren't
about
you?
45.
So you're thinking, well, it's not that you're in menopause, but the symptoms can start so much earlier. So then that's when you start questioning yourself and kind of thinking, what's going on here? So if we can just let people know that it's a thing. And
I think, actually, Ollie was just saying, I don't think you can get medication for perimenopausal either until you're at least sort of 45. I'm not quite sure, but
I think it's changing. I think it's changing, and that's. I mean, there is a chapter in the book which is written by a GP, a menopause specialist. So there's some knowledge there. But we would also say to people, absolutely go to your GP. If you're thinking you've got any of these symptoms, and if you just Google perimenopause symptoms, there's a lot. So, you know, and I was like, yep, all of these things, okay.
And I'm just gradually adding them.
You're adding them in,
But coping with it and managing and, you know,
but go
doing
to your
things.
GP and don't be put off.
Yeah.
You know, say no, but I'm feeling these things.
I'm hoping that this book opens that, you know, the stigma of actually starting that conversation, that you read this and you think, actually, do you know what? There are a lot of people, I am going to go and talk to the GP, or I am going to talk to my husband, or I am going to talk to my children about this more.
Yeah.
Or your sewing group even.
Exactly.
Take it to your sewing
Oh,
group.
that's why
Anyone
we've had
else?
so many good conversations. And I think we were lucky because actually, when we used to teach more in person, pre-pandemic and stuff, we had a lot of older women that came.
Yeah.
So they've already got all this knowledge. So
Yeah,
they
and
were
they're,
having
and they're
this,
through the other end and they're feeling great.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
That's what we're looking
we've
forward
just got
to.
to aim for that.
Can I remind you, we are less than £20 for the book with the full-size pattern. It's also signed. It is the world launch of the fabulous new Menopause Makes book at £19.99. Fabulous value for money because it is such a beautiful book. As soon as I saw this morning, I thought, gosh, it is just so beautifully presented to us in a positive way as well.
Yeah.
It looks really nice. We've had so many messages again. Claudine's message, morning ladies. Sewing lifts my brain fog. I've ordered the book. Where can I get the fabric from? The pink one and the ladies' different hairstyles. I've had a lot of people asking about this. We don't have it available on the show, but is this, did you say Ruby Star Society?
It's
Yes.
Rashida Coleman Hale. It's called Sup Ladies.
Sup
Ladies.
Sup ladies.
Yeah.
Ladies. I love it.
And it comes
Just
in
because
different
people
colours.
asking.
Like we've had it in a black and a kind of mustardy colour as well. I think
Oh,
there are
yeah.
some still available. You should.
Yeah,
be able
and
to
then
find
we've
some.
said it needs to come back and back again.
Yeah,
so
'cause
you
it's
need to
just
tell them as well.
beautiful.
Yeah, come back again with all the fabrics, please. We love this. Now, you do get patterns within the book,
Yes.
remember. So you're having the lovely pattern sheets, they're lovely quality, really easy to distinguish the different sizes as well, as you've got the different colours. They are to be traced off as they're double-sided because you've included full-size patterns, which I'm really pleased about because,
Yeah, it makes life
normally with a
easier.
book, you would be looking at having to print them out and size up.
And that's, again, there's enough barriers, like we say, self-confidence and things to getting started. So, like, just, we wanted them not to worry. And, yeah, there's the layouts as well for the...
Any tips on
patterns.
tracing them out? Would you do it on just pattern paper? Or?
Yeah, we buy those large sheets of pattern paper and then just you don't have to do a complete straight line. People get quite nervous and you can be more wobbly. You can do big dashed lines as long as you always mark the pertinent points like the corners and then because the scissor blades are going to cut between those anyway. So like as a quicker way, I think people think they have to painstakingly do every single
part.
line, but you don't. You can do it quite quickly, can't you?
A lot of people as well are also going for the option with the book, the pattern sheet, and an additional pack of pattern sheets, which you can obviously just cut straight into if you want, and then you have one in your book that stays intact. A lot of people who have already checked out on these one-on-ones, everyone's checked out, we're in single figures. If you do want this option, just be aware that that is more limited. Still fabulous value for money for under £30. Now, I noticed you've also got your own Aurifil collection to go with the book. How amazing is this?
Shall I bring it in?
I love the fact that you've also added in different weights.
Yes,
of
so we've
this.
got them all here.
Talk me through. I'm going to bring this over so we can see it on the overhead. Now you've got 50 weight, 40 weight, 12 weight.
Yes.
Thread weights is another bit of a minefield, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
First of all, I know a lot of our viewers know and already love Aurifil, but why is it that you like to work with Aurifil?
Well, we've worked with Aurifil for
10 years.
10 odd years, so we love Aurifil. Like, it's pretty much all we use, it really, isn't it? Just because, well, they're a great company, the threads are beautiful.
We've been to Italy, haven't we, to the
have.
mill and seen them all being spun and things.
Oh, wow.
But 100% cotton, which is really lovely.
Yeah.
You know, especially if you're working with cotton fabrics, it's nice to put cotton into cotton. So we like that.
We dress make with it as well. And like when we wrote the Liberty book, we talked a lot about thread weights and how that works like nicely with tarn alone. Again, it's kind of matching them up and the colours are always really lovely. And then the 12 weight is...
So your 50 weight is your normal
orange
thread weight, the orange one. So you use them in your machine, in your bobbin.
Absolutely.
Yeah, piece in patchwork 50 weight will get you super flat seams, which just helps matching up those points because there's no bulk on it, and there's
200 metres.
200 metres.
And that's the thing, they look small, and I think people, they get shocked about this with Aurifil. You look and you think, oh, that's fine, but yeah, 200 metres just on that, because it's so fine.
Yeah.
So they're beautiful, and so and again, we put in some colours that we just know we think are super useful, especially in the 50 weight, didn't we? Like that grey is just, that's probably my most used colour.
Yeah.
The 2600, absolutely, like goes with everything. Matches in some that will look nice if you're doing a bit of top stitching, but some that are just useful for, like you say.
And then your 40 weight.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people, we don't actually talk about 40 weight a lot.
Okay.
I know it gets
tell
a
me
bit
about
of a,
40
it gets
weight.
a little bit overlooked, but it's a little bit stronger than the 50 weight thread. You can still piece, you know, if you just had 40 weight, you could piece your patchwork with it. Definitely you can quilt with it if you want a slightly more defined look on a project, like on that one when you actually get to the quilting part. But it's the one that that we use in the studio the most commonly for dressmaking, because it feels a little bit more like an all-purpose thread. It's got a little bit more strength, but you still get that lovely sheen and that Aurifil shininess and the nice colours. So like, again, if you're doing more of a top stitch, or you're constructing a garment, then 40 weight is just really, really useful, isn't it?
And can I use this in my bobbin? Or would you use 50 weight?
absolutely.
You can still use this in your bobbin.
Yeah.
Because it is, when you're going smaller in number, it gets thicker and thicker, doesn't it?
It does.
Is that right?
Yeah,
It's
it
fine.
does.
It's absolutely fine in the bobbin.
Yeah.
It's only when you get like to the 12 weight where you'd have a 40 or a 50 in the bobbin.
And there's 150 metres on each spool with the 40 weight.
Yeah, and they're brilliant as well for the other projects like the tub and the bag and stuff, aren't they? Because they've got a bit more strength to them.
This is a great pack to try out all those different weights, isn't it? And 12 weight.
12 weight. Well, we love
12
weight.
These colours are gorgeous.
It's like people who historically might have used a pearl cotton, like, you know, for that visibility and that sheen. But it's so much better because because it's mercerised and processed, it doesn't beard. So, you know, it doesn't pull any bits of your wadding or your batting through up onto the surface
you don't get
of a
that
project,
fluff, do you?
So it's a lot smoother. So it's really nice for hand quilting, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely for hand quilting,
I mean, you've done these projects here. These are all, are they hand-pieced as well or just hand-quilted?
Yeah, no, they're hand-pieced.
Oh, wow.
Yes, yeah. So, because that's a good one for, like, if you're on the go, you know, you want something to do, you might be hanging around waiting for something, or
we were
at
thinking
the
like
doctors,
hospital, or kids activities still. I'm still in that zone of 2 hours on the sidelines on a rainy football day. You know, you can just sit and piece. And these, we've just done them as like little individual placemats, or obviously you can put them like with the lovely log cabin, how you can get all those variations in how you set it out and things like that. So you could.
Yeah, the 12 weight's beautiful for top stitching and hand quilting. So yeah, we love Aurifil.
Oh, I mean, these colours are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And like you said, they're actually made in Italy, aren't they?
They're made in Italy, all 100% mercerised cotton. So yeah, the ones you put in your machine, then you don't get that fluff in your machine.
Right.
So it
even
we
your
find
needles and all around the shaft, that like it doesn't get all.
We get
messed up, does it?
people kind of, because we help out with Aurifil a lot at Festival of Quilts in the summer, and people come and say, oh, my machine loves Aurifil thread. And we're like, ours does too.
Oh, well, I must say, I always thought that it was a real luxury having Aurifil, that it was more expensive. But actually, when you break down how much you pay for your 100 metre, you know, run-of-the-mill spools, even in the supermarket, you pay nearly £2 a spool for 100 metres. So the value for money on this is actually fantastic value.
It is. And that's what we tell people all the time, is that it looks it because you think it's the same size spool. But if you look at how much is on it, you're getting so much more, aren't you?
Great pack to get going with Aurifil and try different weights. Lovely colour palette as well going into spring, but also very useful colours with your greys and your neutrals in there as well.
That's a good disappearing one as well, isn't it?
It is,
like just the mid. Right. But we talk it for each project in the book. We talk about needle size and thread weight for every single one and why, so that people again can just start to learn the basics, I think, of feeling confident about their choices.
Honestly, you've jam-packed so much into this book, haven't you?
I've been around a long time now.
But without it looking or feeling overwhelming, do you know what I mean? It doesn't look like a book that you go, oh my gosh, where am I going to start?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. What's that, Hannah? Oh, someone's asked the length of your cover-up that you've got here. It sits at your hips, doesn't it?
Yeah, about hip length.
About hip length. But it has got a nice wide hem, like you turn over an inch and an inch again. So again, there's some wiggle room there if people want to make it a little bit longer or shorter.
Lengthen
you could lengthen it, or you could crop it as well.
Yeah. I love it, absolutely love it. That's a part of the book, as well as the quilt that's behind us as well, the quilt that's on the desk, all of the storage pouches, your makeup bags, your flying geese units. What I love is that there is such a range of projects in here. The apron with the French seams, it's just gorgeous. And the fact that you're getting less than £2 a pattern, £2 a project, but I love that they are all associated with symptoms that you may be experiencing and ways of helping and just having that talking point. It's just, you're not on your own. You're not. You're not on your own. Ollie says, this just makes you feel like you're not on your own, and you aren't on your own. And I think you hear about it more and more and more recently, which I think is so positive, isn't it? To open up and have those conversations. But it's the first time I've ever seen a crafting book.
Yeah, well, that's it. This is our world. So we wanted to bring the conversation into our world, didn't we? Make it relevant.
Yeah. And we've got a Festival of Quilts in the summer. We're going to have a Menopause Makes lounge, aren't we?
Yeah, so everyone can come chat to us.
I'm just thinking lots of your people hopefully will be there in person, and you guys, I'm sure, will be there in some capacity. But people, we're just going to have a space where we're going to have the projects, and we're going to be demoing and things, but where hopefully people will just come and chat with us and start to share their stories. For us, like, this is just the start, I think, of something that we want to really lean into, and we want to go out on the road and meet people and meet groups and just get people talking, don't we, and sharing and things.
Good idea. And when we talk about menopause, like I say, that there's the conversations that are being had, but our community, the sewing community, I think that this is such a helpful way, actually, of doing something really positive about those, you know, issues that we go through in our lives.
That's what we wanted. Yeah.
Sewing helps so much. I think it completely focuses your mind, doesn't it? And it isn't necessarily if you're just going through menopause. I've just had 3 young children. There's so many symptoms that you're saying, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel so many of those.
You'll be all right.
You've got the baby brain, don't you?
Well, you do just feel like, oh my gosh, I am. I'm moody or snappy or sleep deprived, and you just think, oh my gosh, I'm not that person.
No.
I was.
No, exactly.
But actually, you come through it, and you go through those waves through your life, and it's just accepting and also being proud that you know,
we're coping and you're doing it, and and sometimes it's hard, but we can get through it.
I'll come and having a chat with you at Festival of Quilts. Everybody who does go to the festival in the summer, are you at the NEC in March at all? Will you be with
we're
Oracle
going
or
to the no, we're at the Stitch Festival in London as well, aren't we? In a couple of weeks. We're giving a lecture there, and then we'll be hanging around. But I think, like, when the Liberty book came out, it was lockdown, and so it was a very different reality in that we were doing online everything. So I think we want to enjoy this and take it on the road and see people, and
we like people.
We do like people.
Oh, honestly, you've inspired us all, and hopefully everybody is going to love this. Get a couple of these. If you know anybody that hasn't been watching the show, definitely get this. It is brand new in today, world launch. The patterns in the back are full size. Yes, there's a question.
Full size. Yes, absolutely.
So they just need tracing
some of the, like, obviously the patchwork projects and things, you don't need patterns for those because they're just
measurements.
It's measurements, but the basket, the eye mask, the apron, and the cover up are all full size patterns.
So any of your dressmaking projects or anything that needs a template, they are full size. You don't need to worry about upscaling them or changing the size. Do keep going. There's over 30 of you still watching the show and haven't yet checked out. Have a look during the break. Also, don't forget there is an option today that also includes a second pattern sheet. Last of stock, about to sell out. These are signed copies as well of your Menopause Makes, and you're also getting your pattern sheet for $29.98. Don't forget, you do also get your full-size pattern sheets already in the book, but it comes with an additional one which you can cut out and start using straight away. It is,
and shiny.
It feels lovely.
When we first got it, they were like, because they tell you the technical term of, we're going to do this and this, and then when we opened up our first one, we're like, oh, it's like
bumpy and shiny. That's it. What are the technical words for that? Is bumpy and shiny.
Embossed,
embossed, and I can't remember.
Oh, our friends at Dressmaking will know. Oh, amazing. It's been such a pleasure to meet you and have you on the show.
No,
thank you.
We really appreciate it.
Oh, no. and we look forward to seeing more and hearing all your stories, and send your messages in. Can we find you on social media then?
Yes, we're Jenny, so it's Jenny with an I, Jenny and Kay Create, on Instagram and Facebook, and then we'll, by the time, because this is an early launch, but by the time the official launch next week, there's a menopausemakes.com website, which will be linked in there, and then people can contact us directly through that. And we're going to build up that, aren't we, and like have galleries and things on there when people start making things and sending us photos.
I mean, that in itself is a community.
Yes,
You know
exactly.
what I mean? This isn't just buying a book off a shelf. No. This is the first step of the ladder of what's going to be, I just know, such an exciting community for a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
So yes, thank you for sharing it with us, because I think
you.
it's brilliant. Thanks for launching it with us. Thanks for choosing us to launch it. It's been amazing. Well done, everybody who's got it. Check out during the break if you haven't already. We've got Tracey Dennis coming up from Alan the Sewing Cat, more dressmaking projects. Get your book whilst you can, while stocks last. They're all signed for you, less than £20, and we're back right after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a fourth generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Right, there are so many fabulous kits this hour. Tracey Dennis is here. Good morning, Tracey.
Morning. Hi.
Fresh back off her Californian holiday, looking so fabulously tanned.
A little bit jet lagged, but
oh my word! Yeah, you say it takes a bit longer than you expected. Where in California did you go?
down near Palm Springs.
Oh, lovely. Did you
So I
have
come
nice-
back, my head buzzing with different designs and ideas, so I'm like raring to go now.
Oh, lovely. Well, it's great to have you back. Great to have you back. And we've got lots of fabulous kits. Now, you've got a new cocoon cardigan on.
Yes.
These fabrics are so stunning.
Yeah, so we had kind of similar ones and they just flew out. So now we brought it back. People are asking for a longer length. So we've gone for this longer length cardigan, which works so well. Really is one of those throw over cardigans. Got 2 different versions. I'm wearing the black one, and then we've also got the claret background as well. Both of this lovely flower, really soft. It's like a velvety touch fabric. It's hard to describe, but it's got such a lovely feel to it. Really easy to work with. These haven't been pressed. These have been screwed up in my car, so there's no worries about that. The fabric doesn't move. It's really easy to sew with. We'll do a demo on it to show you, but it's got this nice shape, so that gives us a nice sort of length, and it just drapes around. You can belt it in if you wanted to, or you can just have it loose flown as it is here.
It looks so gorgeous, and honestly, wait till you get this fabric home. It is so soft. This is the colourway that Tracey's wearing. Do you know what I'm thinking as well? It doesn't look like it's going to crease. If you're going away and you're packing it in a bag, that looks like something you could then put on a cruise. Or
Absolutely. These have literally been, unfortunately, screwed up in the back of my car overnight. It's been cold. Normally, I'd expect to come out and press everything in the morning before we go on air. I haven't had to at all. In fact, since making them, I haven't pressed them. And it was such a quick make. So it took me less than half an hour to make each one. Yeah, it's really quick. So I did it straight away on an overlocker. If you haven't got an overlocker, you just need to stitch it and then neaten it. We'll do a demo to show you, but they're really, really quick. So if it's your first time making them, you need a bit of time for your cutting. That's half an hour just straight sewing. But if you're new to it, then maybe give yourself an hour. If you haven't done a lot of dressmaking before, it's the ideal place to start.
Right, okay, so for anybody who has never done a dressmaking project or bought a project kit from Owl and the Sewing Cat, what is brilliant is that you get all of that gorgeous fabric. The only way of getting this fabric is in this kit. It's absolutely stunning quality. You've got enough here to be able to do the largest size, which is a size 28. But because of the size, sort of the design of this, it's got plenty of ease. There's no difficult sewing or darts or fussing. It just is all in the sort of pattern cutting that it has such a flattering finish. So you're getting over 2 meters of this lovely fabric, which is enough for the largest size. It's brand new in today. It's the lengthened cocoon cardigan. And today, because we want as many people involved, and I think Hannah's still reeling from the birthday, special price, $39.99. That is a £10 saving. The Owl and the Sewing Cat patterns, I cannot recommend enough. They are filled with so many descriptions and photographs for you to be able to sew your project. And if you have never done dressmaking before, it's a fabulous pattern to go with. You get all of your pattern pieces on heavy duty paper as well, so you're going to be able to use it time and time again. Once you've made it in this stunning fabric, it's all in full size as well. Once you've made it though, I'm just looking at the knit jerseys and all kind of jerseys that you're going to be able to use for this pattern. Use the pattern again.
Drapes,
this is the one that Tracey's wearing. Can I just show you how much of this fabric you are getting in the kit for $39.99?
There's loads of spare as well. If anyone saw the last show that I did with John Scott, we made a nice little clutch bag with the spare fabric as well. You can do that. Just put some interfacing on the back. You'll have loads of spare with
this fabric. Is this the first time you've kitted this fabric?
Yep, first time. That one and the claret. So the two colourways, they're brand new.
I can't explain how soft this is. I mean, Ollie's still zooming out. You're getting ample oodles amount of fabric, and I can't stress enough how amazing it is. £10. By the way, a £10 saving is very, very generous. Thank you, Trace.
Yeah, well, it's an introductory offer. I couldn't quite make it to the birthday week, so we thought we'd just carry it on.
Extend it.
For a bit of fun.
There you go. This is like our birthday after party today, isn't it? And, you know, all the good bits happen at the after party, don't they? Thank you very much. Sizes 10 to 28, enough to be able to do the largest size. And it falls over your bum. It's a bum coverer, isn't it? A lot of people ask for one that goes over your hips, over your bum, really nicely. And if you've got an overlocker, I bet you can do a majority of the construction on this as well.
Yeah, you can. It's very easy. But actually, because the fabric doesn't fray as well, so even if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. You don't need to finish those edges. We'll show you in the demo. But yeah, it cocoons, so it just kind of falls really nicely around the hip area. So it's really flattering. It also just gives that lovely extra layer of warmth, and it's so soft and lovely to wear. Doesn't crease, and you can belt it in if you wanted to. If you've got a tiny waist and you want to belt that in, of course you can, and you're going to have extra fabric within there that you can use to do that. You've got over 2 meters of fabric within there, and the quality is just lovely.
It is. I mean, I was going to use the word velvety, but do you know sometimes when velvety can be a little bit like, oh, velvety, it's not. It's like a mixture of like a silky, velvety, it's just so plush, satiny sort of finish. Brand new in today, £10 discount, and your pattern pieces are all included in your kit. So you get really good, obviously all of the sizes included onto your high quality pattern paper. Use it again and again. You're going to be able to use this again and again and again. Make it for friends and loved ones. Look at this. Now, once everybody is checked out, we've then got less than 40, did you say? Well done. Over 40, there will be literally, less than that. There's so many people who have got it in their basket. Please do make sure you are quick to check out on this colourway. We had more of this colourway than we do of the claret. Get ahead on the claret if you prefer. It's going to go with so much in your wardrobe, actually, as well, isn't it? Just looking, you've got your black background, but if you want to team it with more of your like blushes or pinks or nudes or creams, it's lovely. Just over the top of a t-shirt, jazzes it up, doesn't it?
Sometimes even just with jeans, I would just throw it on top like that, just to dress up your outfit, just as that extra layer on top.
And do you say that I can make a tie if I wanted to?
Yeah, you can make a tie for the waist, because if you fold your fabric over, so instead of folding it completely over, well, either way, you're going to have plenty of spare fabric in there. You could even make like a nice scarf to go with it, you know, nice infinity scarf as well with what you've got left over. So use all your scrap bits to keep hold of those.
And the room on the sleeves as well, there's nothing that's restrictive or tight on your biceps, on your arms. I know a lot of, and there's no sort of what's this called, a sleeve to set in, is there?
Exactly. It's a drop sleeves. The sleeves right down low here, so that means that it's not really tight under our arms. So we've got loads of, I don't like being constricted by my clothing. I like to be able to move in it and float around it and just have that extra layer that keeps us warm. So this is going to do that. The construction is really simple that we'll do, but yeah, nice and comfy.
It is a gorgeous colourway, isn't it? That's the one that Tracey's wearing. I love that. It's $39.99. We're going to do the other claret colourway, but do not miss the black that is very, very popular. The claret, the claret colourway, we've called it, is more limited. Now, once again, you have your Owl and the Sewing Cat pattern. Sizes 10 to 28, plenty of ease, but this is the only way of being able to get it with this fabulous fabric. Right, thank you very much. We're matching the saving for this brand new kit. The after party is here because Tracey was in California for the birthday. So we've brought her in straight away for our fabulous deal show this morning. I did say, didn't I, yesterday, look, we're going to have to really pull out the big guns when we've been celebrating all week with our birthday, and my word, we're doing it. £10 saving on this brand new kit. And it is so soft, such beautiful quality. I can't make up my mind. I actually think, just seeing that on you, this colour is the one I'm going to go for. I love that colour.
I couldn't decide. That's why I bought both fabrics, because I like them both. So
you have such a... I bet you love that part of your job.
I absolutely love it. And then when the fabric comes, it's so exciting. And you kind of know straight away. I've been in design for such a long time now that you kind of see the fabrics and you know straight away. And as soon as I really like the design, and then when I could feel it, I was like, oh, this is going to work over so many different styles.
Now, you're talking about a brand new dressmaker. This is something that is achievable. When you're working with, I'm not going to call it a more difficult fabric, but a fabric that isn't, you know, 100% cotton. Is there any tips that you would say that you need to do slightly differently with this fabric? Or?
I wish I could make it sound more technical than it is, but it isn't. This fabric is so easy to work with. So I have just sewn with a regular sewing needle in there, regular size 80, same as I do for all my cotton fabrics. I haven't had to change anything on it. The fabric does not fray at all, so you'll see there's no fraying on it due to the quality of it. So even if you don't want to finish the edges and haven't got an overlocker, do not worry, you don't need to, and it will just drape. I haven't even pressed these samples. I've literally made them and put them on. A lot of times in dressmaking, it's all about the pressing of the seam, making sure it's nice and flat. We don't have to on here, so do not worry. We're not using, although the fabric has some drape and a little bit of stretch in it, we're not using that, so therefore we can do it with a regular straight stitch and a regular needle. So
fantastic.
It's a great beginner project.
It does have a lovely stretch to it. It is a jersey, so it has that great stretch to it, but please don't be daunted by that or put off by that. The end result is going to look amazing. And once you've made it with this fabric, you've then got your pattern to make even more and do them in your knits. Do them for your, you know, your casual every single day knits. Do them with your fleece fabric. It looks absolutely gorgeous with this jersey. It's going to work with all your jerseys. We've got a question from Paula in Norfolk. She said, morning, would you please show the back of the cardigan? Will you give us a twirl, please?
Yes, of course. Shall I come out?
I'll
come out.
If you come to the, then we can see where it falls as well at the back. It is a longer length. A lot of people were asking you if you want as a longer length.
I've not got a very good model twirl, but
no, perfect.
Hopefully you can see that. So it's a nice long length. Of course, you can make it shorter if you want to. Just curve that around and make it shorter. And it's just plain straight back, but you'll see it just drapes and hangs down.
Looks lovely. And I love then the way this almost creates that beautiful fabric as well. It is like a waterfall effect, that waterfall bottom.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
The fabric is perfect for that job. And that's half the thing, isn't it? It's finding the right fabric for the right pattern. So.
Oh, and Tracy's done that hard work for you. Sometimes when you get a pattern, you're like, right, what fabric is going to work? Especially if you're a beginner. As we were just talking in the first hour, it's so difficult. It's a bit of a minefield, isn't it? When you're starting a new hobby or new craft, or maybe you've been sewing for a long time, but you're just getting into dressmaking, you're thinking, right, now, is this going to be slipping and sliding? Is it going to be difficult to work with? Do I definitely need an overlocker to work with jersey? And whereas, yes, it's a luxury, it's fabulous. If you've got an overlocker, you're going to be able to make these in no time. But also, you don't have to have an overlocker.
Not at all.
To be making this.
No.
It doesn't fray. It doesn't fray. I mean, you can finish this off on your sewing machine. You might not even need to really finish your seams too much with it.
No. And the fact that it doesn't crease as well is perfect.
Yeah.
There's no awkward pressing. Because I know sometimes with velvets, obviously you need to be careful with pressing. You don't even need to press this. And it's the kind of thing that, you know, I would wear something like this just out for lunch. I would wear that to a wedding if I was going to a wedding, or you're going to an evening do, or you've got a lovely long black dress and you just want something to jazz it up, that extra layer, because we never know quite what the temperature's going to be like.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I'm getting way too excited. As you can tell, I got all my spring colours out. I even put the cushions out on the garden furniture yesterday. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm really jumping the gun here. And it's definitely going to be -3 again tomorrow. But we do, in this country, have to layer up, no matter what the weather. Chilly evening, you need that. If you're going on John Scott's cruise, if you're going on a cruise and you have to take the cover-ups with you. In fact, Pauline says, I already have the pattern, but I love the fabric so much. I've got the kit. We love this pattern. It is an absolute firm favourite, but seeing it with this brand new fabric is gorgeous. Now, the pattern is available today on its own. If you have a stash, dressmaking stash, if, like Tracy says, there is a fabric that you've had already in your craft room sitting there waiting, thinking, yep, this is exactly the pattern I need for that fabric, then go for it. It's $13.99 for your printed pattern. This is sizes 10 to 18, so inclusive and also so well written that you've got fantastic step-by-step instructions as well as photographs on there as well. You've got your full-size pattern sheets for $13.99. That's your cocoon cardigan, and something that you are going to be able to just sew and just make. We all have projects on the go, and projects that you know, that might take you a bit longer. And sometimes you just want to make something, just to scratch that itch where you're like, right, it's Sunday afternoon, I just want to make a garment.
Yep, and that's why it's great when you get it as a kit, because you know you've got the right amount of fabric. Yeah. As you said, you've got the right fabric for the right job. All you need to do is cut it out and away you go.
Enjoy. Pattern on its own, limited at the moment. If you do want it, be quick, it's $13.99. Now, so cutting out this fabric, obviously this is, we're based at beginners here. Anybody can make this. Yep. Working with the jerseys, you just lay it out, cut out.
Lay it out, just cut it out. We've got 3 pieces to this pattern. Very simple. You've got a back panel, and then we've got 2 front panels as well. So very simple to make. Construction very easy. So I'm going to lay out. This is our back panel. So I'm going to lay that out, and you'll be able to see in just one second on the overhead here that is our neckline here. So that's our back neck, and then this is our shoulder seam. And then we're going to take our front panel, and we're going to lay that right sides together. Okay, I'm going to put a pin here and another pin here. So you put a few pins in at home. I'm just going to put a couple. So I'll do one more in the middle, but you can see that edge is not fraying at all there. And I'm just going to stitch here, so that's going to be our shoulder seam. I'm going to put that under the machine, lower the needle down, forwards and backwards. So remember, I'm doing a regular straight stitch and a regular needle. We don't, because this is a shoulder seam, we don't actually want that to stretch. So we don't need to do a stretch stitch.
So you're all right doing your straight stitch, not a zigzag, not one of those lightning bolts.
Regular straight stitch, regular 80 needle that you use for your cotton fabrics. Going to take that on, you'll see that stitched out without any problem at all.
If I do have an overlocker, can I go on straight away and construct those shoulder seams?
Yeah, you can make the whole thing on the overlocker. The only thing you'd need to do is the hemming on your sewing machine. So we've done that, and then I'm going to open that one up. So you can see that's the shoulder seam that I've just done. Going to take one of my sleeves, which are the sleeve pieces here. Now, if I put it that way, you'll be able to see. There we
You know what I love is that Tracey just demystifies everything for us. You just make, every time you come in, I think, do you know what, I can actually do that. I could do it.
I think it's because I'm sure I'm dyslexic, so I like everything to be straightforward and easy, and I think everyone should be able to sew and dressmake. Lots of people have been put off over the years by dressmaking and think they can't do it. Styles like this, absolutely anyone can do it. For me, when I was teaching in a class, it would be easier for me to teach something like this, and people would get great instant results than it would be to teach a smaller, more fiddly bag or something like that. And you can actually make these things so quickly. So all I'm doing then is just pinning the sleeve into place like that. I put one pin, you might have seen me fold the fabric in half there, and I just put one pin to mark the centre of the sleeve head. It's all in the instructions, and there's photos as well. What I don't do is I don't put lots of nips on the pattern, you know, snip marks, because I find it can be confusing. Sometimes people make the snip marks too big, and we don't really need them. We can just work it like that. So then I'm going to stitch along here, which is going to join my sleeve in.
Is it a centimetre seam allowance?
1 centimetre on all of our patterns. Because we haven't got anything difficult with zips or darts or anything like that, we can keep to the 1 centimetre on everything. On the very rare occasion, if it's a face-in or something, we might have written, there's another top that we'll move on to in a bit, it will say on there if it needs a smaller seam allowance. Cut that one off there, so that's the sleeve in. And then what I'm going to do then is fold that back over. So I'm going to flip this all the way. Remember, we want right sides together.
So you're putting the sleeve in on the flat, actually. So
yep.
There's no, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
so it's dead
brilliant.
easy to fit your sleeve. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch along the underarm and all the way down the side seam. So I'm just going to pop that one on like that.
Do you always sew from the arm down as opposed to this way up?
I mean, you can do it either way. Just pin it all first, and then it won't matter. Yeah, it won't move. And this doesn't move too much, this fabric, because of the texture of it. It kind of does stay together, which is great. So we've got this curved side edge here, which is the flattering part. Kind of takes us over our hips and just gives us that nice drape on the side. Pinning it in there, and then we can do the side seam and the sleeve all in one go. One more couple of pins here. So the nice thing is there's not lots of pressing or anything like that to worry about or do, and it's the ideal cardigan if you're travelling or to pop in the back of your car. And it makes any outfit kind of look very stylish. So I'm going to go forwards and backwards. All about comfort. I like to feel comfortable at all times.
Well, that's it. I feel like, again, since we started here 5 years ago, when it was COVID, and you know, we were all about just being comfortable. But now you still want to look like, you know, you've made an effort. It looks like you're very smartly dressed, but you're super comfy.
Yep.
Wearing jersey is absolutely the way forward. This is such gorgeous fabric. Main graphic is for this colourway, is it? Claret? Yeah, it's for your claret colourway, which is with that lovely rich red background. And just having the right fabric for the job. It's fantastic, isn't it? You have your full pattern as well included. I think you'll make this so many times.
So I've done that all the way down to the bottom. So I'm going to take those pins out. You would repeat exactly the same on the other side. Okay, so I've just done one side here because we've got lots to show you. So you would repeat that on the other side the same way. So the only thing left you've got to do then is to do your hemming. So to do your hemming, you're going to take your fabric, you're going to fold it onto the wrong side by 1 centimetre, and then fold it again by another 1 centimetre, and then you're going to stitch all the way around.
How do you get an even hem? How do you find, if you're not pressing it round and
you can pin it, you can use those seam guides. I find once you've done it,
you just eyeball it.
Yeah, I do, because you can't, the fabric doesn't move too much, so you can see when I'm doing it, if I was using like a fine viscose, it would keep moving, but here you can see it's not. So use the edge of your foot as your guide. For your 1 centimetre on any brother machine, the edge of the foot on the edge of the fabric is going to give you 1 centimetre.
And I suppose you're using your needle down position and stopping and positioning yourself.
Yeah. And to be honest, with something like this, no one's going to notice. If your hem's a little bit wobbly, if your seam's a little bit wobbly, if your cutting's a bit wobbly, it won't matter because the fabric's just going to drape around. So you really won't know as long as you're using a kind of matching thread. I mean, I'm using a contrast just to show you. But I'm going to take, so that was the black one that we were looking at there. So let's pop on what we've made and you can just kind of see. So we've only done one size, but it'll give you that idea of how quick it is to kind of construct and put together. So you pop that one on there. That's the hem bit that I started doing.
Right.
And then that's your sleeve done there. So you'll just continue the hem all the way around. And we'll just take that bit over there so that you don't see that. But you can see that that's how you would do exactly the same on the other side with your sleeves. So you hem all the way around the whole thing and the same on the cuffs. Turn that under and under again. And then that will give you the lovely cardigan that I'm wearing now. So very, very simple. Great for a beginner. If you just want to give dressmaking a go, this is going to suit any shape and style and also any age, I think, as well. That's the nice thing about these sort of styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think it is a great cardigan pattern that you're going to be able to use for so many different fabrics that you've got in your stash again and again and again, but having it in this beautiful, I mean, look at that. That is going to look so striking. This is probably the cardigan that people are going to ask you about. Of where did you get that? Where did you get that? There's a typo in the graphics. This is size 10. Oh, it says size 10 to 18, doesn't it, on the graphics? This is size 10 to 28.
Yeah,
so don't worry.
10 to 28, yeah.
Sorry, the typo on the graphics. It is size 10 to 28. Don't panic. There is literally less than 20 of these now remaining at $39.99. You get enough fabric in the kit for up to size 28. There is a size guide I can show you in the pattern as well, but they are kitted to be able to suit the largest size. Your size guide is in there anyway. You don't need to choose between patterns. There aren't two different patterns to choose from of different sizes. All of them are included in the one pattern. But I mean, there's nothing that's particularly restrictive or, you know,
no, and you're going to have loads of fabric as well. So when you cut it out, just move your pattern pieces around to make sure that you're making the most of that spare fabric. Send me some photos of what you made with your spare bits, because I always like seeing it. But we've made sort of clutch bag, as you might have seen on the last show.
To match,
but a really nice infinity scarf would just feel so lovely in this fabric. As a gift, maybe you make this for yourself, and then maybe you give your gift.
Have you got an earpiece in? Can you hear Ollie?
No.
Oh my gosh, you two are so in sync. We're talking about scarves and clutch bags to match. As
There we
Tracey's
go.
saying that. Fabulous. That one is gorgeous. $39.99 for the claret. Remember, I don't know if there's any availability left on the black. We had a slightly better quantity, but it was very, very busy. If you do love this gorgeous brand new fabric, Tracey's kitted it especially for this cardigan. This one was called Raven. $39.99. $39.99. £10 discount. £10 off that. Well, it should be $49.99. So yeah, fabulous value for money. And that is why people who, as I say, had already got the pattern are saying, I'm coming back in and getting the fabric. Brilliant value for money. You're getting over 2 meters of that fabric there. Enough to be able to make the largest size. Oodles and oodles of fabric. To be able to say you can make a bag to match as well, potentially, with that. Fantastic. Okay, now, we've got more projects to talk about this hour. Let's go to the Marnie top, if that's okay, Tracey.
Yeah.
It's back in stock. It's the sunflowers, as I said. We are talking about hopefully going into spring now. We've got the blue and we've also got the red. Let's start with the blue. It's the most popular on pre-order. What is fantastic about the Marnie top is that, once again, getting the kit, Tracey has included everything you need, even down to your interfacing. So within here, you've got your gorgeous sunflower cotton fabric. I love this, absolutely love it. You've got your pattern, you've got your interfacing, and your full instructions. £39.99 for your Marnie top, back in stock today, sizes 10 to 28. So you need 1.6 meters of fabric. There's a lot of people, to make the largest size, a lot of people who have made this, again, have made it as a bit of a capsule wardrobe project and made it in lots of different fabrics. Step-by-step instructions with photographs, with a size chart, and of course with all of your lovely quality pattern paper. It's not on tissue, this is thick paper which you're going to then be able to use again and again and again. I know that Tracey loves to be inclusive and invite everybody who's never done dressmaking before to have a go at her patterns. This is a top that you're going to wear. I mean, I'm drawn always to these fabulous big dresses, you know, the prom style dresses. Don't daunt yourself by starting off with a project that you're going to already think, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to achieve that. It's not going to look like the picture on the pattern. These are all so achievable. Also, Tracey seems to know what styles are flattering. You know, I want to cover the top of my arms. I don't want anything too low, but I don't want it up here. I mean, you've literally covered all bases with this top. It is such a great staple part of your wardrobe, isn't it?
Exactly. It is one of those pieces that you all make time and time again. And we're bringing it in these lovely fabrics here, which are not going to date. They're same as we were saying earlier. You could wear it, they're a nice pair of palazzo pants and wear that out to a wedding, tuck it in with a big piece of jewellery, or just wear that with a pair of jeans out for lunch. Comfortable to wear and really not difficult. It's got a band on the front, double band here. If I show you the white one, off-white one. This one just shows the bands a bit better, just to show how versatile it is. Once you've got the kit, you've got the pattern, so you can make it over and over again. Flattering length on sleeve as well. And again, another quick make, not difficult to do, but you've got the lovely fabric in two different versions we've got here. So it's got some drape to it, but it's easy to work with, and it's going to work really well in these styles. We've got the navy, and then we've got the rust colour that I'm wearing.
Yeah, the fabric is lovely. It's so soft and lightweight as well. Again, going on your holidays, thinking about the spring, the summer, this is going to be so beautiful and lovely and lightweight to wear. $39.99. Now, we've had this on only the once before with the navy blue sunflowers. Now, Tracey has maxed out on what she can bring us with these fabrics. It's sold out before. It's back in stock. This is the navy sunflower for $39.99 with that lovely Marnie pattern. You've got all of your full instructions included. The interfacing as well, you've even put that in, so we're not having to go to a haberdashery store.
Yeah, because sometimes people get concerned about what interfacing to use for which products. I understand that, so we'll put it in there so you've got that ready to go, so you don't need to worry. You've got the fabric, you've got the interfacing. Other than thread, you don't need anything else.
Where is it that the interfacing is? Is that in the...
On the neckband. So it's got a double band here, which you could do in a contrast fabric if you wanted to. So it's got two thick bands here. It's a really flattering way of doing a neckband, and it also makes the construction easy and neat. It means we haven't got any raw edges here, we haven't got to have any bindings. We've done it with a double neckband that comes across. So we just put the interface in just to give it that bit of structure so that it sits really nicely. Nothing difficult, you just iron it on.
But you know what I love is that, yes, they're beginner-friendly patterns. That doesn't look like a beginner-friendly, you know, it doesn't look like a complete beginner's top.
Yes.
You're still going to be building skills, learning skills, and the end result is something that you're going to want to wear.
Absolutely. So each of the kits, like you say, has got different skills and different processes that you'll learn. None of them are difficult, but it's just learning and building up your knowledge as you go along, and hopefully you'll make something you really like that, you know, if you walked into a high street store and bought something like this, you would pay a lot more than the kit price for it. And remember, you've got the pattern to use it over and over again. Be frugal when you're cutting out, so you've got spare fabrics as well. You can make matching scrunchie, matching maybe a little clutch bag or purse like we said earlier.
Oh, a little scrunchie would be lovely to go with, wouldn't it? $39.99 for your pattern and the full kit, including your interfacing and all of that fabric. You've got so much fabric here. 140 wide. It's lovely and soft, that sunflower print. And there are now less than 40 of those kits remaining. It is gorgeous. Anybody who is brand new to sewing, I must say Tracey is such an amazing teacher as well. She has done so many workshops, classes, understands what it is that you need as a new sewer to be included in a pattern. So anybody who has never bought an Owl and the Sewing Cat pattern before, honestly, the proof's in the pudding, the amount of messages that we have come in when Tracey's here. Tracey chooses the most yummy fabrics with her amazing patterns. I love the fact that it's a bit different. There's lots of the fabrics that we've never had on the show before. The only way of getting them is in Tracey's kits. I have made your Gracie top pattern in many colours and fabrics, and it's always a success. Fabulous patterns from the Owl and the Sewing Cat. That's from lovely Margaret. This is it. This is what you want. You want achievable projects that you can sew and get on with, and then want to show off, you know, patterns that you can trust and projects that you're then going to want to wear. It also comes in the like beautiful sort of burgundy colourway. They call it Rust. It's lovely. Now this one is again gorgeous, very popular indeed. Have we seen this colourway before?
Yeah, both of them sold out on the last show,
Right.
so we've brought it back in because I think for this time of year it's quite nice to have something that's not quite a t-shirt, but also, you know, if it's like it was yesterday and the sun's shining, then we can show off our sleeves a little bit as well. So
absolutely. Tracy, your kits are the best. Thanks for helping getting the Rust Marine kit. You're a star.
Aww, thank you. We like to help if we can.
Now this one again comes with your interfacing, comes with your pattern, comes with the fabric, especially if you missed out the last time. Obviously when your sort of stock runs out of certain fabrics, you never know, it might be more difficult to get back in stock. So Tracy's worked very hard to get these back in stock for us as they sold out last time. It's the perfect time of year to be making the top. Again, a relatively quick make.
Yes. Yeah, give yourself maybe a couple of hours, 2 hours. Yeah. The cutting all depends. Some people are fast, some people are slow. So for the make, I'd say give yourself 2 hours to do it. And it's a classic style, this. You'll be making it in all sorts of fabrics. So it's quite nice, as you saw in the plain cream earlier. You could have it as your plain black, everyday sort of top, but also enjoy those fun prints that are out there.
You know, £40 to try out a new hobby, to try out a new skill with something that you can then wear. Maybe you're normally a quilter and you're thinking, do you know what, I want to be able to wear my sewing. You've got lots of cotton fabrics as well in your stash that once you've made it up or try it out with a different fabric, make yourself a toile to start with. Do you ever say to make a toile?
We don't need to, because sometimes people make the toiles in the wrong fabric. Basically, we've done all the practice work for you. We've made sure that it works. We've made sure it's going to fit, because our sizes are, we're not doing things that require a tight fit. So we do the small size is size 10 to 12, the medium is size 14 to 16. So we do it more like the American size in, and that way there's a bit of give, because if you're like me, shape can fluctuate and change as well. So we're not talking tailored pieces that we have to worry too much about. There is a size chart, as you showed earlier, where you can check your measurements against that. But no, don't worry, just go for it. I wouldn't worry doing a toile, I would just go for it.
Brilliant. And that's what's so fantastic about getting the kits, is you've got the fabric to just get started, cut out your pattern. Do you trace? Are you a tracer with your pattern?
I don't, because I've put them on that heavy duty paper and just go for it, because I find it's laborious, it's boring tracing it off, it's never quite the same. So, you know, and because if you cut out small, that's going to be size 10 to 12. There's quite a lot of give in that, isn't there, really? And if you're making it for a friend, well, maybe they'll help you buy a second set copy of the pattern, because really, I just want to crack on. I've just, especially if you got it as a kit, you've got your fabric, you've got your pattern, you just want to start making it. So I don't personally worry about tracing off.
And as you say, it is all on really lovely quality pattern paper. $39.99, your interfacing's there. You can just get started and get sewing with it. It's only, enjoy the process, but as I say, this is something that you can say, right, I've got a few hours this afternoon, I want to sit down and do something. Pick out a kit, you've got your fabric, your interfacing, your pattern there, give yourself the afternoon, and you can then have a lovely top that you're going to be really proud to wear. And it's just a fabulous top to wear and enjoy. Now, both of those colourways, again, are really popular. Grab which one you want before they sell out again. Now, we also have what I think is actually, pattern on its own first. Now, the pattern on its own, if you do have fabrics already in your stash, can this be lengthened, Tracy? Somebody's asked.
Yep, very, very simple, because it's straight. Once you get to the bottom bit, it's straight, so you can simply add on the inch, 2 inches, whatever you want to at the bottom, straight line with a ruler, no problem at all.
Now you can use viscose, cotton lawn, linen. Linen would be lovely actually in this, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be really nice. And you've got because you've got those bands at the front here, you could even embroider those. So I keep meaning to do a sample to show you, but you could embroider, if you've got an embroidery machine, those neck bands, or do it in a contrast. You could do black with a gold neckband or something. So have fun playing with that too. Or you could add some lace or embroidery anglaise in them.
Yeah, that'd look gorgeous. Really. I am thinking for your holidays again in linen, just going back to the conversation we were having in the first hour, linen is a gorgeous fabric to be wearing. If you have a problem adding anything to your basket, it's a completely free phone line number. I can't go onto your account from this end because of GDPR, obviously, so speak to the customer service team. They have access to your account and will be able to help you if you're having any any issues. Thanks for messaging Hannah, though. If you do call the customer service team, they'll be able to help. It's really easy to talk to somebody. It's not one of these calls where you're then directed to someone. They're literally upstairs, and they are lovely. Real people, not chatbots, which is another story for another day. Me and Hannah seem to have a real issue with AI technology at the minute. Oh my gosh, I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating trying to get through to someone. So yeah, it's so lovely to have our in-house customer service team, and they are lovely. They even come down earlier this morning and said someone just rang and said there's no sound on Sky. If anybody has issues, of course, again, you've got social media, we can contact you.
Yeah, so owlandsewingcat.com. We've got blogs on there, how to cut out your fabric, how to sew with the jersey if you're worried, question and answers, neatening the edge of your fabric, but just drop us an email. We're always happy to help you. Social media, so just Owl and Sewing Cat.
Yeah, anybody who's purchasing any of the patterns, I must remind you that Owl and the Sewing Cat is actually a whole community of sewers.
Yes.
I mean, you come and you bring your patterns and your kits on Sewing Street, but I know that you have a huge fan base of sewers in a community that come to you, and as you say, there's blogs, you have a subscription service, you have, you know, lots of additional content as well on your social media, don't you? So don't think you're just buying a pattern and then you're left alone forever. And you come here quite regularly as well.
Yeah, we do, yeah. And we like to interact. I love it when people send a photo saying I've made this, or I want to make it longer, how do I do it? You know, that's what it's all about. We're here to help, we want to spread the love of sewing, really.
Oh, we all love Tracey, honestly. Everyone backstage as well, we're all just saying, we love you, Tracey. Have you not taken her for dinner yet when she's in King's Heath, Hannah? Because Tracey's daughter lives near you now. I have the Marnie top. I've made a few now, and even one in a heavy jersey. Tracey's patterns are real confidence boosters. I love them, said Nikki. Well, this is it. Sometimes if you buy a pattern and then you're just overwhelmed by jargon or, you know, difficult instructions or...
And that's what used to happen. And then you'd find you put it to one side, you never get around to finishing it. And I don't want that. I want people to actually take the patterns, make it. It's really empowering when you've made something yourself.
Definitely.
Yeah, actually, I love this. You've enjoyed the process of maybe shopping for the fabric. Maybe it's been on a trip out that's sentimental, or it's just something that you've seen on Sewing Street that you love, or if you're getting it as a kit. I mean, to get it as a kit for the first time means you don't have that worry. Is that fabric going to be suitable? And then when you've made it once, you can obviously go off and have fun with different fabrics.
If you're buying the pattern on its own, it comes in this lovely folder as well, which is brilliant. Because, again, going back to the run-of-the-mill traditional dressmaking patterns that you may have experienced or worked with before, they come in the packs that you then can never get them back in the packet. They're flimsy paper tissues that you can't get back in the pack, and you never then use it again. This pattern on its own is going to sell out today. If you've got it in your basket, you do get a copy of it in the kit. If you loved it with the sunflower fabrics, get the kit. If you want it on its own, if you've got other fabrics in mind, if you're thinking of the linen idea, or maybe a cotton lawn, like a Liberty fabric would be stunning, a crepe viscose, you can use it with lots of different fabrics. Be nice in like a loungewear fabric actually as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, it's just a really nice alternative to a t-shirt, more flattering, I think.
Yeah, really nice. There's your size chart as well. You've got step-by-step instructions, and you're also getting your full-size template. £13, your full-size patterns included, which they are heavy-duty pattern paper. Cut it out, go for it, and let Tracey know how you get on. You do have then your gusseted folder with that washer back, so it all fits. Look at that, straight away, nice and easy, and you know how bad I am with packaging, and you can get that straight back in and use it again. Please do. Sometimes it isn't about going out and always buying, we're always addicted to buying new fabric, but it isn't always about that. Sometimes it's looking at your library of patterns that you have and going, actually, that would look so different in a linen to the cotton lawn version I've got, or, you know, then embroidering a piece, hand embroidering the neckband. Be beautiful in the sunshine, and then putting it onto your garments.
Yeah, you want classic styles that you're going to use over and over and again. Then you're investing in it. The styles aren't going to date, but they are going to carry on being flattering as we progress.
Marnie top, going to sell out today. If you've got it in your basket, we're oversubscribed. So take advantage of the kit and the patterns on their own today at just £13.99. Now, it's already nearly 10 to, and we've still got the top that you are wearing, Tracey. So,
yes,
we've got the two kits available. The one that you're wearing is this one. It is gorgeous. They come all in the nice packaging with stickers as well. So if you're gifting this to somebody who wants to get into dressmaking, they've got all the fabric, the correct fabric that they need. I do. I really like this one. The colours are really nice as well. Now, it's your simple jersey top pattern. Sizes 10 to 28. Again, do I need an overlocker?
Not at all. We're going to do it on a straight sewing machine. So if you've got an overlocker, again, it will make it a bit quicker. But the fabrics don't fray. It's a high quality fabric with nice thick quality as well. We've had it on before. It's sold out. And then it sold out again. And then we moved warehouse. And I was like, oh, I've got another great big roll at the back. So we've now brought it back. But absolutely, this will be the final time now. We cannot get any more of the fabric.
It's such lovely quality as well. It is heavyweight, isn't it?
Yeah, but it washes really well.
Okay.
It's nice to wear, and it's so easy to work with as well. So it's a Ponte Roma,
right?
So it's a nice quality. Both the colourways are going to be the same sort of weight of fabric.
And it does have a stretch to it, but again, you say straight stitch, don't worry about the technicalities of the gulp moment of, hang on, I'm working with a jersey here, I've not done that before.
No.
This is a really good way of maybe transitioning into that world of opening up your eyes to the world of jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if we were using a Lycra, it would be very different, but we're not. We're using a Ponte Roma.
Okay.
It's just going to sew like a normal fabric, just like I did on the when we were doing the cardigan earlier. It's not going to move. It's not going to slip around. We're not using thin, slippery, slidey jerseys. We are using a nice, good quality Ponte Roma, which is what you want. And it's got a bit of a sheen to it as well, this one, so it can take you from kind of day to evening too.
You've got here your size guide. Are there any fastenings or any, does this go straight overhead?
Yep, just straight over your head. Really simple. And to construct it, we've got a shoulder seam, an underarm seam, and that's all we've got. The rest is just hemming, and it will just fall off your shoulders.
I love the length of it as well on the sleeves, because I'm forever doing this.
Yeah.
I'm
so
forever
it's
doing
quite flattering as well, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
Just have that little bit showing of our sleeve, of our arms there.
Yeah, I love it. That fabric is gorgeous, but then once you've got the pattern, I mean, how on trend, just your stripy jerseys, how popular they are, and, you know, what a staple part of your wardrobe it is. This is going to be, I think, probably the most worn garment in your wardrobe. It's so wearable. Make it in all your jersey fabrics. Dress it up, dress it down. That's what's great about a lot of your patterns, actually, is that they are very serviceable for lots of different occasions. So it isn't just, look, this is your everyday wear. You could dress them up, you can dress them down, you can wear them with your jeans, but you can also really wear that as quite a smart occasion.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to an office, it would be fine. If you're going for lunch, or even if you're just walking, it's absolutely fine. I want people to get the most out of the patterns. Patterns are expensive to buy, I appreciate that. But if it's something that you can make into all different fabrics and really use and be a classic style, then you're going to get your money's worth out of it, rather than having a basket of hundreds of pounds that we never use, which I used to when I was younger. And you quickly learn that actually we just want classic pieces. A lot of us find that you're drawn to the same styles when we go shopping on the high street. You kind of know what styles suit us. This has got a back wing, so it's quite flattering to wear as well. You can ruche it up on your hips, or you can just have it going down as a loose fitting top, but very, very quick make.
$39.99. There are over 20 of you who have got this in your basket. This is for your black. It's called black and grey. It's like a champagne. I love that. It is black with champagne. And on screen sometimes it looks almost metallic-y. It's not, but it's got this really beautiful champagne finish. Once everyone's checked out, there's 11 left. And as Tracey has stressed, this is the very last of stock with this fabric. You've moved warehouse facilities. That's exciting.
I have. It's exciting, and it's also a little bit scary. It's amazing how much stuff you collate, isn't it? We all do it in our workrooms at home, and you imagine that times a lot.
Yeah.
I was moaned about my daughter squirreling stuff away, and as soon as I moved one thing, I was like, no, I forgot about this. So we've had a whole roll of this fabric.
Well, we're very grateful that you found another whole roll of this fabric, because it is amazing and we love it. And that will sell out once everybody's checked out. We are now oversubscribed. Well done. Now, the other colourway that this was in as well is the one that you're going to be working with, actually, isn't it? We're going to show you a few little techniques. It is about to sell out. This is with your leaves. You do get the pattern, you do get your instructions, and this is lovely and soft soft again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so soft, easy to work with. Do not worry about the stretch on it. The stretch is for comfort, not for fit. So
Can you get more of this?
I can't, I'm afraid. This is absolutely the last time that these styles are going to be able
There's
to
5 left. There's 5 kits left. Okay. We'll go on to our techniques or demo with this because, yeah, that is going to be a sellout.
Okay, so we've got 2 panels. You've got a front and a back panel. They're exactly the same on this style. That gives us this neckline that we've got here. So front and back, exactly the same. So you're going to put the 2 together, right sides facing. If you're going with this one here that we've got the teal leaves, I know there's not a lot left in stock. Just make sure you've got your leaves all going the same way on your front and back panel, obviously. So you're going to put your right sides together, and then what we're going to do is we're going to stitch along the shoulder seam here. And then I'm going to stitch from the underarm all the way down to the bottom, okay? And we'll do the same on each side. That is the only construction to do on this. And then you've got the hemming. And the hem's going to be just like we did on that velvet earlier. The fabric is good quality, so it's not going to fray. So even if you didn't want to do the neatening, you don't need to on this. All you can do, most machines will now have a neatening stitch. You could do it the old-fashioned way with pinking shears. Or if you've got an overlocker, you can just construct it on the overlocker. It's going to be the quickest thing to make. This is even quicker than the cardigan that we were making earlier.
The main graphic is now for the one that Tracey's wearing, as the leaves has now sold out. But please be aware, also last of stock on the one that Tracey is wearing.
Do that, do the other side. Just make sure we leave the sleeves open. Obviously, we don't want to be stitching up the end of our sleeves. So yeah, the stretch is what makes it comfortable, because I'm all about comfort with all of these things that we're wearing here. There's nothing too tight, nothing difficult. I'm hoping we can get some quilters to maybe come over and start doing some dressmaking, because it's really easy to do. And it's fun, and it means that you're making something that you're going to go out and wear. Like I said earlier, gives you that confidence, and it's quite empowering.
Yeah.
And nice. So many of our crafts just stay indoors, and it's nice to
wear
make something that we can go out and about in.
And you must get so many people ask you as well, and that's so empowering, isn't it? When someone says, "Oh, I love your top. Where's that from?" And you just say that you've made it.
Exactly.
It is. I know a lot of people who dressmake say it is the best feeling ever. It doesn't get old when people compliment you on it.
And with something like this, because of those generous sort of sizes as well, and the size bracket that we do, we don't need to worry too much. There's no tailoring in it, because there's nothing worse than you make something and then it doesn't fit. And if you needed to, if you made this and then you needed to run it in, it's very, very simple just to make the side seam, to run that in a bit more if you found it was too big, until you get that perfect fit for you. So do that one.
Less than 10 of the kit now.
One more side seam to go, and that's all the construction done. And then just like before, you'd have your neatening if you're going to neaten the seams, and then you also have the hemming.
You don't have much, you don't have any fraying though with jersey. That's a great thing.
It's because of the quality of it. Yeah. So some jerseys you would, some jerseys you have to be very, very careful with, and you'd need a special jersey needle if it had lycra in it, because you don't want it to ladder. But this one, I mean, I haven't changed this needle. This is your studio demo machine. It's probably been around, needle's probably been in there for ages, but it won't matter. It's not damaging the fabric.
Fantastic.
I mean, it's always good to change your needle when you're dressmaking, but don't worry about putting any special needle in there at all, not for this fabric. There we go. So that's the construction done.
A lot of the machines as well nowadays tend to have like an overcasting stitch, don't they?
Exactly. Generally, they all would. So that's our main construction done. So we've done the 2 shoulder seams, which are here and here, and then we've done the underarm that goes all the way down the side. The hemming's just like before. What you would do is you would take that, you would fold it under by 1 centimetre, under again, and then machine all the way around. But if I just put that on the stand, you can see.
Just whilst you're putting it on the stand, pattern is available also on its own. The kits are both gone, yeah. I'm calling the one that you're wearing a sellout as well, because there are so many people have got it in the basket. They are done. $13.99 if you want the pattern on its own. Once again, it comes in the lovely gusseted folder that you're going to be able to fit your pattern back in, because you are going to want to use this pattern again and again and again and again and again. It is your classic jersey top pattern that is going to be your go-to for all of your favourite jerseys in your stash that you're thinking, oh, I don't know what to do with that one. Get this pattern. This is $13.99. It's been such a busy hour. And there you can see
So that's what we've done, shoulder seam, side seam, so then you've just got your hemming to do and the top's done. So quick, so easy.
We've got more dressmaking as well,
We've got
haven't
more,
we,
we
later?
have, yes. We've got patterns, not kits coming up, but yeah, in an hour's time.
Lots of patterns. Thank you, Tracey, as always. We love you. Thank you for these fabulous kits back in stock. Now, over the break, check out your baskets on all of those fabulous kits. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm trying to actually remember the last time I had a show with Sandra from Sanntangle, but the Bargello is back. I am so happy to be here because I've got so much to talk about with Sandra, so much to talk about. We're going to match the price, the launch price, the sellout price. I'm just going to clarify that now so you can get ahead on pre-order because I know so many of you have already found it on pre-order. It's going lower than the price point on the web. It's going to be amazing. We've got so many fabulous kits as well to show you. Brand new backpack pattern and kits to bring you with, of course, Sandra's very own fabrics. We will talk to her more in depth about it all right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a fourth generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I tell you what, the treats do not stop today, do they?
Good day, isn't it?
Oh, honestly, I'm so thrilled to see you. We always see each other literally in passing.
Absolutely,
don't we,
like
Sandra?
ships in the night. Yeah.
But I got to go back right to, the start of Sewing Street 5 years ago, and then with Hobby Maker launch, and then we started our relationship with you. It's amazing to see your passion and your drawings on fabric.
I know.
And now in quilts like this.
I know, and it never ceases to amaze me. I have those moments, you think, I drew that.
No,
because I actually
unbelievable.
Not just that, but every little bit within it. I drew that, and I don't always.
No,
I never want to lose that excitement moment, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you have really taken on the whole, sewing and fabric passion to another level.
Yeah.
I'll never forget when, you handed me a fine liner and a tutti on
Yes,
there
we
back
still
in the
do
day.
That. We still do that on fabric. We do,
It's fantastic. Now, this quilt, I mean, where on earth do I start? It's actually really unique.
Yes.
For a quilt, a process to have the fabric designer here who has designed fabric specifically with a barge yellow in mind. And I can't tell you how well that has made this work, because it is about that perfect ombre of colour that is giving you this absolute epic finish. Yeah. It's amazing. Now, the process of the piecing itself is actually so straightforward. You look at that and it looks like something you would see hanging in Festival of Quilts. It's amazing. But the fact that you are absolutely going to achieve this with Sandra's pattern and with the most amazing fabrics. Now, of course, it completely sold out last time. Thank you so much, because I know it is a lengthy process putting these pieces together, because you do all of this in-house.
We do it all, yes. I mean, when you think there, you've got 16 different fabrics. So you've got a good ½ metre of each, which is going to give you plenty. Well, that takes us nearly an hour to print.
Oh, my God.
Because you don't just print it, you then have to run it through a heat press, because, of course, that's what's going to set your fabric so it becomes washable. So it is very lengthy, and, of course, we're a small business. There's not many of us. So it takes the time, but it's worth it, because the end result is beautiful.
It really is.
The quality is second to none, and I love what I do, and so do the rest of the staff that work with me. So
I'm just showing you, just in your blue range,
just
in the blues, how much you are getting here. So just in your blues, the absolute perfect ombre of colour just in those blues. And every single one of those prints as well is all hand-drawn prints. Now, I know that you really wanted to do a bargello.
I do quite like my bargellos.
And you designed this fabric.
I did, yes.
With
With that
very
in mind,
quilt in
yeah.
mind.
I actually designed 10 different fabrics in the blues and 10 in the tropical colours.
Right.
Purely because I wanted to sort of have that little bit of flexibility. So if you start with the colours, that's the way I sort of went. Colours first, worked those out, then I chose the artwork. Now every single piece, some of them, so like this one to this one is a different print, but these all come from this design here.
Right.
So every single little bit. So if you look real closely, you'll see these little shapes. You see these here? They're actually in here.
Oh, so it all ties
as well.
in.
So they're really tiny there, but they've been blown up here. This flower in the next one is actually the flower that's in that fabric.
It's all so considered. It is all so considered. I mean, it makes the final result of that bargello so interesting to the eye.
Well, it does,
I love bargello with solid colours. I think it's such an impressive look, isn't it? But then when you are up close and personal to this, when you're stitching with these incredible prints, the colours and the prints complement the bargello perfectly without taking anything away from that.
That's
amazing
it.
design.
It's the main design, but this is what does it. And you'll notice as well in these that you have got hints of those blues.
Yeah.
So it's bringing that colour in, only very slightly, but they're in there.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the blues. You've got little hints of the tropical colours as well sort of coming in. So everything has been meant to fit together.
It's so clever, isn't it? I mean, it is like an illusion quilt, isn't it? We love it. Now, we don't have anywhere near as many as we did when we launched it. This whole hour isn't just about the bargello, but we can't not start with this because we are going to match the launch price as well. For anybody who missed this, thank you to Sandra for reprinting these for us. You are saving over £35. You do get your pattern included. And bargello, I always think that this is one of the most simple strip piecing technique, and it gives you the maximum result, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And of course, the instructions I've given you, everything you need. And it sort of sounds like, you look at the instructions, think, is that all? But honestly, you've got everything in there you need. The main thing that you need in there is the chart. You have to follow the chart.
Okay, let me have a look. Let's have a look at the chart.
All those
So,
together.
look at that.
It's just lovely like that, isn't it? Oh. Makes you smile.
Well, exactly. Even if you're thinking, do you know what? I just want to get it for this amazing collection of fabrics. It's on split pay today at $44.99. But within here, it's all about that chart.
It certainly
is all about the chart.
So what I've actually done for you here, as you can see, you've got that image, which, of course, it gives you all your columns at the top and your rows down the side. Now, this one and this one, they're mirror imaged. So what I tend to do is I worked with the middle one first, and then I cut 2 strips for the outside. Do it in 2s, and it makes life easier. But to make this a little bit easier again, I've actually given you this, which is the half, so you can see it a little bit bigger.
Right.
And I think that helps. And of course, a bit of a tick list there for you to complete your columns, because again, when you're doing this, you need to be labelling things.
Yes, it's
so
methodical.
make sure that you do that. Putting that to one side for a second. I've given you a bit of an explanation what a bargello is. But here, look, this is instructions in terms of what you're going to do with it. So rather than sort of say, cut this, then do this, cut this, then do this, you've got your chart for that. This talks you through how to do that first few. So here, look, prepping the fabric strips, creating the columns, column R, the middle one, making the quilt. So it's giving you all the points that you actually need to sort of fulfill it, but then you're going to work on the chart. But if I turn it over as well, I've actually given you...
Oh, fantastic.
These are all...
Our own key.
The key. So if you look at R1, this is R1. This is our name for it in brackets, because I designed 10 of them, and I chose certain ones, so I didn't go with number 1 in this sort of instance.
But I can see here really clearly which one that is. It's so clear.
And that's something that always gets me with a quilt. You get your instructions, and the boxes are real tiny, or they're not quite printed, and you can't quite see, and you have to guess a little bit.
These are all such beautiful quality
with
as
this,
well.
you're not guessing at all. You can see them clearly. It even shows you how they look when you've put them together in the strips. Little hints about the outside too as well, because you do use a little bit more of this one than this one. So there's a lot of sort of saving of fabric if you want to do that.
I'd be reading this all through.
Exactly, but
a
look,
cup of
there's not
tea.
that much to read,
No,
is there?
no.
And
Have a
it's-
look through and get
Yeah.
yourself some post-it notes, some clips.
Exactly, yeah. Clips, label the ABC and all the rest of it, and do them in twos, and
Yeah.
you'll be absolutely fine. This doesn't take as long as it looks. It really doesn't.
It's amazing, isn't it? And as soon as you start to see that rainbow sort of ombre pattern together.
Do you know what though? I didn't do that. I did the middle strip, as I
Yeah.
say. I did the two outside, and I worked it through.
Yeah.
And then I didn't really look at it. I made sure that, of course, my strips were matching and do what they needed to do. But I didn't look at the whole thing until I actually got sort of half, to put halfway.
yeah.
And then I put it together, then I pressed it, then I put it on the floor. So it was quite a big reveal for me too, because it was obviously I did the first one to see if it would work.
Yeah.
And then this is the result, and it was a bit of a wow moment, and I never sort of want to lose that interest and that excitement.
Oh no, we can
So
feel
I
that.
held it to the very end.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas Day. So, whether you want to look at it as you're going or whether you want to leave it till the end, that's entirely up to you. But
And it's the different width of the strips as well. That is,
Yes.
again, it's not just your traditional Bargello where you've got so much movement with this, and all of that hard work is done for you with the
Exactly.
charts and with the pattern.
That's exactly right. And if you start with the wider strips first, then what you'll find is as you're working your way down to the narrow ones, you might have already got a strip that you can use, that you can just cut down. So again, a lot of space or fabric saving tips there that's going to help you out.
Oh,
yeah,
what is the finished size of the quilt? I mean, it's really impressive.
Now, here we
isn't
go.
it? Now I'm asking questions.
But, oh no, see, look.
Oh yeah, it's on the
There,
graphics there.
60 by 66 inches.
Now you've got a long arm quilting machine, so you've.
I do, yes.
But I mean, there's so much going on here. If you just want to do yourself a crosshatch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't make it difficult for yourself. The whole design's going to do it. You can just sort of do what we call stitch in the ditch, or follow the rows.
Yeah.
Do yourself some squares.
Yeah.
You don't have to do small, do you? You can sort of take this section or this section here and do quite big squares and stitch across. And I did it in, so I've done it in the tropical thread.
Yeah, really
Because I
lovely
wanted to bring
bright
this
pinks.
colour in here. But if you think, I'm not so sure, I'm not really, do it in the same colour. So I know it might be swapping threads now and again, but do this in blues or whites. And same here, and then you're not going to see it as such. But I just went for it. Go for it.
We've had so many amazing FIFA reviews, messages in from everybody who's already bought the kit and says Sandra's patterns and kits are all amazing.
Oh, thank you.
So lovely to
Appreciate
see
that.
you today. That's from Terry.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Yeah.
Deborah's messaging saying, "Good morning, ladies. Can I make this as a novice?"
Absolutely, yeah. I say follow the chart. That's all you've got to do. You cut your strips, you follow the chart, and that's all it is. It's a case that you get them and you number them or you label them and then you stitch them together. And that instructions, it does go through all those little points to help you.
Yeah.
It's not a tricky one to do at all.
Oh, I mean, just look at we again. Just appreciate. And the quality of your fabrics as well.
Yeah.
They're really, really lovely to work with. They're all 100% cotton.
They are, yes, absolutely. We actually, our supplier brings it in from America for us. So it's as quilting weight.
Yeah.
And then they save it until we sort of call it off kind of thing, because of course we don't always have the room to put all these rolls in. So they'll deliver whatever we need, and that's sort of how it keeps going.
And the printing in the detail is fantastic. And for somebody who literally does such fine drawings, I know how fussy you would have been over getting that right.
Absolutely. And because we do it ourselves, and I'm the one that looks at it on the printer, and I say yes or no, I can see it instantly. I can go from one room to the next, plug a USB in and go, right, let's have a look at this. Let's try it in a different size. Let's see how it works. And I'm in control all the way through from start to finish.
And I mean, that's why you're also getting such a fantastic price as well, because Sandra, is cutting out the middleman and doing it all in-house for a whopping quilt with a massive amount of fabric included, plus your pattern and all of the know-how. Sandra really has done the hard work for you. When we have a message in saying, can a novice, is this a beginner-friendly quilt? And we say yes, you look at that and go, no, you're having me on. There is no way I can do that, because look at how many tiny squares you've stitched together. A lot of people aspire to do Bargellos.
I know, yes. I've made it. I'm an ex-school teacher, and I always say that, so you have to make it so everybody's successful. But it is about, shall I just show you quickly how you would, I've got a few bits and pieces.
Yes, oh, we'd love that, because if you start to see it, like, you know, demystify, it is actually so achievable. Now, just to remind you, this is back in stock today. Only limited amount. We couldn't do anywhere near as many as we did on the launch. We've all been so excited to have it back, but it is that warm days, cold days Bargello quilt, $134.99, and it's on split pay as well. Massive saving on this. I know that we've just celebrated our birthday. You've been watching, haven't you?
Of course.
This is the after party today, isn't it?
It certainly
These
is.
really
Absolutely, yeah.
Such special
Absolutely.
treats.
Oh, so I can talk you through this because, of course, sewing, and you don't want to see me watch straight lines. So you start with your fabric, okay? You've got your fabric pieces. What you would do, you would cut those into strips, and it does tell you what size strips. They're all going to be the same in the instructions.
Do you have anything like a stripology or?
Oh,
anything
yeah,
like that?
I've got a stripology, and it
That
works
help?
brilliantly.
Yeah.
It really does help, but everybody's different.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, as well, and who doesn't know me, I did have a bit of an accident with a rotary cutter last May. Still hurts.
Right,
So I use a chef's glove, actually, on one hand, so I can protect my fingers. Because, of course, if I lose my fingers, I'm in trouble. So just be careful when you're using a rotary cutter. That's all I'm going to say. So what you do, once you've cut your strips, you're going to stitch them together. So I've got some here already done. So looking at this, when I say stitch your strips together, ignore that bit. There you go. So I've got all my strips stitched together, you see, and then all you are going to do on the back, you press them all one way.
Yeah.
So you've now got almost a new fabric, and you do exactly the same.
Look at how many different blues there are. See, this would be, I know I've seen some fabulous Bargello kits in the past. I've never seen one that gives you such a slight ombre change. And that gives you such a mega result.
It really does, it makes a difference. So you've got your strips, and then again, you follow the instructions, and you're going to cut them. Oh, hang on a second. I've got one here.
You know when you're stitching things together, do you stitch one this way and then one this way? Or one
I
this way?
do,
Because
yes.
I tend to find if I'm doing lots in the same way, I start to get a little bit of a banana.
It starts to banana, yeah, and it does say that in the instructions, so just remind yourself, even if it's with a friction pen, top and bottom. So I would stitch there first, and then from there up and there. It seems like a pain, but you get used to it.
Yeah.
So once you've
Lots
done
of top
that,
tips in
again,
the instructions.
absolutely. If you actually, there we go, look at the chart. So here, look, I've got my first one. You see it says R1, R2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
So that's a whole row of this one. So what you would actually do is you would cut your strip. Looks like I've planned it and everything. Here we go.
We love how organised you
So
are.
you've
Sandra.
cut your strip.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've cut that from that, and that gives me this section. And then here, I've got, so it starts with 8, and then it goes from 6 down to 1. So I'd take my next strip, and instead of going from 8, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I don't need those two anymore. So what I would do with that, unpick it, of course, but I've got that. So then what I can do with that is pin from there to there, and then stitch those two together. So I've got that's that bit of the row there.
Yeah.
And then you'd look at your blues. So it says B2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So again, you would take your little row. I've got
And remember, you've got your key here.
Absolutely.
But pin, stick these,
This is
whatever
it.
your way of organising it. It's just being organised with Bargello.
So
not
that,
difficult
that's
sewing.
it. So that would stitch to there. So you can see how that goes. It does have a few more of the darker ones there. So what I've suggested is you perhaps cut a strip of the dark on its own and cut some from that rather than having to unpick and stitch from that all the time. But that's in the instructions, and then you follow it down to create your first row. What I would do is, as you're creating your first row, you create the last one. They're both labelled A, so you do those two at the same time.
Because they're the same.
They're the same, and then
Brilliant.
those two, and as you go, stitch them together. Keep labelling, and honestly,
Yeah, it comes together.
it sounds really crazy, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's so clever, isn't it? Once everyone's checked out, half of the brand new stock has gone. Remember, this previously sold out. We've bought it back, and it is just amazing. We have matched the launch price, which is discounted by £35. In fact, you're saving over £35 today on that one, and it is also on split pay. It's $44.99. As I said, this wasn't the main focal point of the show today, because we've also got brand newness to bring you.
I'll tell
but
you.
we can't we couldn't not mention that first because it just looks amazing. Now, if you do have a stash, if there are certain fabrics that you've got already and you want that chart, the pattern on its own, if you want a really good Bargello pattern, comprehensive, top tips as well, have a go with the pattern on its own. Any tips when selecting out your fabric if you're going for the pattern on its own?
I can sort of envisage it with monochromes.
Yeah.
Go black, greys,
grayscales
to white, but bring a pop of colour in.
Ooh,
so maybe,
nice.
I don't know, maybe a black, all black going to white with a red in it.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And then pick one line. So it could be that you choose, I don't know, the B or the R7 or something, and then you use your pop of colour there.
Yeah.
But then everything else swap out for monochromes.
Yeah, yeah.
But you've got to look for something that's really close in colour.
Yeah.
If it's too far away or it's too big a print, what you'll find is you'll lose the print within it, and some will look really nice with like flowers and things in, some you'll just find a plain bit.
Yeah.
You don't want that. So nice close fabric design, close print, don't go too big, and look for your colours and make sure they're very close together.
Well, this is why I am just going to go back to the kit, because if I'm honest, look, the pattern, I know that's always going to be popular. It's really well written, and it's a fabulous, it is a really great chart that you're getting. Great resource if you want to have a go at Bargello. But with the price of the whole kit, I understand it's a more considered purchase, but the stress that it would be to go out and source all those fabrics individually and find close colours. They have been designed especially for this. You're getting all of your top of your fabric, including the binding.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, I've got a bit of binding here that I've got ready.
Yeah,
So,
the whole top of the quilt, including the binding, $134.99. Yeah, just to remind you, I mean, even your binding's beautiful as well.
it is a different one than that's in as well. So you look, it's not the same at all.
Fabulous. Is it that? Is it? No, it's not that one, is it?
No, it's not that. Yeah, that is your binding.
Yeah, that one.
But that actually isn't in the quilt. It's only when you get to the binding you've got that one. So it's a specific for just to bring it all together.
Fantastic. We love it. So many people messaging in. Thank you, ladies. I've just bought this. I can't
Oh, you're going to love it. Thank you.
Did you demo this as well last time?
I
you were
did,
here?
yes. And I did cut the strips.
That was on the 11th of
the
Feb.
11th, yeah. So you can go back and have a look at that. And I did a little bit more for you. So.
Another thing that, I mean, we were mentioning this with our first guest and with Tracey, is that when you're buying from Sewing Street, please know that a lot of our guests, I mean, you have your own communities. Once again, talking about right from lockdown, the Sanntangle community, anybody who is, you also do a Sanntangle community.
I do,
now,
yes,
don't
absolutely.
you?
Yeah, there's a group there, and there's quite a lot of videos and different bits and pieces, and you usually do get sneak peeks of what's coming new.
Brilliant.
Apologies for this time, I didn't get time, but they usually do on there, and everybody's really supportive.
Yeah.
So yeah, get yourself on there and have a look.
That's it. So if you're getting these kits, don't panic. You're not left on your own. I mean,
no.
Sandra, you're always in the building. I always see you in the building. You actually live here. So yes, of course, message in. Now, we have got a brand new hobby bag. No. The backpack. No.
Backpack's new. The hobby bag.
The hobby bag. I want to see the hobby bag, please. This is the Take My Hobby Bag with Me travel bag. This is back in stock. I love it.
I made this because we actually did go on holiday in January, and this fits underneath your legs on a plane.
Oh, fantastic.
And that's what it was for. But it was because I didn't want to put all my craft stuff in my suitcase, and there's certain bits I wanted to take with me. So, I mean, I've still actually got my pens there, look. I've still actually got, look, my boarding pass.
Oh, amazing.
So I did actually take it.
Fantastic.
But if I open it up.
Oh, I like that the zip goes all the way down, so it turns into a project bag.
So in here, I've actually got my A4 Essential folder. You know, the one that if I open it out.
Yeah.
I've got that. So that doesn't come with it, but I'm sure you've all got that anyway by now. So that's in it. On the other side, I've actually got my sketchbook, my A4 sketchbook. Look, there it is. Sketchbook. You fit loads in. Then here, look, I've got a pocket there where it's got my stencils and things in. Here, it's got another pocket. But if I open it out, I've got all my pencils.
Fantastic. So this section here, this is sewn into it, isn't it?
It is, but I have actually on the pattern put popper positions.
Okay.
So if you wanted to put poppers in or Velcro it, so you could take it out and then perhaps use it while you're sat on the sofa or out by the pool, and then you could put it back in after.
Brilliant
and even a zippered pocket at the top here. But of course, The fabric comes with it, so you can mix and match and do whatever you want to do with it. But then you add more of these in if you want to. Swap them out and have one for one project and one for another.
Oh yeah, or if you're taking that out and you're thinking, actually, do you know what? I'm going on holiday and I can only take a certain, like, restricted with what I can take with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be your travel bag.
Absolutely.
Now, within this kit, you've got your pattern, you've got your full instructions, comes with templates as well.
It does, yeah, absolutely. And I like full-size patterns, so there's no adding here or changing there or anything like that. It's all you cut the pattern out, you put the pattern on your fabric and you cut it out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely.
And then you're also getting your fabrics, which again are designed and drawn by Sandra with the fantastic colours. I love this colour palette, Sandra. It's gorgeous. You've got your instructions, your pattern, and all the fabric that you need. 3 meters of fabric there. It's a metre of each.
There is, yeah. And I mean, I'm not saying.
Metre of this.
I think, what the nice thing is, you could decide that you don't want to use this blue for the front. You might want to use the yellow.
Right.
And put that in, or you might want to use the yellow for this bit. So you've got the choice that you can then do it your way. And I'm always an advocate of that. As you know, with Sanntangle, you draw and you draw your own things. But same with the fabrics. So same amounts of everything. So you're going to have some spares of a few. So mix and match it up and do your own version.
Brilliant. The pattern is available individually as well. But where else are you going to get these fabrics?
They're lovely, aren't
Lovely, they really are. If you do want to make the bag and you've got fabrics in your stash already, really handy pattern to have. I think you'll make a lot of these actually. Like you say, for your travelling, for your crafting things, a project bag on the go. I love the fact that it's like a mini suitcase that you have the double zipper that goes all the way around, so then it lies flat and you can work from it, craft from it, have it as a project bag on the mode. Pattern is selling very, very well on its own, actually. A lot of people are going, yeah, that is extremely useful. Had to restock it, didn't we?
Yeah. It's a really useful pattern. It's just something that you could take with you. Even if you go into a class and you think, well, I've got to take all these bits, you shove everything in there.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you can open it out and you've got everything. Or do you know, I mean, I do a lot. If you're in a hotel, I will actually take stuff in the hotel to do as well. So all you've got to do is pick that bag up.
Yeah.
We did actually get one. We did get Macy in it last time. Was it? Somebody asked if you could fit Macy the elf in there, and he actually did sort of scrunch her up and put her in, and then on a clothes on the other side kind of thing. So
oh, there you go.
She did ask for a bit of air. She was like,
oh my gosh! Did you have to pay us just to take her on the plane with you? Did you have to have her own seat? No, in the bag. In the seat in front of me. Then you've also got your quality pattern paper. So you've got your templates, which you're going to be able to then use again and again. Because let's face it, we're going to make this more than once. Ideal to be able to fit a tablet or a sketchbook or your small laptop. Brilliant to fit under the seat in front of you.
It did go through customs. They did go through and check it and swab it. It went through. It fine.
This is brilliant for, if you've got children or grandchildren, just to be able to have in the back of the car, if I'm going to a restaurant or if I'm going anywhere where I need bits and bobs all the time. Well, it's not just children, it's all of us. We always need bits and bobs with us.
It's brilliant. It's a really nice pattern. I'm so glad I did it. I mean, I always do them out of necessity for what I need. So I know it works.
Just $12.99 for your pattern. If you do want the kit with those gorgeous fabric, I've just seen what you've done there, by the way, matching in.
Yeah, because we can.
This is a great thing about Sandra doing everything all in-house. Is that it's the attention to detail.
I think so.
All so thought out. Love it. Right, did you mention scissors?
I did, yes.
We have the scissors back. These are super sharp as well.
They are. This is why you've got a case with them. I know on the photograph on the website it looks like two, but what we've done is we've photographed it so you can see what the scissors look like. And the fact that you've got this, because they are so sharp at that point there. They are brilliant. I actually use mine with my long arm. So I can snip mine really close to threads.
Oh, yeah.
Embroidery, things like that. And of course we use them for fussy cutting around in paper and things like that. But a really nice, decent pair of little scissors.
Oh, you always need a good pair of embroidery scissors to have to the side of your machine.
Absolutely.
You're always getting threads that are attached to things. To have in your hobby bag if you're taking it on the move with you.
Yep.
Also, by the way, do these go lower? Do they? Hannah's now like, right, on my notes it's saying I can go lower. I know that we said that we're continuing the birthday deals, but there you go. £2.99. Now, we did the image, did you not hear, Ollie? So you can see the scissors with the lid and without the lid.
Yes.
Oh, Ollie's now saying, oh, I don't know if Sandra
Yeah.
did. We were
Oh,
going to
no, it's fine. I'd rather people have them and know that they're going to work. It's a really good price.
Thank you for understanding.
It's all right.
Great value for money, and I do like that it has the little
I think you
protector
need
as well.
that. Please don't lose it. Keep it and
Oh,
keep
it
them
locks
on.
on. That's
Yeah,
great, doesn't it?
does.
Oh, no, there's even... Oh, is that a little smiley face?
Smiley face on that.
And they are the Sanntangle branded scissors.
Yes.
They are super
They are,
sharp
yeah.
to the point, which I know sounds ridiculous, but it's so important to have a pair. If you're snipping into curves, if you're snipping up to your stitch line without going over it, then you do want to make sure that you are having a really lovely sharp pair of embroidery snits. Have them to the study machine, have them in your craft bag. I bet you've got a good few pairs of these.
I have
everywhere.
all over the place for all different things going on there as well. Yeah.
Just £2.99 for your Sanntangle scissors, back in stock. Fine liners are also underneath us on the web. There's a lot of people who are already checking out on those. If you've bought anything this morning, add those in. You're only paying 1p&p and you're covered for the day. In fact, whilst we're on our stock up, whilst you've got your hobby bag, you've got your scissors, would you like some fine liners as well? Still tangling. We're still busy tangling as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I am on Hobby Maker later on.
Are you?
So, yes, absolutely. But, yeah, we do actually...
I told you she lives here.
We do draw on fabric. I know that I'm drawing on there, but you've also got the option of the stencils. They work and you can applique. But the pens, you've got a set of 3 fine liners, but they work on fabric. So this is my 100% cotton weight.
Lovely.
So if you were going to actually use them, you could still create your own artwork. And sometimes, you know, when you've got like a square and a part of a block and it's a plain piece of fabric and you think it would just be lovely to have something on there that would be a little bit different, whether you draw it with a friction pen and embroider it, or draw it with a friction pen and draw this.
So is this then, this is permanent now?
This now is not going anywhere at all. So once you've drawn it on...
The detail is brilliant. On quilting weight cotton, you'd think, you know, if you're drawing on it, the quality of the fine liners, are they different size?
No, these are all threes and beaners.
Okay.
This is the one that you will use the most,
right,
all the time. And they're just lovely detail, lovely and fine. And you can see here, it's not bleeding on my fabric. No. It's not going anywhere. It's just sort of very nicely doing what it's supposed to do.
And you do get a set of 3
you do
of the fine liner pens for £7.99. Have a go. I mean, it's just so, we were talking earlier on about mindfulness, and I think that this is the absolute...
It is, yeah.
To me.
And it's not just for working on fabrics. We work on paper, we work on wood with them. It won't work on, you know, like the faux leather, it comes off there. But, I mean, look at that. Having something like this on one of your quilts, you could sort of do lots of different designs. There are some videos that I have done, actually. We did do a quilt where we drew inside each of the panels.
Wow.
So you've got little ideas there, but it's absolutely, I mean, lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous, gorgeous. And like you say, it's taken just plain fabric.
Yeah, and doing your own thing. Yeah, it's not gone through onto the other side. Well, I would, if you're doing larger pieces, you could always put a piece of freezer paper over the top. Underneath, and then that's going to give you a bit of structure, because you don't want interfacing and things. But this is quite heavy enough, and I've got a bit underneath me that I've literally just drawn on it, just as I would on paper. No different.
Fabulous. If you want to stock up on those, or if you've never tried them before, just £7.99 for your set of 3. Now we have a brand new project to launch. We've got a backpack project. 3 kits available. Oh, I've got them here.
They're all kind of over there. Yeah.
So, here we go.
So what's going on?
Bear with me.
Shall I come over? Shall I?
Yes. Here's your bits and bobs.
Oh gosh, that's all my bits and bobs.
And here's my bits and bobs.
Yes. But underneath, you have actually got a couple backpacks.
Thank you.
I couldn't help it. I've made a few. Sorry, this is like,
So
it's been one of those mornings, hasn't it?
This is gorgeous.
So we're organised. We really are.
Yes, organised chaos today. Now we've got Positives Vibes bundle, and we also, which is that one underneath.
Yeah. Shall I hold that one?
That one, thank you. And then we also have, what's this one called? And then we have Red Discs.
Yes.
And there's also purple
which is in bits at the minute.
I love
I know.
this
Now,
bag.
now this one, what I have done a different fabric at the bottom just to see what it was going to be like. But in yours, you're going to sort of do it all in the same fabric. Or you get 2 meters, two different colours.
Yes.
And the fabrics are around there somewhere. I'll leave you to it.
Yes,
I'll go and have a
you
dig.
go and have a rummage. You have a rummage, and I'll do the little housekeeping rules. So anybody who is rules, aren't they housekeeping rules? Now these are fabulous value for money at $34.99. Not only do you get your fabric and your pattern, you also get your hardware included. You will need to add your wadding, your interfacing. We know a lot of people who have got a bit of a stash and might want it more structured, or some people might want like their HF40, some people like different wadding, so we haven't included that in the kit. Everything else you get in the kit. This is a brand new backpack today. So you've got the pocket on the front, which is a really lovely, I like the pleats at the front. And then you've also got your fastening here with your D-rings. Let me open it up and show you, because this is actually a really good size. Come on in, Sandra.
It's really nice, isn't it?
It's a really good size project bag again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And inside, look at that, all the room, and an extra pocket on the inside as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So again, if you wanted to, you could add more pockets. You could put one on the back, on the front. You could change things around. And this is why I've given you the same amount of fabric for both. So if you decided, for example, your straps you didn't want in one fabric, you could mix and match it, do it in another. If you wanted to bring some plains in your stash, you could actually change the base.
Right.
The reason the base is separate pieces is because, of course, fitting the pocket in. But there's so many different ways.
Is this the first time we've done this fabric?
No, we've done this as a quilt.
This
positivity.
I've missed out on so much.
Where have you been?
And look, how have you done this? The pattern matching.
It's because
is that coincidental? Or?
We've got that lovely pleat in there, so it's all one piece. It's just how you fold it.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
You could have that inside, and you could have the pink if you wanted to on the outside.
Don't be afraid to do your thing. Oh, I love this.
Lovely, isn't it?
Positive words of affirmation. Now, within your kit, what do we get, Sandra?
I'm just looking actually for the actual pattern and everything. It could be anywhere. I do apologise.
We get here a metre of each of your fabrics. So like with exactly what Sandra was saying, if you're wanting to mix and match, if you're wanting to use different elements for the front of your line or your straps, then you've got the same amount of both here. You also get...
It's probably... Shall I?
Your pattern.
We are organised, honestly.
So you have your pattern,
there
your
it is.
hardware. Oh, you get your zip included
you need
well.
a zip as well. It's put this thing, you get your hardware and your fabric, but by the way, you've got to get a zip. The only thing you've got to add to this is your interfacing and your wadding. Because that's all depends on what you want to use, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We all have a bit of a stash of H640 or 8020. So here you've got step-by-step instructions with very, very clear, comprehensive photographs as well. A bit of a layout diagram. Is this how to cut your fabric from the panels?
This is kind of telling you what pieces I've cut out of which. So it's laying out, unless you're using a one-way fabric, you can lay it out any way you like. It really doesn't matter.
Does this have a directional print or
It doesn't, no, and I've done it specially that way so you don't have to worry about that. So that's the kind of thing I've put in there for you, but none of the fabrics particularly. I mean, if I've got this one, say it's Love Yourself, I've picked that as the main, then I would make sure my back is the same way as it.
Yeah.
But everything else, you can mix and match, do your own thing with it.
And you have templates to work from again.
Yeah,
so
all in there, all
if anybody who struggles with, measurement sizes or cutting, it's daunting, isn't it? When you're given a big piece of fabric and you're now saying, right, now cut this to this inch increment, whereas with templates...
I like it where you can spread your fabric out,
you
take your pattern, you put your pattern pieces on top, you can then check exactly if you've got the right amount and you're doing the right thing before you cut.
Yeah.
Rather than measuring and getting to the end thinking, oh, I should have done that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this fabric as well. This is gorgeous. They look like little scissors there.
For positivity.
Are they?
So this is creativity, this is honesty, I can't remember all of them now. This one's infinity, this one's thankfulness. So there's so many things in there. So this works beautifully with this. And you notice that you've got these little hints of pink in there. They match, and the grey matches. Everything is made to fit together.
Brilliant. And then you also get your hardware and
You do.
your zip
Yep.
included.
Yep.
Fabulous value for money for your pattern, your fabric, and your hardware. $34.99. This is your positive vibes kit as well. So if you do love this fabric, if you've seen the quilt before, if you're a bag maker, go for it. Now we also have the red discs.
I know. This is, I'll move that one.
So that's this one here.
It's just so bright, isn't it? It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And of course, our little owls have loved these fabrics, so they've got jackets in them and everything.
And you got the lining fabric included,
Yeah.
and it's fancy lining as
And again,
well.
yeah, the lining fabric has actually been made to work with it. If I just undo this. So again, you can actually, if you want to, you could have even had the pocket as the yellow.
Right, yeah.
So you'd be more stand out. But again, you could have had the yellow as the main thing if you wanted. So it all works. It folds over beautifully. You've got your lovely little straps that you can adjust. And of course, my straps I've used in the yellow. So it's just nice to mix things up, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks so cool, doesn't it? That is really, I mean, again, you could do some hand stitching on this.
Of
you
course
make
you
it
could,
your
yeah.
own.
These circles would fit gems in beautifully. So if you
Brilliant.
wanted to bling it up a little bit, you could do that.
You're getting both fabrics, a metre of each. I love that you do that in the kit. So you're not saying, right, this is the exact amount that you need for the straps and the line. You can choose then. It allows you to be creative with it and choose, you know, where you want
You do
which
what,
fabric.
yeah, absolutely. And then that's what we always want to positively sort of promote. Is I'm not dictating everything. I'm saying you do it your way, but I'm going to give you the structure to do it. But off you go and do your thing with it.
And then obviously you get your hardware, you get your zip, you get your instructions with your templates, full-size templates to create a gorgeous backpack. $34.99. Amazing value for money. Brand new in today, first time we've seen it. And you say that the straps are all adjustable.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, you've got a slider on there so you can adjust it if you want.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, oh yeah, you got it.
I
there
have.
you are.
I lost my talk back.
The actual the connector sections are sort of level with your waist.
Yeah.
So it feels, it sits a little bit nicer rather than having it too low down.
And it's something,
But, yeah.
what weddings have you used in?
I've
in
used
this?
80-20.
Right, so whether you're using 80-20.
Bosal you could use if you wanted to. You could use Decaville Light. You know, it's a preference for everybody, isn't it?
And you've done some lovely quilting on this one as well.
I said lovely. It's straight line.
Yeah.
And
It's cross ash.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Do I have to do quilting on it? No?
No, not if you don't want to. I mean, I've done it because I like the wadding to stay in place.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually, my lovely husband measured these for me with a ruler and drew them out. So yeah, absolutely. But it just works. But if you don't have to. You're not going to see all of it, of course, because your pocket's going to fill some of it anyway.
And now we also have a final colourway, which is your purples. I love the purples. Purples are always very popular.
I know.
Aren't
That's
they?
what
The
I've
colour
got
of
one made up.
creativity.
No, it's not made up, but it's in bits here. So
Can I use H640, the fusible?
Yeah,
fleece, if I want to?
absolutely. Whatever you want to use in there, it's fine.
So you're getting a metre of each of your fabrics, you're getting your pattern, and then you're also getting your zip and your hardware. And it just means anybody who doesn't necessarily have a huge bag making stash, you're not going to have to go out trying to source your hardware. All that you need to add is your choice of wadding and interfacing. It's £34.99 for the full kit with your templates. Don't need to worry about resizing your templates. They are all full size. And it's a really good sized backpack, isn't it? Especially for that price. Fantastic.
Well, it is. And again, it depends what you want to put in it. You know, if you want to put something in it that's a bit heavier, then you might want to use Decaville Light rather than just interfacing. You might want to, I don't know, put a base in it if you want to.
Yeah.
But you've got that weight in there. What I would do if I was going to put a laptop is I would double stitch all my lines just to make sure, it's just comfort, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, it'll fit a good laptop in there.
Yeah.
I mean, my sketchbook's my world, so everything has to fit my sketchbook in it. But you can fit loads of stuff in there, can't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, do it your way.
Fantastic. That's the one that we've got as a part make as well. We want to try and show you a couple of techniques that you're going to be using. Is this achievable for a new bag maker though? I know a lot of people who watch you across the different channels as well who are coming in, and you're introducing a lot of people into sewing, aren't you?
Which is great. great. I mean, I think it's opened a whole new world for people. We're doing lots of different variations. So I just think it's lovely the fact that you trust me enough to sort of have a go. Because if I say it's suitable for a beginner, I mean it. I wouldn't lie and say, yeah, it's suitable for everybody. No, this is basically, it's lots of rectangles. And we did actually do this in a class not that long ago. And there's people that have come there and never done anything like this before. And they all made it in a day.
Wow.
So I'm so proud of you all. And
what an achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a really nice one to do.
As a craft group, some ladies have said that they want to try tangling. We have no idea where to start. Is there a good starter pack or place to start?
Yes, yes. You need to go onto the Sanntangle Facebook page or go and find me on YouTube and get to know the community there. There's loads and loads of videos that you can actually follow. We do little square shapes, little pictures, and not only can you do those on paper, because that's what I do, but you can draw those onto fabric as well. So go on there and have a look, and if you're still not 100% sure, then drop me an email. It's sandra@sanntangle.co.uk. And of course, I am on later. I'm on Hobby Maker later.
Yeah.
And
Brilliant.
tomorrow. So
yeah, honestly, there's so many fabulous samples as well of Sandra's work on your Facebook. I mean, it really, you were doing a tangle every single day through lockdown, weren't you?
I absolutely
Videos.
yes, and I was only going to do 12 because lockdown was only going to be a few weeks, wasn't it? On Friday, I can't remember now. Did we do 520?
Are you still going?
We're still doing it. Yeah, everybody loved it so much, and it helps with your mental health and your focus, and it keeps the community together. So we do it now twice a week. So one will be tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We do Friday at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, brilliant.
We also, the Sanntangle Facebook page. You need to join that.
Yeah.
And that shows you a little bit more how I've drawn onto fabrics.
Fantastic.
So you can find, well, I think the videos for those are on YouTube as well. So
you're on the spree.
Gosh,
I call it spree, and it's not called spree, is it? That's our technical word. It's called extra stitch, which is not replacing Sewing Street. It's just an extra goodie. You know, like when you watch a show and then they have the extra stitch. That's what we're calling it.
Yeah.
And you're going to be there.
I am.
This
This cracking little project.
Yeah, you got something different from the show as well.
Different than absolutely.
And if you go onto Facebook, our Facebook Sewing Street Facebook page, you'll find that at 2 o'clock. Yeah. Now, right, rectangles.
Okay, let's have a look. I'm just going to move that out of the way.
Pattern is available individually on its own. If you do want the pattern on its own, it's £12.99. If you've got any of your fabrics that you are thinking, oh yeah, that's perfect for a backpack. If you've been looking for a good backpack pattern with templates, it's just £12.99. Now you've got 80/20 wadding here.
I have, yes. And if you look at it on the side, I've not done anything crazy. I've just got my sewing machine and I've stitched sort of wobbly lines all over it.
Okay.
Now you look at this, you think, oh, that's a big bit. What's going on here? What I've actually done, and it does suggest this in the instructions, you've got a centre panel, like this, which is where your pocket's going to sit, and then you've got a front side panel. It says cut 2 of these, cut 1 of these. Now, to make life easy with the wadding, I've actually cut a piece out of my fabric and then quilted it, because then what I can do, I can come in, look, and I can take and snip pieces off there. So I know that it's going to match across, and that's one of those professional little bits that looks really good. So that would work for that one. What else have we got here? I think it's nice actually you see this so you can see what I'm doing. So here, look, I've got my bottom section. I'm going to have it in the same fabric. And there's my bottom section piece. We have labelled it. I haven't written on them all individually. I did. This is my prototype. We have labelled which pieces sort of at the top. So if you are using a different fabric, you know which ones and which way to go. My interior pocket, look. I've actually got my back piece, which again is wadded. And then where's the rest of my stuff? Bear with me. We've had that kind of a day. It was all there. It was all organised, and then it's just all fell apart, hasn't it?
Well, you said that even to me at 6 a.m.
I know, I've got everything, but I haven't got everything. Oh, goodness me, what have I done with it? Oh, here we go. I've got a few bits here.
Can I remind you as well, Sandra's here at 12 o'clock with the raindrops quilt back as well.
More organised.
I love it,
All right. Really so I've got my handles sort of ready to go. Now, when you're doing handles or any facings, things like that, it's a case that you interface and then you fold over one side and the other and fold them together. That's dead easy to do. But what I did want to show you was the pocket, because we looked at that and it got that pleat in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a folding technique,
is.
really. Don't think, oh, pleats, I'm not dressmaker, I don't know how to do it.
It's not tricky at all. Here's your pattern piece for your centre panel, which is where it's going to fit, and here's your pocket. So what you can see, so I can take over the place.
Yeah.
Is that it's it's wider than the centre panel. So what I've suggested you do, first of all, you fold it in half so you've got your centre piece, okay?
You've interfaced this as well.
I have interfaced that as well. Only one side though, because there's two sides to it. So what I'm going to do is take a piece of that, and take my friction pen, and just to kind of help me out a little bit, I'm going to put myself a bit of an inch down there so I can see where I'm going. Let's do that on the other side as well. Here we go, an inch on there. So what we can do then is, without even pressing, I can fold this over. Let's do it that way. So my centre fold there goes to my line there.
Yeah.
Let's put a little clip on that. And then I do the same on the other side. So you see it's forming a pleat on the inside there. There we go. This is just to sort of get it started. So you see I fold it over, fold it back on itself, like so.
Mm-hmm. And clip it.
A little clip there. And then I do the same at the bottom. Now I'm going to have to adjust it a little bit. I say this is just sort of getting you started. So let's just sort of a bit of a press there. Find my clips. So I feel quite short today. I haven't got my platforms on. So
do you want the step?
No,
I'm
fine.
No?
I'm fine. But yeah, so everything feels so far away. Oh, hang on.
I watched back, as I say, I've been right down memory lane with us turning 5, and I was watching a video back of when John had his first show, and the desks in the old studio were so much lower. I don't know, John, I think they had them raised for John, you know.
Do you think that's what they did?
That was my theory. I was like, they used to be for us. They used to be for us who were a bit shorter.
Oh, goodness me. But yeah, it's just one of those things, that's all right. So, okay, so I've got my bit. Now what I'm doing, I've got it onto the pattern, look. I'd actually probably put it on the fabric, but I'm just measuring it out. You see, there's my middle bit, and there's my line, look. You see how it's folded? So if I clip the top there, on the top there we go. And same with the bottom. I can adjust it in a bit then. I just want to make sure that it's sort of folded. See how easy that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've probably made it look,
nice. Yeah,
bring
no,
that
that looks
in
good.
a little bit. And that, so then I would press that in place completely because you want a nice crisp press. You see, so then you've got that little bit coming out. Now your choice is, if you want, you could top stitch down there as well. You don't have to.
And then do you just put it back to the template and check that it fits?
Yeah, there you are. So yeah, if we check that it fits, you see, it's the same size as my pattern piece. So of course you don't want all these clips, and you don't want pins hanging around and in the way. So what I would do is take those off, and I would actually use the sewing machine. Here we go.
And are you doing this within the seam allowance, or are you?
Yeah, now I'm doing it within, because if you do it sort of in the seam, you're going to end up with like lines and threads everywhere. So what I'm doing is real close, just across the top there. And I'll
kind of baste it in place.
Yeah, I'll turn it around. It's ran out of thread.
Oh no, it's one of those days today. Just whilst we're sorting the bobbin, can I just recap, because we are fewer than 20 on the Positive Vibes kit, which gives you the 2 meters of fabric, the pattern, the full-size templates, your hardware and your zip. All of it is included, £34.99 for 2 meters of fabric, your pattern, your templates, the D-rings, the sliders, and also your clip. And that is to make, where's our finished sample? It's under here, 1 second.
Yeah, they're under there. It's chaos.
This is what it looks like.
Underneath.
There you go. Thank you, Ollie.
Now, so that one I've used a different fabric at the bottom so you could see the bottom section, but in the actual pattern it's
you get enough to be able to do
you've
the
got
basic
but it'll all be same fabric. It won't be a different piece.
Brilliant. £34.99. Yeah, you can do it in the pink or in the Positive
absolutely.
Vibe.
Sorry about everybody. I'm actually doing a bobbin.
Oh dear, it's all right. That was speedy. It's nice.
It's life, isn't it?
There's 12 of those kits left once everyone's checked out. There's literally 12 of those.
Do you know, you're going to absolutely love it. I mean, I have actually used tape as well, double-sided tape. Not not the paper craft stuff, the one for fabric to put the zip in. Oh my word, hasn't it made a life-changing? Because it's soluble, isn't it? It's a soluble.
The quilter's tape.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me, sticking that on instead of trying to pin a zip in place. You need to get yourself some.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it's amazing. And then once you put your zip on and you stitch down, it's like wow.
Yeah, game changer, brilliant. Yeah.
Sorry about that, everybody.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
So you were sewing that within the seam allowance. It's saying that you're on the bobbin again still. Do you need to flick it back over? There we go.
That's it. I'd have got there.
Oh no!
No,
no!
it's not working.
No! I don't know what's happening. The sewing machine is saying no to us.
No, it doesn't want to play. I'm not going to do any demonstration.
Don't worry.
I will sort it out for the next one.
It's all right.
I have got a plan.
We're kind of saying by the bed anyway.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'll start all over again.
But you would base that in place.
Yes. And then what I would do is I put some of that double-sided tape across the top. I'd take my zip. Here we go. Oh, hang on. It's fastened in so we don't lose anything. So then what I would do is I'd put my there we go. My zip across so it's face down like this.
Yeah.
And then I would tape that in place.
Yeah.
Okay, see it's a little bit longer than the pocket. That's what you need. And then I would take my second pocket piece, put that over the top, face down, tape it again, stitch across the whole thing. And then what you will end up with is a nice neat edge, but just do it that way, a neat edge on this side with your zip, like so. And you'd have a lovely lining piece in the middle.
Lovely.
And then this section, you're like, what do I do with that? If I just show you on the bag, can I borrow the bag? Just, thank you. You've actually got an extra piece that sits over the top. So you put your strap in and your extra piece on the top, and that actually puts your zip in position there. Really straightforward to do. Dead easy to sort of work out.
We have got a prim version of the one that Sandra's talking about. It's a wonder tape, but it's a double-sided quilter's tape. £6.49. It is perfect for inserting zips.
Yeah. I'll never pin one again.
Yeah,
ever.
There's so many different bag makers that absolutely swear by this. Yeah, go for it. It is the double-sided version as well, and it is water soluble, so it doesn't gum up your needle or anything.
No, nothing like that. I can vouch for that. Honestly, it's fabulous.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we've got round two. We've still got so much more that we can go through, but everybody has loved this hour. The bar's yellow, don't forget. Have a look and see availability underneath us on the website. The backpack, the hobby bag, they're all listed underneath us. We've got so many more projects, including this amazing, amazing quilt, the raindrops quilt. Oh, you've done it again. That's
beautiful,
another stunner.
It's again, I actually created the fabrics specifically to create that product. So your ombres and your sort of colour works.
That's not Bargello technique, is it? Or is it? Similar?
Yeah, it's a similar thing, yeah.
So cool.
The only difference with that one is, you're cutting, say you get orange, you're cutting a strip of orange and a strip of black, and you're mixing the orange with the black.
Right.
But then, because it's ombre, you start dark and it gets lighter and lighter as you work your way up.
That's so clever, isn't it? It's one of those that normally when you look at a quilt, you're like, oh, that block, and then you look at this and it just looks like angel wings. It's amazing. Yeah. Right, that's the raindrops quilt. It's underneath on the web already if you want to grab it on pre-order. We're going to go for a break. We've got Tracey Dennis coming back with more dressmaking gorgeousness, and Sandra's going to be joining me at 12 o'clock. Check out your baskets, especially on the Bargello and the backpacks. Don't go anywhere. I'm back with Tracey Dennis right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a 4th generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are we ready for round 2? The first hour with Tracey was so popular, so exciting. For anybody who is new to dressmaking, I can't recommend the Owl and the Sewing Cat patterns enough. And what a great way to almost go on a bit of a course or a workshop when you are investing in getting a sort of catch your wardrobe of patterns here. This is what is brilliant about Tracey's collection, is that she's thought of all of the different garments that you might need, that you would love to make, where you're learning different skills, and it is the most cost-effective way. Now, you're also going to get a freebie. You'll get a bag making pattern as well. Dip your toe into bag making. But within here, you have got a stunning jersey wrap dress. You've got a river tunic top, which I love, with the neck and the optional tie. That is gorgeous for layering up. You've got also the scoop hem jersey top pattern. And you've also got the rolled cardigan pattern as well. All the different choices of fabric that you're going to be able to make these in. The possibilities are kind of endless. Now, you're getting 4 patterns with your bonus freebie pattern as well for under £50. Now, I mean, that is incredible value. If you go to a workshop, if you go to a class, if you do a course of dressmaking, then how much are you going to pay? The fact that you have got all of these fantastic patterns and, of course, the blogs and the help and the community with the Owl and the Sewing Cat, it's a really, really good value for money. I mean, we're at £9.99 a pattern here, really, aren't we? You're getting 5 patterns there, which is fabulous value for money. Your bag making pattern as well is a lovely messenger bag. So this is always the most popular way of getting the patterns. You're making a saving. If you would prefer digital downloads, we'll have a good look at the samples as well in a moment if we can. I say digital downloads, it's a USB. So it will be sent to you, but it is that digital version of having your patterns. Only because we've started to do digital downloads, I don't want you to get confused with where your patterns are going. This will be sent to you in the post. You've got all of them there, and if you've started building up a bit of a collection, this is collection number 12, with the jersey wrap dress, with the scoop hem top, with the tunic top, the cardigan, and you still get your freebie bonus pattern, but because obviously you're not paying to have them printed out for you, you're having them on your computer, you're having them on your tablet, you're going to be able to then download the pattern in the size that you want at your convenience, which is brilliant actually. We were talking about cutting out your pattern and just going for it straight away with the physical patterns, because I know everybody just wants to get into it. But if you do then decide, oh, actually I'm going to make that for my mum or for my daughter or for my friend, or I'm now changed size completely and I want to make it a different size, then you've got the option of printing it out at your convenience. Also, a lot of us struggle, I know, with space and storage. So this is a really fabulous way of being able to keep it. And if you don't have a USB port in your computer, I've got a Mac laptop and it doesn't have a USB, and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I've got all of these hard drives and all sorts, and I bought really affordably just on the Long River website an adapter. It was a couple of pounds, and that means that I can now access all of my USB bits and bobs as well. So they aren't going to go, out of date. You are going to be able to always get adapters to be able to fit your computer or your laptop. At £38.99 makes it just £7.79 a pattern. Now, all of these patterns are the same, whether you're going for the physical copy or the USB version. And Tracey is over in our wardrobe area with all of the samples. Because they are all so different. And Tracey, I'm guessing, is that the sort of thought in mind of being able to have a bit of a capsule wardrobe, a bit of a course or a workshop of being able to expand your dressmaking skills?
Exactly that. So you're going to get, just like you say, learning different processes as you go along, and just really nice staple pieces that you will wear over and over again. So we've got a variety of different styles in this collection. Every collection, different processes, different techniques and different patterns. So on this one, we've got the river tunic that you see here, okay? So it's like, as it says, a tunic that you can wear over the top, perfect for this time of year. So you can put your underlayer under that, whether you're wearing jersey or whether that be a nice white blouse or a denim shirt underneath it. Pop that one over the top. Belt that you can tie in around the waist if you want to. You can even extend it and make it longer into a dress if you like. Then we've got the roll collar cardigan that you see here. We'll do a bit of a demo on that later. So the roll collar cardigan. And we've also got, I believe, we might have a little bit of stock left in that one. But this is perfect because the neck is really flattering. So it's just got that roll collar, just kind of pops over and just gives you that bit there. So it's a bit like a jacket. It's got pockets if you want to put them on as well, and full length sleeves. Not a difficult one to make. We've done it in a jersey fabric here, but we've seen nice ones made in fleece, wool fabric, a boucle.
Oh, nice. If you love that, by the way, we do have the roll collar cardigan pattern on its own and also in that very kit, but like you say, it's really limited.
Yes.
It is available individually and in the kit.
Yeah,
we'll come to that in a
much
little
left
bit.
on that one. So that's the river tunic, the roll collar cardigan. The top that I'm wearing is the scoop hem. I'm going to just move this one over so we can see it. So the construction on this is going to be a bit similar to the simple jersey top that we made earlier, but a slightly different style. So this one has got the full length sleeve. So if you prefer full length, then this would be a great one to go for. This is more a slouchy jersey, alternative to a sweatshirt, like a stylish sort of overlayer. And on the back, it scoops down to a rounded hem at the bottom, okay? So just longer than the simple one, but easy to do. So you've got a seam here, so we've got the shoulder seam, and then we've got the underarm seam. So the construction is going to be very simple and easy to do, but the shaping is different. So we've got a higher neck at the back on there, lower at the front. This is the one that I'm wearing, like a more modern version of a sweatshirt, something much more stylish, but simple to make.
Oh,
so that's
and this
our
dress.
scoop hen top.
I love this wrap dress. This is gorgeous. We are going to do a bit of a demo with this one as well.
We will.
That is stunning.
Now, a wrap dress is going to suit every shape and style. It's so easy to wear and it's really quick to make. So we're going to do a demo to show you, because I know people get a bit worried making things that you think, oh, it's a whole dress, but it's really not that difficult. The top is going to be more or less the same as before, and then it wraps over. We've got some gathers here that make it flattering. A wrap dress is just a really flattering style. So it wraps all the way over, fully wrap, and all the way around. The reason I've done it a full wrap is so that when you sit down, we don't have that thing with it splitting open. That's what we want. It's a full wrap dress.
I love a wrap dress. Wrap dresses are, I know that it's my sort of go-to. It's my style.
Me too.
It's really, it's so flattering. It always works. It looks really, really, really nice. But the amount of times a wrap dress either doesn't quite fit across here, it's, as you say, you sit down, it has that moment where you're like, oh, hang on, let me try and do it. Or I'm fiddling with it all day. I notice myself being like, oh, hang on, let me just try and twist it this way. Making your own wrap dress, for me, having a pattern that I know is going to work for me, and to be able to get the right wrap around your bust, to have the right length of your sleeve, that pattern is amazing. Now, we are offering that pattern as well individually. The collection 12 that you've seen here, I'm calling it new because we haven't actually seen it since last January. It's been over a year.
Yeah, we've got so many dressmaking collections now, so we can only bring it once a year. So this is it. This is going to be the only time you'll get to see this and chance to buy it on here this year. We can only do it that way because we've got too many to show you now.
Oh, honestly, now is the time to be able to get it. If you want it on the USB version, that's the whole collection on USB, which was your main graphic. If you do want the jersey wrap dress pattern on its own, here's your physical option. Well, it's the only option to get it on its own, isn't it, at $13.99. So you've got your full pattern here, sizes 10 to 28.
On
fantastic.
all of the patterns, all of them size 10 to 28.
See, how fantastic is that? Still, is this something that you would maybe do a few projects and work up towards? Because when I think of making a wrap dress, you're instantly thinking, oh my gosh, this is, you know...
No.
Really?
Think like the simple top that we made earlier. We're just making it longer with an opening at the front. We'll show you it's really not a difficult thing to make. I know people do get a bit nervous, because dresses they used to be, we'd have to have darts, we have to have zips, but because we're using the drape of the fabric and we're very carefully ruching it up on the sides, so it gives those nice flattering ruches across there, it's really simple to do those. So do not panic, do not worry over it. We'll break it down for you. It is a very simple style to do.
Brilliant. Very, very popular on its own, but it's obviously going to be the best value for money if you're getting it as part of one of those two bundles. Just $13.99 on its own, or if you want it as part of the physical patterns, it's $49.99. It means that you're just paying $9.99 as part of the physical bundle, or even less if you're getting it with the USB. £7.79 on the USB. And I do like that idea, actually, that with the USB you can print it out at whatever size you want to do. You don't need to print out your full instructions even, you can just print out your pattern pieces.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to print and cut a size 10, you can do that. And then if you want to print it again and cut the largest size, maybe you're making one for a friend, you can do that too. You can print it as many times as you want. So it makes it a really cost-effective way of buying your patterns.
Yes, because even if you do, you know, as we said, use your heavy duty pattern paper, eventually it might just start to get a little bit tatty. You know, if you've started pinning and putting tailor's tacks or drawing on it, whereas with this you can just print off a new one.
Storage is great. Just pop it on your shelf, tiny little space, Each one's engraved with the collection, because I know lots of people are collecting them all because, as we were saying earlier, it's like having your own dressmaking course, but for $38.99. And then they're collecting them all, so then they'll just line up nicely on your shelf.
Yeah, absolutely. Fab value for money. You're not only getting the wrap dress, you're getting the scoop hem top, which is the one that Tracey's wearing. You're getting that lovely tunic top, which looks fabulous. The rolled collar cardigan, and you still get your freebie. Yep. Still getting your bag on there as well. Fantastic. Right, we're going to jump into a bit of a demo of the wrap dress, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because this is one that, as I say, we've not seen for over a year. It's been ages since we've seen Collection 12, and this is the perfect season now. If you've got any weddings, birthdays, occasions, just because a wrap dress is the go-to, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It certainly is in my wardrobe.
Yeah.
So what we've got is we've got a back panel and then we've got a pair of front panels. So very simple to cut as well. You actually have only got two pattern pieces to this dress.
Wow.
And now on the side seam, there are two snip marks on the pattern, and it tells you there to cut it by 1 centimetre. So you just go in by 1 centimetre and you're going to fold that back. So we're just doing 2 snips and then fold the raw edge back. And then I'm going to stitch down there to hold that back. This is going to be the little opening that we're going to use to put our ties in. So I'm just going to go down, just hold that one down. And we also do the same on one of the front panels. I've done that already, but it's exactly the same thing on the side. Okay, so I'm going to turn that over so we've got our right side facing up. Now I'm going to take my two front panels. We're going to grab one like this, right sides together, and we can see where our sleeves go. And you'll notice that this is the other one that I've done that same snip mark, so 1 centimetre, fold it back and just stitch that down. And those two will line up, and that's where we're going to thread the ribbon later on. So I'm going to pop those together and pin down here. So this is our shoulder seam, as you probably saw earlier, always starting with our shoulder seam. And just put a few pins just to hold that. You can construct this on an overlocker. You'd need to do that first little bit that I've done there on the sewing machine, but then you could do this bit on the overlocker. So that's going to be our shoulder seam. Just like earlier, we're then going to go all the way down and do the side seams. But we are going to stop when we get to those snips because we're going to leave that as our opening. Then come down to here. Just put a few pins. This jersey's rolling just a little bit, so I'll put a few
What
more
sort of
pins.
jersey would you recommend to get for?
I mean, you can make this in any jersey fabric, would work well in it. If you want something that's simple to sew with, like a cotton jersey or a viscose jersey is really easy. If you're using a lycra jersey or something that's likely to ladder, then you would need to switch and put a jersey needle in there. I'm going to put them together, but don't be put off by jersey because actually the shapes and the styles then are really easy to do.
Oh, and the end results that you get, they're so comfortable to wear. Yeah. It opens up the floodgate to so many amazing patterns that you can work with.
Exactly.
And so prints that you can use. Oh, I love jersey.
And it's just a go-to, isn't it, that you can put it on, no ironing. And we can, with a wrap dress, obviously you can pull it in as much or as least amount as you require when you're wearing it. Like that. So bear with me while I just stitch around there. So I'm going to do the shoulder seam, and then I'm going to do the underarm seam all the way down. Always 1 centimetre seam allowance, forwards and backwards, and straight down the side.
So once again, you're not doing a lightning stitch, that is a straight stitch. You haven't changed any settings on your machine to work with jersey.
Yeah, because we're not relying on the stretch for this. You would, if it was a fixed jersey, like a straight dress, without a wrap, then we would need to do a jersey stitch so that the stitch would stretch as the dress stretched. Or if it was a lycra, you'd change the needle for the styling, because I just want to make it as simple and quick as we can for everyone to make. So I've come down to that little opening, those little fold backs that we did earlier, stopped there, and then I'm going to start from the end of the next one and work from there down to the hem. And there's photos all the way through on the instructions. Same instructions on the USB as you've got on the printed patterns.
Let me show you the pattern that you get with the your printed version. Remember, it's exactly the same as Tracey just said with your USB. It's just a matter of having it on your laptop, having it on your tablet. You can print it off if you want, but this is your printed version. So you get really great photographs as well. But if you are looking at the printed version, you're paying less than £10 a pattern. You get all 5 patterns, including that bonus pattern as well. There's your sizes, right from size 10 to 28. As always, with all of the owl and the sewing cap patterns, you also have fantastic quality pattern paper that you're going to be able to use again and again. And let's face it, you are definitely going to want to make this dress again. You are definitely going to want to do it. Have you used some sort of like ribbon, or have you made your own tie?
I've done it in ribbon, just to make it easy. And sometimes it's quite nice to have a contrast ribbon. Maybe you're doing this as a classic sort of navy wrap dress. Then get some of that really fun striped ribbon or bright ribbon and just add a bright red tie to it. Have fun. You could make it out of fabric as well if you want to. It's entirely up to you. But just for ease, we're using ribbon today. So I'm doing exactly the same on the other side, only the openings that we were talking about, we've only got one on one side, so this side will go all the way down the side seam, so bear with me when I do that.
The pattern on its own is very, very popular option to get the jersey wrap dress pattern on its own. Individually, it's $13.99. It comes in this really lovely gusseted folder, which I mentioned earlier on in the show. In the last hour, if you buy traditional dressmaking patterns, how often do you get frustrated when you can't get the tissue pieces back in the pack and it ends up never being used again? Whereas with this, you're getting that sort of folder system where you're going to make sure you can see everything, you can see what dressmaking patterns you have, and you will use them again. It isn't necessarily always about going out and buying more and more patterns. Sometimes it's looking at what you have here. If you've got this collection here, the amount of times you are just going to be able to get the new exciting fabrics that you want to use and use your gallery of patterns you have. What was that, Ollie, about your downloads? I do like a physical copy. See, Ollie's more of a download. He likes to have it on his computer. I don't know why. I like physical. I like the physical thing. I do like that you offer us both, because horses for courses. I do agree that actually I would probably lose a part. I would be going, where's my sleeve? I know I had the sleeve somewhere. Where is it? Whereas if you're like me and you lose bits and bobs, you can print another one out. Or if my mum says, I love that dress, I can say, yeah, okay, there we go. I can print it out in your size and we can, I can make it for you. So it is brilliant to have that option with the USB, but there is also, of course, your printed versions as well. Are you all right there, Tracey? Can I just carry on?
Yeah, I'm more or less at the hem, so carry on, yeah.
Just whilst there's a lot of people who are checking out on the roll colour cardigan. Now, I have got the pattern on its own. I've got a few options that I just want to explain. This is the pattern on its own. I also have the kit later on. We'll look at this in more detail, but just to get ahead, I want to introduce it as it's already selling on pre-order. It's the last chance to get the kits. Last chance to get the kits. There's your pattern on its own at $13.99. Now, there is the two colour options. There is blue. Oh, bear with me. Me getting into packaging. Let me just check and see which colour I've got. So there's the one that's on the mannequin, and then there is also, whoops, on the floor. There is also the blue. I've got the blue. Oh, oh. Tracy's fabrics are gorgeous. Yes. It's also got the soft inner. Oh, my word, that's going to feel amazing against your skin. I wish you could reach in, have a feel. This is stunning. You have got enough fabric to do the largest size, which is a size 28. It's in that lovely blue. There are only 16 kits remaining. It's called Marl Blue. Is Marl a blue? I've never heard of Marl Blue.
Marl is like the sort of, not solid blue, just kind of like almost that like denim sort of look.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're both kind of like that, the blue and the brown.
It's gorgeous and it's so soft. Obviously, you get your pattern as well included. You get your printed pattern included with your kit. Last chance to get these kits before they're gone. When they're gone, they're gone. We haven't seen any of these projects, collection 12, for so long. Remember, you don't need to add the pattern to your order. It isn't just for the fabric. At $39.99, you get all of that fabric and you're also getting your printed pattern included in all of those pattern pieces on heavy duty, fantastic quality pattern paper as well. It is, honestly, I wish you could feel this. It's stunning. It is a jersey, so it's got the stretch to it. But what a gorgeous cardigan. I think you've actually modelled this one on the front of the instructions, this colour. It's great with your jeans, Fab for putting it over your Marni top even. Have a look at this picture. Similar colour in the blue, but it would look great over the Marni top. You are building up those staple parts of your wardrobe, aren't you?
Yeah, and you'll make them time and time again.
Absolutely. Now that blue is going to sell out. There's loads of you there. Do you want to have a look at the wrap dress and then we will, or do you want to just, yeah, let me just introduce the other kit. Sorry.
Okay.
Hannah's concerned about the stock levels. There is a lot of people who've got these in the basket and I think you've been waiting for it. Now this is that lovely brown, but like you said, it's got still the fleck. It's not just a solid brown, it's got lovely texture to it. This one again comes with your printed pattern and all of that fabric, which was enough to be able to make a size 10 to 28. Just looking at it on the mannequin, it just looks expensive. It is quality, isn't it?
Yeah, and that comes with the fabric as well. So you're going to get better quality fabrics than you'd get on your general high street as well. So yeah.
Yeah, this is a great thing about buying the kits is that you know that the fabrics are going to work. They're going to work really, really well. You're not skimping on, the quality of the fabric, even though we're saying, look, these are complete beginner-friendly dressmaking patterns. Don't skimp on the quality of fabric because this is something you're going to want to wear. It's going to look amazing. It's going to wash well. It's going to, it's going to wear with you. You have also got your pattern, your printed pattern included. It's got pockets. It's got that lovely detail in the rolled collar. And it's just $39.99 today for your kit. We will come back to this, don't worry. But we just wanted to mention as there is a lot of you who've got those in your basket. Right, so the wrap dress, where are we at to?
I've done those bits that we said about. So we've done the shoulder seams here, and then we've done, if I move that down, we can see, there we go, on the overhead. So we've done the shoulder seams here, and I've gone all the way down the sides. And remember, this side is the one that's got the little hole that we neatened earlier, that we did earlier. Oops, there it is. I've missed a little bit there. Sorry, bear with me. I'm going to quickly stitch that bit up.
This is the great thing though. Look, it's good to be able to show. Even
need
if
a
that
few more
happens,
stitches.
you don't need to unpick your whole seam, do you?
No, just do that. So we want just that one little hole, and that's where our ribbon's going to go through. So that fabric just slit where I didn't put quite enough pins in it. Then what we want to do is we want to add a little bit of ruching on the front, a little bit of gather. Very simple, because that's going to pull it up and just ruche it up just on the one side, so it's not shorting it in any way. So we've got on the one side here, and the pattern's going to tell you which side to do. We want to do a gathering stitch 18 centimetres down. So we're going to do a long stitch length. We do a knot at the beginning, stitch down 18 centimetres, and then we're going to stop and leave some long tail that we can just pull up. You would actually, sorry, I forgot to say, but you would hem all of this first. So the next stage would be to hem the whole dress. So you can do that by folding it under and under again, or you could twin needle it all the way around if you like twin needling. That's quite a good thing to do on jersey. All the machines come with one. Do just practice it on a piece of jersey first, the same jersey that you're going to use. On the Owl and Sewing Cat website, I have done a little blog post on how to twin needle. So if you're new to it and want to give it a go, it's quite a nice way of finishing the hems. But you don't need to, you can just do a regular hem as well, because there's no stretch going to be needed in that, on that front edge. So like I said, I've gone forwards and backwards, beginning end, and then knot at the bottom, and I'm going to gather that up.
Oh, sorry,
slowly.
Ollie, can we just see the,
Sorry. So then I'm going to pull that thread at the bottom and just gather that up till it becomes 8 centimetres. Okay, so when I'm happy with that, and this just gives that little bit of drape, I'm going to stitch across that to hold it. So now that's going to hold those gathers. If you don't want the gathers, not a problem. You can just do it straight as well. You've got that option too. It won't affect the shape or anything, so don't worry. It just means you don't have a little bit of drape across your tummy. I need as much drape as I can some days. So that's our dress on there. Now we want to add the ribbon. Obviously that bit would be hemmed, but I'm trying to move on and show you as much as I can. So I want to put a bit of ribbon here, which is going to be our front height. The instructions tell you how much ribbon, how wide, and we're going to fold 1 centimetre over, because that's our raw edge. We don't want that to show, and I'm going to put that on the back and just stitch that on.
You need about 2
Right
metres
on
of
that
ribbon.
corner.
Just over 2 metres if you're doing one of the larger sizes, but 2 metres of ribbon.
Either matching or contrast, or make it in the self, make it in the actual fabric itself if you prefer. Okay, then we're going to take the other piece of ribbon, which is longer, and when you go through the instructions, it does tell you how long each piece needs to be. And this one's longer because this one's going to wrap all the way around us, but we're going to attach that on the same way. I'm going to fold over that 1 centimetre. Again, you would have hemmed all the way around, so this edge would be hemmed as well. I'm just going to pop that under there on that straight edge and stitch there. So forwards and backwards, just to hold that in. So imagine the hemming is done, and then actually that is the dress made, because when we then put that on, I'll lay it down and we can see, and then I'll pop it on in just a sec. So we're going to take that ribbon, okay, and that's going to go through that gap that we left earlier. So that wraps all the way across there. It's going to come around to the back, and then it will tie up here on this side. And that gives you your drape. So imagine that the hemming's done. But I'll pop it on so you can see. And then that gives you that nice drape.
That looks so nice in this fabric.
It's not difficult to make. The main time is going to be doing your hemming. Hem the ends of the sleeves the same way, and that's your dress done.
Where does it fall? How long is this? I mean,
I'll pop it on so we can have a look. Shall I do that?
Okay, so let me just do a round cut while you, we can show it on. So, the main graphic is for all 5 physical patterns. You've got the jersey wrap dress. You've got the hem top, which is the one that Tracey was wearing. You also have the tunic top. And you're also then getting, I'm missing one. Here we go. Oh, yeah. The rolled collar cardigan. And you're getting your bonus pattern of a lovely bag making project as well. Makes you £9.99 a pattern here now for just $49.99. Remember, Tracey is literally not seen this collection on screen. She's not bought it since last January. It's been over a year. And we're not going to be seeing it again for the rest of the year because there are so many other collections to show you now. If, say there's 12 collections and we're bringing one each month, we're not going to be able to see all of these projects in this bundle again. So make the most of it whilst it's on screen. This includes that fabulous wrap dress, a cardigan, tops, layering options, and a bag making project as well. Now it also is available with a USB. Today the USB's in the lead. It's always interesting because it's always neck and neck. It's literally splitting hairs normally between the USB and the physical patterns. Today I think, actually, do you know what? It's very close again. I think it might have even just been overtaken. But if you are after the USB patterns, you've got 12 USBs. 12, pattern collection 12. 5 patterns on 1 USB. I'll get there in the end. For £38.99. It takes it to £7.79 per pattern. Same patterns. You are then able to print out your pattern as many times as you want, different sizes that you need. If one gets a bit tatty or one gets a bit lost, you've got them all there. Even if you're thinking, do you know what, I'm actually going to just get this for the jersey wrap dress, but maybe later down along the line, I'm going to have a go at this. And you know that these are all garments that are really wearable and really useful to have. It's the most cost-effective way. It's £38.99, and you're getting that bonus free pattern as well. If you do just want the wrap dress on its own, then we have it individually as well. This isn't part of any kits today, is it? So no. It's either in your bundle, on your USB, or your physical copy on its own. £13.99. And here we go, we've got it on now. So you can see that looks amazing, doesn't it? And that's without it all being hemmed and all finished. That's literally the one that Tracey's just been doing.
Yeah, so it's not a difficult, it doesn't take a lot of time to do, just your hemming to do. And it's the wrap and the cuts that we've done that gives it that shape for you, okay? So those little ruchings put it up, so it's all in the cuts. Construction was very easy. We did 2 shoulder seams down the sides with one with a small opening that we threaded that ribbon through.
Oh, and it's not too short at all, is it?
To the back. No, and it's straight at the hem, so you can change that length as well to suit you. I always say it's quite good to measure maybe a dress you've got in the wardrobe that you like the length of. Check that against your pattern before you cut out your fabric, obviously, in case you want to lengthen it or shorten it, because I know we're all different sort of shapes and sizes. But it's really a wrap dress is so comfortable to wear. You could wear a long sleeve top underneath or a vest top as I have if you want to, or in the summer it's great to have it just as a single layer. You can even put the cardigan would look great over the top of it as well. And they're just comfy, aren't they, to wear? And some nice big boots or just some plain white trainers to go with it. And you can literally just throw it on in the morning. Again, this hasn't been pressed or anything because they're jersey fabrics, nor has this one here, that you don't need to worry about ironing or pressing. So if you're going away and you don't know, you're going away for a weekend, you don't know if you're going to need something dressy or not dressy, you could dress it down with trainers during the day and then just pop some boots on for the evening, big necklace, something if you want to.
Yeah, it looks fabulous, doesn't it? I love that. And I always thought a wrap dress was completely like beyond my sort of skill level. Actually, that's so achievable, seeing Tracey demoing it today. So your wrap dress is available individually, sizes 10 to 28, all in that one pattern. With your with your bundle as well, it's available. Whichever option you're going for. Sorry, me and Hannah aren't in sync today. We're all over the place. There we go. There is the bundle for all of them. There is also availability underneath us for the USB or the pattern on its own. Okay, shall we move back to that cardigan? So, now, I just mentioned about the kits. The rolled collar cardigan comes with 2 kits. The last time to get the kits, the last opportunity to get the final 12 in the marble blue. The pattern is in the kits. You will get a pattern in the kit, but it's also obviously in your big bundle. So just be aware of that. If you love this fabric, though, you can't get it individually. The only way of getting this gorgeous fabric is in the kit today. And have we maxed out your stock on this as well then?
Yes, I'm afraid that is it. Absolutely,
that is it.
Yeah.
See, it looks beautiful over the, is that the Marnie top? Yes.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And I put it over the Marnie here as well. That was the one that we had in the earlier show, the sunflower one. And I think the brown works really nicely with that. So we're using classic, we just want a bit of colour. You want something with a bit of warmth, don't we? And these kind of colours work really well like that.
This is lovely quality as well, isn't it? If ever you've been, it reminds me of if you go into, you know, like, I'm trying to think, there's a brand called Lululemon that does lots of lovely yoga and really beautiful soft fabrics. And I mean, the clothes that you buy in these lovely loungewear that are so soft. That's exactly what I'm feeling when I see this. It's just simple, but is all about quality, isn't it?
But I mean, something like that in there, what's that, £100?
Yeah.
£150?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's not cheap. So you can make it yourself. And the nice thing with making it yourself, if you want to have the sleeves a bit shorter, you can shorten them. If you don't want to put the pockets on, you can do that. You can change the length. Whereas we tend to, if we're going to the shops, we think, oh, I won't buy that. It's a bit short for me. It's a bit long. Whereas this way, you're quite happy to adapt the patterns as you need them.
It looks great. And it's also got that rolled sort of collar detail. And it's up to you. You've got your sort of open, but you can roll that as much as you wish, can't you? At the top, it's got that lovely collar. There's more people who've got it in their basket than we have availability on the blue. That's your marl blue. And then we also have the colour that's on the mannequin, which is this really lovely, I don't even really like to call it a brown because it's got so many multi-tones to it, hasn't it? It's lovely. This is $39.99. And once again, it feels expensive. It looks amazing. It's real quality fabric, and you're getting plenty there to be able to get the largest size. This is going to go with everything. If you're going to wear this with your jeans, if you're going to wear this with, you know, dressing it over the top of a dress, it looks amazing. That colour is going to suit everybody as well. If you're not quite sure what colour to go with, it looks fabulous on Tracey with your tan. Looks great. That looks really nice.
But again, you can wear it with jeans, can't you? You could wear it, dress it up. You can even wear it with, I would wear it with black as well. I think they both go fine. You can wear the neutral tones that I am. And there's lots, it works really well with the velvet colours that we were looking at earlier as well, if you're making accessories with that. So yeah.
Brilliant, we love it. Right, we've got a little bit of technique as well to go with this. We're keeping in the brown graphics at the moment. The blue is about to sell out. There is slightly more stock available, but this is, again, the last of stock with this kit. So if you do want this colourway, we'll leave that in during Tracey's demo. So are there a lot of elements to the cardigan?
No, I mean, we can start on one side and focus kind of on that and stop and start me, as you like on there. So we've got the pockets. We'll start with that. It's always a good place to start. So we've got pockets on the side here. So we want to hem the top of the pockets. So you're going to take your small rectangle here. That's going to be the top edge, so we're going to hem that. So I'm going to fold it under and under again and machine down there. You could do that, you can do your hemming on the overlocker if you want to. You could twin needle it. So I'm just going to stitch down from the top to the bottom just to hem the pockets. So you go forwards and backwards. And I've done them a nice size as well for the pockets, because I know sometimes they, if you're buying on the high street, they tend to do them quite small these days because they're trying to save on a bit of fabric, and then you can't get your tissues or your mobile phone in there. But these are nice generous pockets. And then we're going to put that at the bottom. This is one of our front panels, okay, and we're going to put that at the bottom. We would do exactly the same on the other side. So I'm going to put that in place there and just put a pin to hold that either side, because we can include that in our next panel. So we don't need to stitch that at the moment. That's going to hold that nicely. Then I'm going to grab what we've got here. These are our long bits that we need. So then
do you tend to, you know, when people are in your classes, or if you're, I know you know these pattern pieces, you know, inside out, but would you keep your pattern pieces attached to it until you construct it? Yeah. Because now I'm looking at this and going, how do you know which piece is which?
It's a good idea to do that. I probably should have done that now because I'm just trying to work out what the pieces are. But yeah, it is a good idea to keep your pattern pieces attached, and then you know what each of your panels are.
And is there a right, there's quite a distinctive right and wrong way with this, isn't there? I was thinking that it looks, from me over there, it looks very similar, the reverse, but you can see the difference.
Yeah, you can on these. You can see the right and wrong. So what I've got here is I've got a pair of front panels. So we had one, we've just put the pocket on. You do the same on the other side. And then these two long panels are our neck bands, the rolled collar piece. So because it's very long, we need to put a join in it. So we're going to join those two. And the join's going to go at the centre back neck so we can't see it. So I'm just going to join it here. And that's going to make our collar. So one half is going to come down to the front and the other half is going to come down at the front left and one's going to come on the front right. But don't worry, it's all in the instructions. The pattern pieces are all labelled, so just keep those pattern pieces on there, as we'll say, until you come to it. And although it looks like I've got a lot of bits of fabric here, there's not that many pieces to it. So that's going to be our collar joined like that. And then I'm actually going to neaten the bottom edge as well, because what I can do is if I want this nice and neat, so if I put the right sides together like that, fold it in half and stitch along there, that's going to give me the bottom half is going to be nice and neat of my front band as well. So fold that over and then stitch. Remember, forwards and backwards at the beginning and at the end. So you'd want to give yourself maybe 2 hours, I would say, to make something like this. And still not too long a time.
Yeah, how achievable is that? You know, if you go to a sewing group or something, this is a nice pattern if you've cut your pieces at home to be taking with you. There's nothing that's mind-bogglingly difficult. You know, you're not working out lots of maths. It's all done for you.
Yep. And it looks quite impressive when you make
it,
doesn't it? And it's like a crossover between a cardigan and a jacket, just that extra layer that's going to keep you warm. So if we turn that the right way around, I always tend to put my thumb over that, fold the seam down where I want it to go and put my thumb over it, so I've got a corner like that, and then turn it through, and then you'll always get that corner nice and square. Whereas if you just drag it through, I showed you here, if I just turn that through, then obviously that's not a very nice sharp corner, and you've got to poke it with scissors. So the easier way, go like that, fold it over, and then pop that through. So that's my neck, my roll collar done. Then I'm going to take my back panel, and I'm going to lay my back panel down and put my 2 front panels on top. So in the instructions, just take it step by step, you'll be absolutely fine. We're going to lay that one on top here, and we go back to constructing our shoulder seams now. Okay, I'm just going to do one side, so I'm going to stitch across that one there, but you do the same on the other. And neaten as you go along. Again, this fabric here, you can tell the quality of the fabric because it's not fraying at all.
Are you doing any shows this year, Tracey?
I am going to, yes, I'm going to the NEC, working with Brother there, so I'll be on the Brother stand, but I'm also there to talk to people about my patterns as well, so don't be shy if you see me there, do come. So that's
that's good.
So that's Sewing for Pleasure.
Yeah, that's in a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, yeah. And then next, and then also I'm at Stitch Festival, which is one in London, which is lovely too. Same thing. So yeah, come and say hi. I love seeing what people have made. I love it when you send photos. So do email in photos or find us on Facebook, Alan Sewing Camp, when you've made things. It's really nice to get that feedback and to see. Sometimes people come and say, oh, I've got this top, but I've made it longer. What do you think? Or make it in different fabrics that I haven't thought of. Because as you were saying earlier, it becomes a community. We interact with each other, and that's a lovely thing to be able to do. So yeah, I'll be there.
Brilliant.
Right, so I've done that shoulder seam and I've opened that up. Now I'm going to add my sleeve, which is going to be very similar to how we did the cocoon cardigan in the first show. So that's my sleeve. I'm going to fold that in half. You'll see it's a lot longer than the other style because it is a different shape. Fold that in half with the same principle. Put a pin to mark the centre of that sleeve. And then I'm going to put it in as a flat sleeve. So that's our seam. Line that one up and put that in there. Like that. I think you're Sewing Street Alden.
Yeah, we're there.
Sewing for Pleasure, aren't you?
Yeah,
so that'd be
there.
Great. It's always fun because you come and go on different days, set you different presenters.
Oh, it's
things
so
going
lovely.
on.
And you do walk around the show, and anybody who's ever been to the shows, you do walk around and you see so many of our suppliers, our guests, our, you know, people that you haven't seen for so long as well, and it's lovely. And like you say, we obviously, I talk to you on Facebook or Messenger or everything, and to actually put a face to a name, it's really nice.
It's really nice. Yeah. So I'm going to stitch that sleeve in then, just like before. So I'm just stitching the head of the sleeve in, forwards and backwards at the beginning, and all the way down to the end. Take those pins out, and then we'll do the construction of that. So then we've got what I think of as like a T, really. That's our sleeve here, front and back. Fold those over. So we're going to fold our sleeve in half. So what we're doing now is the underarm seam all the way down the side. And we've got to make sure that we catch that pocket in at the same time. Seam's going towards the sleeve. Pop that one in, like that. And you'll see it's just not fraying at all, this fabric.
No, it looks great.
And it's so warm as well.
Oh, this is another one that if you've got an overlocker, how great would this be? You could construct a lot of this.
Yeah.
As well as finishing off your seams with your overlocker. You'd whiz this up in no time.
Exactly. They're very, very quick. I always think it's going to take longer than it does, but it's not. It's a very quick project.
Do you get much sewing for yourself done, Tracy?
I try to.
Yeah.
I mean, I make a lot of the samples in fabrics that I like, so that I can then
Well,
wear
this
them
is it.
afterwards.
I was going to say, all of your
Going
samples.
away, I'll
are
be
these
like,
just-
okay, I'll just go through my samples and see what I've got.
No, because you're always, Tracy's comes here and obviously she brings us so many patterns that it's always, right, let me show you this, da, 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 da. But actually, like all of these garments are probably all your wardrobe actually, aren't they?
So I just hope that, well, if I like it, someone else will like it as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's really important to kind of wear the styles and as well as making them, just to make sure, because sometimes I might make one and then think, oh, actually, I'd like it a bit longer, would be more handy, or turn a top into a dress.
Oh, it's great though, because a lot of us who are, you know, a lot of sewers out there might not get to really take their sewing projects then out of the craft room.
No.
You know, it's something that's made, which is lovely, homewares, quilts and things. If you love fabrics, if you love them, and talking about, you know, sustainability and just doing something that's, we were talking about that with Catherine Wright. She says, I don't buy new clothes anymore. I'm always just, you know, making my own or
It's so
upcycling.
hard, isn't it? And you have to pay for parking everywhere, and then you have to walk to the shop, and I've tried buying online and I end up sending it all back again.
Yeah.
So it's not very green, is it, anymore? And really, you just need some good staple designs, some good staple patterns, and they will last you. So what I've done is I've then stitched that underarm seam. So it's gone from here all the way down to the side, which you might be able to see on the overhead. There we go. And that's included that pocket down that side.
Right, so let's call that in, which is lovely that it's also a feature that it's in the seam as well.
Yeah, so that's that pocket in. Okay, we would then repeat the same with the other side and add the collar piece too. Now, I find the best way that I do this is if you hem the bottom now, all the way around, so we're going to fold that under and under with a bigger seam allowance here. Just do a little bit to show you because I can see what the time is, so we'll just do a tiny little bit because it's all in the instructions.
Exactly.
Step by step, so do not panic, like that, and I'll just lay it on so you can see what happens. So that you would do that hem all the way around like that on the bottom. Then we could do our collar all in one go. So that's why I neatened the bottom of the collar. So this edge is already neatened. That was that step we did earlier. And then you would simply lay your collar onto place like that and stitch all the way around. And then that bottom hem, because you've neatened it there and that bit's already neatened, that would work all the way around and just stitch that collar into place all the way around and back down the other side, okay, and that would be your cardigan done. Oh, apart from the hemming of the sleeves.
Yeah.
So that bit isn't hemmed, it's done with the collar. That would neaten all of that, okay.
Looks amazing, doesn't it? It's going to look gorgeous in both of the colourways. But then think about what other fabrics that you've got at home as well. It's going to look really nice in a
like a boucle or something. It doesn't have to be in a jersey. It could be, and so you could even make it in a denim if you wanted to. You could do some lovely embroidery around the collar if you wanted to embroider the pockets or contrast pockets or a contrast collar. Have fun with it. Play with the pattern.
Yes, love it. Thank you ever so much, Tracy. What is it that we need to recap, Hannah? Because there's so much that's on the desk. The Mar Blue, too many in baskets. If you do love this blue that Tracy was demoing with, it is the very, very last of stock that's in not just our stock, but also in Tracy's warehouse. So if you do want to make the most of that full kit you've got, really beautiful fabric, stunning quality, enough to be able to make the largest size. You do get your printed pattern included in the kits as well. And there's people, I think, going to miss out on that. The brown as well comes with your printed pattern, comes with all the pattern pieces on lovely quality pattern paper. Then you've also got that lovely brown in 10 to 28, size 10 to 28. That collar cardigan, the roll collar cardigan, just $39.99, including that stunning fabric. You'll love that. Also, just to recap, the Marnie top from earlier. I do indeed. It was the one that Tracy's wearing under her cardigan, and it looks gorgeous. We had it available in 2 kits, which you're so prepared. I love this. Look, she's there ready. So there's the blue. They are back in stock today for the first time. So you're getting all of the fabric. You even get the interfacing for that the neckband as well, don't you?
Yep, you do, yep. So it's ready to go.
It's a lovely, really, really lovely pattern and looks gorgeous in the lightweight fabrics as well. Then we also have the rust colourway as well with the sunflowers. Easy to wear, and once again, once you've got that pattern, I think you will make it in so many different. You're wearing it now in a. Is that like a?
I've done it in a Georgette fabric. Yeah.
Honestly, it's one of those that's another staple part of your wardrobe, isn't it? Now we have a pattern on its own. Pattern is available on its own. It's absolutely flown out today. Watch back on the first show because we did talk through it a bit more, but it's size 10 to 28. Oh, sold out on its own. Sold out on its own. Only way of getting it is in those kits, I believe. Now we also have the Cocoon cardigan, which is available in 2 brand new colourways. We have it in Raven and in Claret. Now in Raven, oh, it's so soft. We took £10 off today. I forgot we did that. Now there's only 5 of these left. There's 37 of you who have got it in baskets. There's 37 of you that have got to be super speedy to get one of the last 5. You've got huge amounts of fabric, more than enough to be able to make the largest size. You do get your full pattern included as well, and it's so soft. We've all fallen in love with this fabric, haven't we, Tracy?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Like you say, it's soft, it's drapey, but it gives that extra layer of warmth, but it's really easy to sew. And as we said earlier, it doesn't crease at all. None of this has been pressed. It hasn't been pressed in the making or even in the travelling. So yeah, perfect for that. You can belt it in if you want to. It comes a nice length as well. Yep.
Love it. There's literally over 40 of you who are after that, and there's 3 left. Now, this Clara colour, don't let this one pass you by either. I love this. There are, again, so many of you there who have got this in your basket. It is a jersey. It's absolutely stunning. It feels so soft to touch. It's got the most amazing digital printing. Easy to sew as well, which surprised me actually, because I was thinking, oh, you're probably going to have to need a bit more experience in sewing this kind of fabric, but actually it doesn't crease. You don't need to be pressing it at every point. It's so lovely to sew. We saw it stitching beautifully.
Yeah, one of the most simplest projects that you could make, really. And yet I think it looks the most stylish. Again, if you went out to a high-end department store, can you imagine how much you'd pay for something like that?
Absolutely, yeah. And here you've got your pattern included as well. Size 10 to 28 available with all of the Al and the Sewing Cat patterns. $39.99 with your pattern. Sorry, we're giggling. Ollie just felt like he just opened the door in the changing room. Oh, sorry! You know, you have that moment if someone hasn't locked the loo. Oh, sorry, I didn't see anything.
That was totally me.
That is available on its own as well. $13.99. You do obviously have lots of ideas now, fingers crossed, of different fabrics that you can use for this. It doesn't just need to be in your simple knit fabrics. You can do it with the lovely velvety, soft fabrics as well, and it looks amazing. $13.99. These have flown out today. There are less than 20 of the patterns on their own. They will also sell out during the break, so grab those whilst you can. There's more and more and more of you joining the competition to be able to get the final few of those on the show today. And this is it. Like, we always try and restock what we can, but there's so many patterns in your collection that we always like to bring you something new next time as well. We like to bring you something different, don't we?
Exactly, and there's limited stock. And it's quite nice that we don't want everyone to be wearing the same thing, do we? So we kind of snap up, if I like it, I'll snap up the fabrics, but then when they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, I love that. £13.99. Are you back with us before Stitches now?
Back the last weekend of the month, or last Monday of the month, I think. So yeah, after Stitch, then I'll be back.
Well, have a fabulous time.
Thank you.
And I'll come say hello to you at the end.
Yes, please do.
It's lovely to see you as always.
Thank you.
Well done everybody who's got something today. Have a look back through and see what is available. And yes, go and say hello to Tracy at the shows or message her with all your pictures as well, because there's been so many people involved and we're really exciting for you. Maybe you're starting your dressmaking journey. We can't wait to see your progress. Now, we've got The quilt, that raindrops quilt. Oh my gosh. Oh, it is stunning. Again, with Sandra's stunning fabrics. Also, a brand new backpack and jacket from Mackenzie. So exciting. So many of you have already found it. So many of you. I know that Mackenzie's now got the most fantastic wardrobe. Loads of you have already found Mackenzie's jacket. Thank you for getting ahead on pre-order, but stay exactly where you are because we've got Sandra coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is... Congratulations, Amber Elizabeth.
My name is Amber Elizabeth, and I was thrilled to win Search for a Star last year.
By day I work in marketing, but in the evenings I run adult sewing classes via my company called The Sewist & Co.
I'm a fourth generation seamstress. On my dad's side, there are some key seamstresses too, including my gran in Barbados doing some repairs by hand at age 90. Dressmaking is my go-to, but I also enjoy working with leather, creating small items and handbags. Teaching has become one of my greatest joys for all ages and abilities. I really enjoy demonstrating on Sewing Street and look forward to being back on air again very, very soon.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back, Sandra. We sorted with machine.
It's all sorted. I've even just tested it again just to make sure it's fine.
You said when you were teaching for years,
Yeah.
you spent so long quickly maintenance, doing bobbins.
No bother. Sorry about
re-threading.
that, but it's no bother. Yeah,
It's all good. Doesn't faze you. Doesn't faze you. I mean, just look at this. This is like angel wings, isn't it? Oh my word! What a fabulous design.
Thank you.
Another one you must be so proud of.
I am, yes. I mean, this one came before the Bargello, so it's almost like a let's see how you get on with colour. But this one's really easy because the whole strip is one fabric. It just changes colour. It goes from the dark to the light.
Right. So this is again in the design of the fabric and the printing and the ability to design your own fabric.
I mean, even the
Sandra.
black, it looks black, but it's a very, very deep charcoal, but you've still got a print in there.
Yeah.
So it's not a plain.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, this is a full quilt kit, which is back in stock. It's underneath us on the website. We're not going to start with it because we've got lots of newness today. But if you have been waiting for the Raindrops quilt, there is the kit available there. Now, we have got some brand new cushions. Talk to me about our heart cushions.
Do you know what? It's one of those things, isn't it? When you've got loads of fabrics, and it all feels like I'm in this mode at the moment with fabrics matching each other.
Yeah.
So you've got these lovely little hearts creating a design around. Then you've got your little button a little bit in the middle. And then again, you've got your lovely sort of mitered edges. It's all about education, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of, let's try something new. So you can actually make 2 18-inch cuttings. And not just the fronts, you get the back as well.
Oh, and the back?
Completely, absolutely, yes.
I mean, that is fabulous, isn't it? To be able to make 2 complete cushions for $29.99. Look at all of these gorgeous fabrics.
I know.
Once again, you've done this perfect ombre.
Yes,
with
absolutely.
these stunning designs. You've even got your solid...
You're going to get your 5 that you need, plus you're getting your half metre for your back.
Okay.
And then you're getting your white that's going to make your extra bits in.
And even this is your quilting weight content, isn't it? It's all fun
the thing sometimes you find is if you're trying to match things up, you don't always get the same quality or the same weight.
Yeah.
So we've actually given you exactly the same fabric, but of course it's not printed, hence it's white. So everything is going to go together perfectly.
So you've got your backing, you've got all of the fabric you need for your patchwork, you've got your white as well included to make 2 front and back cushions. Plus, of course, you're getting your beautiful, lovely instructions. When I say beautiful, it's because, look, even the detail and the detailing of the printing of the instructions
and
is
of
all
course
matching.
it's matched and mixed in with my ombre quilt on the front look.
Amazing, of course. Now here you've got your key, and you've done it for both options because we've also got the rainbow version coming up soon. But if you want the monochrome, look, you can see here the mist, the white, the mid-grey, dark grey, and the black for the monochrome option. Full cutting instructions, how to put it together. And what I love about you, Sandra, as well, is that it is, you know, no quilting sort of rules. This is just your creativity and putting together beautiful patchwork, all about the fabrics as well, and getting such an impressive result.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was saying, oh, they log cabins. How have you constructed this? And is it done with strips again?
Strips again, absolutely. Of course, you've got a little bit of a change here to create your heart shape. You've got some little triangles there. But again, everything is explained, even down to, I mean, this. You look at that on something, you think, oh my goodness, how did they do that? The instructions are there. I've even given you instructions for creating the binding. and the binding's been finished, so you've not got a straight line finish off, you've got a nice angle to go.
yeah.
So it's almost like these skills that you learn from this, you can then take into other things.
Yeah.
You think, well, I quite like that as a border on a quilt. You can do it because the instructions
That's
there.
it. I've never seen actually having that mitre sort of corner on the triple borders before. That would look fabulous on a quilt as well.
Yeah.
And then you've got your extra border and your lovely binding and how to join your binding pieces without even
all that,
seeing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Pair of those is going to look gorgeous, isn't it? $29.99. Remember, in your kit, you can make 2 of your monochrome colourways. If you're not quite sure of what colours, you know, if you're thinking of a gift for somebody, go with monochrome. You can't go wrong.
You can't. I mean, even if you swapped out this little tiny bit in the middle, again, we've talked about a pop of colour. You could actually just put I don't know, a bit of kaif in there if you wanted to, just for that tiny little bit.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you've got that. But yeah, you could also buy the pastels as well.
Oh, yes.
Swap them around if you wanted.
Do some mixing and matching. They're lovely for spring. I must say, this is a stunning collection just to be able to have within your stash as well, isn't it? Because when we're talking monochrome, it's got such detail, even the smaller scale of print.
Yeah.
When it's cut up into patchwork, you're not losing any of those details.
And that's the thing when you're doing things like this, you've got to think about this. Listen to me like I know what I'm talking about. I do. It's getting that right size print that then suits the particular project you're doing, because if this was too big, you might find it works okay on one, but your hearts are going to look different because you're going to get different parts of the print.
Was this the original scale of print of when you were drawing this?
This actually was, yeah. I mean, I've actually made some tiny, a little bit smaller there, but this was the original drawing.
Yeah.
So you will see some on this slightly different, and you can see the lines and where you know, the pen we showed in the last show, that's what I've drawn all these with.
Wow.
I didn't draw them all, I drew 10.
Yeah.
And then swatched it.
But that's what's great, isn't it? Is that you can see the hand-drawn detail within. There's no direction to it. You don't need to worry about directional prints. But what is fabulous, and you don't see with very many collections, is such a subtle ombre, like we did with Babarge Yellow earlier. You've got your lovely monochromes, but such a beautiful... You could spend ages trying to collect colours like this to do a monochrome.
Yeah, and you've got the same... on your colours for your patchwork, you've got the same amount of fabric for each colour, so you can mix and match. If you didn't want to do it the same as me, you can mix those through, and so it doesn't really matter. So again, I'm giving you that encouragement to do your own thing with it if you want to.
Brilliant.
You do your version.
Yeah. Remember, it's enough to make 2 cushions, front and back. Go for it now. Oh, it's spring. Spring has sprung. There's daffodils in my garden and everything. This is, officially I'm in spring. I've put my cushions out in the garden. I've put my green, very bright green on today.
We didn't say anything.
I think the last time I wore this, I think John Scott said to me, "Don't wear that colour again," and then you said to me, "That's the reason to wear it."
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I think the last time.
No, it looks good.
And and Hannah said to me, "Oh, you look like a little shoot." So just the look I was going for, celebrating spring.
Absolutely.
But here we are with our stunning springtime colour palette. And you're getting your panel to make 2 beautiful cushion fronts. See, this is such a pretty colour palette, fresh for spring, for Easter.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's just not, and again, you could be thinking which strip goes where, how am I going to put this together? Am I going to completely go, say, I don't know, the blue then to the pink to the cream, or are you going to go blue to the very sort of minty colour and work your way down? The choice is yours, it's whatever you want to do. But you do get the 1/2 metre in cream for the back.
Okay.
For this one. So.
And do you tell us which colours to put where or not?
I have here, because I've sort well, if you see on the picture, because they're all in there, it shows you. And I've actually said here, look, take one of the 3.5-inch pieces, fabrics 1 to 3.
Right.
So on here, I've numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you wanted to, you could say, well, actually, my 1 to 3 is going to be 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
But it's entirely up to you. Follow mine and exactly, or mix and match it. It doesn't really matter.
I suppose there's no right or wrong really with it.
No,
you don't necessarily need to have that ombre effect with this. It's all the colours complement each
It's
other.
whatever you want to do. And if you want to sort of think, well, I want to keep that for another project
Yeah.
and I want to bring something in, bring a plain in.
Yeah.
If you want to use something other than the white, if you want to bring a colour in there, use a plain colour there.
Yeah.
And certain, you know, even on the back, if you didn't want to use the 1/2 metre on the back, you could use that for another project.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Let it go even further because you get a whole 1/2 metre just for your backing included in the kit. So you have all of your beautiful springtime colours. You get your solid in there as well and your 1/2 metre for the back. And that's for everything that you need to make 2 of these cushions, including your binding, including the envelope back. And that's a really generous envelope back as well, isn't it?
That lovely strip on it there. I mean, you could put poppers and you don't need to. But to be honest, by the time my new pup's got hold of it, front and back, I like to see both. I have, he's 4 months old.
Oh.
Yeah, so I like to see a decent back as well. But you could do what you could choose.
Patterns available on its own. It's brand new in today. We always love our brand new Sanntangle patterns. If you've got your own colours in mind, if you've got your own colour palette you want to work with, good stash buster actually, isn't it?
Well, it is absolutely. Yeah, you get in when I say 250 mil of each of those colours, and then you get your 1/2 metre there. So you've got quite a lot of fabric going in.
Yeah.
It's a 1/2 metre of your white.
Yeah. But if you want to do it as more of a scrappy one, you absolutely could. Patterns on its own at £9.99 for your heart cushion pattern. We have a message on screen. Hi, I've been slowly collecting monochrome fabrics to do a king-size quilt, and this cushion will be a beautiful addition. Many thanks, Sandra. In fact, I'm going to throw caution to the wind and ask this. If I've got the pattern, could I just keep making that and make a quilt? You could, couldn't you? This would be gorgeous as a quilt.
Yes. But you don't want to keep buying these quilt cushion kits, do you?
Have you thought about this already? Look,
well, I'd love to
this.
see it. I would absolutely love to see that as a quilt.
Oh, wow.
So we have brought you the fabrics as well, if you want to do more.
Now, are these already cut? These are in 2.5 metre bundles, aren't they?
They are, yes.
So if you want to get a couple of them, then start putting together your quilt tops. If you have been collecting monochrome fabrics, I mean, here you go. You don't need to be spending loads of time, loads of money collecting lots of fabrics. You've got all of these different colours, which are gorgeous. So you've got mist.
Yeah.
You've got, let me remember, you've got white, you've got mist. Yes. You've got mid-grey, dark grey, and then you've got black.
Mid-grey, dark grey, and black. Yeah.
Amazing. And they all have this lovely ditzy print, which is, remember, all originally hand-drawn. For £33.96. I'm so pleased that you've done this because the amount of us that have admired Sandra's tangling and her work, and maybe we've all had a go, maybe we've all enjoyed that process, but then to be able to take your designs and actually put them straight into a project is so exciting.
I know.
Because it isn't necessarily for everybody to sit and, you know,
it is
tangle on.
But if you wanted to take one of these out and use a plane and then draw your own little bits and pieces, use the fine liners that we've had on the show and the last show, then this, I've actually drawn it with that same pen. So it's going to look like it's all been hand drawn.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
I'm thinking as well, you use the Derwent Inktense pencils, don't you? Imagine then taking some of the colours into your fabrics as well, really making it your own. There's the fine liners, the back in stock, just £7.99. This is your bundle of monochromes in this fabulous new collection. Obviously, if you want to add to your cushion bundle and then make a quilt.
Yeah, I see a quilt coming.
Absolutely. If you got the cushion kit already and it's got the instructions, that could be your block.
Yeah.
You could just keep making that block.
The nice thing as well, you think, you know, you've got like the border around, you could do your blocks, then you could use the instructions to see how to create the three-way mighty border.
Have that as your main
big... that on the edge of your quilt. See, the skills transfer, it's all there.
Brilliant. There's so much in that pattern. The monochrome hearts pattern is very, very popular. There's your bundle that's 2.5 metres, 1/2 metre of each. But your kit today that is brand new comes with your pattern and it also comes with all the fabric that you need to be able to make 2 cushions front and back, including your binding and your 1/2 metre for the back of it as well, which is fabulous, isn't it? All of those lovely monochromes. I bet it's difficult to, you know, to stop. Yeah.
I know.
Because
so many
you have-
ideas. It's there all the time. And because
Yeah.
I can go literally from my computer to the printer and say, let's try it this way. Let's do it this size. Let's see how that looks. It is pretty much instant.
Yeah.
And then that's really exciting for me. I love it.
That's amazing.
And then to create something, but then to see other people creating something as well is really exciting.
Oh, and honestly, please, if you want some inspiration, go to the Sanntangle Facebook page as well, because there's so much inspiration on there. Now, we also have the spring colours as a bundle.
Just think mixing them together and having one block in monochrome, one block in pastel. Mix and match. Shall I move that out?
They are absolutely
running out of space.
Beautiful colours. And you're going to get half a metre of each of those colours for $33.96. Get it. I just want to add those to my stash. I want to make bunting for
Sorbet,
Easter.
aren't they? Very ice creamy.
They are, absolutely. Love that. Perfect timing, ready for Easter, ready for spring, for your lovely, I'm thinking toy making as well. All your Easter makes, they're lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking dungarees for Macy and a new shirt for her and all
Oh,
sorts.
don't get us started on the shirt pattern that it's already, loads of you have already found that on pre-order. So before we demo the cushions, we've also matched up for you. And Jess has actually done a fabulous job.
She's really, she really is good at matching. She really is.
It's not easy to do unless you've got the physical fabrics here. So you actually,
I did bring them in last week, but she does a great job.
And so these are our Rose and Hubble solids that match in as a complementing bundle to go with your Sanntangle new fabric collection. So if you did get that bundle, there's a complementing Rose and Hubble pastel bundle, saving yourself £2. It's £13.96. And you're getting that lovely sort of vanilla, the purple, the rose and the blue, which do look really nice. Bringing out some of the colours. Difficult to do unless you've got the physical, fabrics there. So if you're struggling to match up on our web shop, then we've done the hard work for you.
Yeah. And they work ever so well with the pens. So I have drawn on that fabric as well.
Right.
So I know it works really well.
Oh, that's good to know. That's really good to know. And then we also have the monochromes.
Shall I play?
Thank you. Thank you.
Helper.
We've got here 4 of your monochromes. If you do know this is your colour palette, go for it. £13.96 with a £2 saving.
It's just perfect, isn't it? So imagine instead of having the white border, you've got a black on one, you've got a grey on another.
Yes.
Start mixing things up.
Absolutely. Most popular at the moment is the monochrome cushion bundle. Love the monochrome, you can't go wrong. Spring is close behind, actually. So the block. We're going to jump into a little bit of a demo on the cushion, I believe.
Yes, I reckon
what are you able to show us then?
Right, okay, here we go then. Now, I'm so excited with this because I've already made the other black one, but not put the back on. But I want to show you the pastel one because, of course, you've seen the other one. Here's my my other one ready to go. So it just needs a back on it and things. So, over the way. Nice. So, look, I've still got all my bits. This is all my... When I say this is my spares...
Is this left over?
This is bits of spare, so you could actually get another piece out of that. And I've actually got this, what I did, I took exactly the same kit you're getting. You can see that I've made that one. Obviously, I'm going to use a little bit of this to create the binding at the back and that kind of thing. But yeah, so here we go. Here's my little sorbet one. So what have I done? According to the instructions, it talks about strips. We've done a lot of that recently. So I take my fabrics. See, you can see that I've started to cut some of those off and I've got strips. So one of them, you're going to need 3 pieces of fabric. Okay, so there you go. I've got my strips there, 3 pieces of fabric. So for every one of these, I need 2 of these because this is going to make the little ears for the heart shape. So you need 1 of those and you'd need 2 of those. So already have I gone ahead and I've cut some out. So here we are. That's my little square pieces. So I've got 4 of them. Now in the instructions it sort of says cut 8 and that's because I'm looking at cutting 8 because I'm doing 2 cushions. If you do them both at the same time, the chances are you'll get them finished. If you do one and then leave the other, it's going to end up in your UFO box, isn't it?
Yeah, make both cushions.
Absolutely. So what have I done then? Okay, so bringing this in is I've cut my shapes off. So it tells you how wide to cut your shapes. And what I've done here, look, is I've actually put my little squares on. It tells you about the white and what size squares you need. So I've got one on here, one on here. So at the moment they're squares, and I've stitched down the edge. So I've got an angle. All I would do with those then, my little scissors in, look, is I would cut down there.
I love a stitch and flip technique. I think it creates it looks like you've used different templates or peculiar sizes.
I know, and it just gives you that little bit on the end. Now with your seams, because it's white fabric, you want to be trying to push it in towards the patterned fabric, so you're not going to see it as much.
Yeah.
Just finger press that. So once you've got these, got loads of these, here we go. So you'd have one here. So you see, I've already sort of chosen my design. So you can kind of see your heart there.
Colours are lovely.
Yeah. Cut them together, they're beautiful, aren't they? So what I do need to cut myself a little piece of white fabric. So I'm just going to move that to one side, and I think it's a 2.5-inch square. I know it is. Should know, shouldn't I? I wrote it.
The amount of times though, designers come in and they're like, hang on, I'm just referring to my instructions.
Yeah, I think sometimes you do something, then you're on to your next sort of idea.
Oh, that's it. Well, you probably, how long ago was it that you designed this?
Do you know, I actually don't leave it too long between design projects because, you know, as you're going, what you tend to find is...
Well, you're not waiting for other people.
No, I'm not. No.
Sending your fabric or, you know, developing the fabric. You're doing it all yourself.
Exactly. So, you know, I could actually...
Can be fast-tracked through.
Certainly. And it has been sometimes I've had this crazy idea at stupid o'clock at night, and I've contacted John. I woke him up and said, John, I've got this idea and I want to go and try it. And he's like, right, now?
What, in the night?
Yeah. So we've been there in our pyjamas trying an idea.
So hang on, how far is your sort of studio from your house?
It's a half an hour away.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you have been known to go there in the night?
Yeah.
And say, right, I need to just try this design.
Yeah, because
it's come to me
it's
there,
in my
fresh
head,
in my head.
I can't sleep, I've got to get it done. So that's the idea. Now, I would actually normally use a rotary cutter for this, cut strips, and it does suggest cutting a strip and then sub-cutting. Sub-cutting, if you're not sure, you cut a strip off and then, sort of like this, that's a strip. Sub-cutting means that you're going to cut a certain amount of this, hence you end up with that kind of shape. So it's pretty straightforward, and it does explain that in the instructions. So here we are then. I've got my shape, and I've got my little ears there, and I've got a square that's going to sit there. So what I would do before you even start stitching or doing anything else is I'd put these in position. So you can see there that I've got my pink going into my mint, pink going into mint. You could do it that way, but then I'd do that diagonally, one there and one there.
Yeah.
You don't want to sort of find that you've stitched it all and then you're like, my God, what have I done? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this one, I'm going to stitch it to this one. All right, 1/4 inch seam. There you go. And we always talk about 1/4 inch seams and things a lot, don't we? And you think, what exactly is that and how does that work? I think the idea is you try with a 1/4 inch, but as best as you can, as long as you use the same sewing machine and your seams are all the same size, it's going to work.
Right. So
same with the quilts.
Consistent.
Yeah, keep it consistent and you'll be fine. So there's that little bit there. So then I'm going to take this one. Notice I've got my little square, so I know what I'm doing is here and it's going to sort of fit right. So I'm going to line this one up. Don't need clips for this really. It's quite small. There we go. So here we are.
Oh, everyone's loving this colour combo.
Oh, I can't.
It just looks lovely in this we're calling it sorbet.
Sorbet. Here we go. There we go. So that's giving me that. And I say in the instructions, you know, it does tell you what you need to make the 2 cushions. So here we go. So I've got that. I would press it. Now you'll notice as well, it's you know, it's a little bit, it's not quite exactly perfectly square, but I'm not worried about that at all. And you notice once you press it, I know I've only finger pressed, you see this one's going this to the left and this bit's going to the right.
Nest.
So they're going to nest in, so it's going to help you to sort of match it together.
You don't have too many definite points to match with this though, do you?
No, not really.
Okay.
I know it's nice to match, and sometimes if you want to do that.
The poor Harvey making decorations must have fallen down at least 5 times in the last 5 minutes.
No.
Oh
Blue
my
tack.
God.
Get the blue tack out.
They're obviously using the low-tack tape.
It's when it starts with hammer and nails you start to worry, doesn't it? There we go. So look, there's my first heart. And the bit that, if anything, you kind of want to match is this little bit here, because that's where your two little shapes are going to come. So that's where we get that one. I'm going to quickly whiz together another one because, like, see, look what I'm doing already. Gorgeous. I need to check, look, it's that way round. That was because I thought about doing diagonals differently, wasn't it? Yeah.
This is such a great block to know how to do, though, isn't it?
It is.
To have, and the instruction set, like you said, it's such a skill-building instruction set.
Yeah.
A real masterclass with your binding, with that mitered border, with the strip piecing. There's a lot to learn with it. Hi, ladies. What stitch length would you use for the cushion, please? So we talked about your quarter-inch seam allowance.
Yeah.
What's your go-to piecing stitch?
My go-to is, if I was stitching normally, so if I was dressmaking, anything like that, I would use 2.5. However, when you're doing strips like this, there is no point in doing a back stitch at the front or the top and the bottom because you're going to cut it. So I would go down to a 2. And okay, you think, oh, it takes ages to do that. Do a 2 because then as you cut it, you've got less chance of it coming undone. Having said that, you cut it and get it stitched together in the same day and you're not going to have a problem anyway. But yeah, I would go down to a 2 for that. Oh, just makes life a little bit easier, if I'm honest. Okay. So here we go. Let's get this bit in. Down there. Ooh. All right. So there you go. So the next one. So sort of kind of, let's press. So when you go this way, you're like, which way do I press it? Let's look at this one. I'm going to press it the opposite way to that, just as that one. Then I'm going to put the two together. Now,
at home, would you be pressing
I
it
would
each
press
point?
it, yeah. But a great tip, if you think, well, I really want to match that,
oh,
and I want to be sure about it, if you put those two together, and rather than stitching the whole thing, you see I've got my fingers hold onto that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to stitch across there.
Ah, so
Just that
just do
little
a
bit.
couple of stitches
Yeah.
over that point.
Slow that down a little bit.
And then I suppose if you're needing to unpick, you're not unpicking the whole...
Absolutely. Don't do any back stitch, nothing like that. So I've just caught it there. And then if I have a look and I think, yeah, okay, that's acceptable, I'm happy with that, I can stitch the rest, but it's secure now. It's not gonna, rather than thinking, oh, I've got to unpick it all. Don't want to do that. So here we go.
And that avoids you having to do too many pins and all sorts. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, and they're quite a small piece anyway. So I'm a clip person if I can get away with it, I must admit. Here we go. So that gives me my 2. All right, so what I would need 4 of those. But the idea then, you see, I mean, if I wanted to, I could have them going the same way.
Yeah.
I could do, look how lovely they are.
So beautiful in this colourway. Oh, I love them.
Yeah, so you've got this pink sort of coming out, isn't it? And it's sort of going to do a bit of a pinwheel feel. Or you could do them back to back like that if you wanted to.
Yeah. That's again going to create secondary patterns, isn't it?
Yeah,
but I am
exactly what you
excited
wanna
for
do.
anyone who is taking advantage of some of the bundle deals, because you can really build this up and then play around with those blocks.
I think it's going to be beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely.
The monochrome's still in the lead. We're rooting for spring and sorbet, but everyone's like, right, monochrome's going to go with everything. Let's face it, with the monochrome colour palette,
there it is.
You know it is going to just go with everything, don't you? All year round. You're going to make 2 of those, don't forget, with the binding, with all those fabulous borders, front and back, even with this lovely detailing on the envelope back as well. 2 of those cushions, $29.99. If you add the fabric bundle on top of it, don't forget you've got your pattern of how to do this block. You can then continue that, make as many cushions as you want, or start building up these blocks into a quilt.
I've got to do that. I'm quite excited about that. It's just time, you know, and I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, you could mix and match them in, couldn't you? If
you
you've already started
absolutely
making
could.
these, they look gorgeous.
Absolutely
Quilts coming up later, by the way. People are asking about it. Is there anything else you wanted to mention with the cushion?
I think once you've got the idea with that, as long as you sort of follow it along, you know, label, friction pen, whatever, it strips the same as quilts, you'll be fine.
Brilliant.
Instructions are all in there, but we want to get to.
Oh, there's so much to talk about. Now, you've already found it, and I'm so thrilled that you have, because we've got a brand new pattern today, and it's for Mackenzie.
It is.
We've got a jacket, and we've got a backpack. This is so cool.
So delightful, isn't it?
I love that Mackenzie and Macy, they are getting the real star treatment with a fully handmade wardrobe. I actually think that they have a better wardrobe than I do.
Absolutely.
Right, so what are we getting
What
in
are
our
we getting?
pattern?
Okay, you're getting the full-size pattern.
Fantastic.
Full-size pattern.
Full-size elf pattern.
Yeah, so you're going to get the jacket. Now, the jacket is actually, when you think of a denim jacket, you know, where you've got your seams down the centre front, you've got your yoke and your pockets. It's built in the same way. You've got a lovely little waistband there. On the sides, you've got little when I say a little like a facing kind of thing, just really, really easy to do. And of course, you've got your hoodie, which does fit in. Yeah, there we go. Now, the instructions show a blue one. I know Macy's wearing the blue one. I did change the hood from then, so it does explain. It just sits a little bit differently on the back because I made it a bit bigger because he was complaining that his ears were a bit tight, so you can see on the back there he is. But then his backpack.
I have never seen this little mini backpack. This is amazing. It's all brand new to us, but what a fabulous idea. I know so many people that have already made Mackenzie and Macy, but to be able to get the accessories as well.
I know. So it's really, really nice, isn't it? Real simple to do. It's a case, it's two pieces the same. I mean, I could, depending on time, we could demonstrate, but it's relatively easy to do as well. So if I bring Macy over so you can see hers.
Yes, please do. So here you've got your full instructions. A lot of people I know maybe want to try a bit of dressmaking. This is brilliant because, one, I don't think your elves will complain about the garments, like, you know, the fitting of it.
No.
There's not any awkward darts or things. You're not using up loads of your fabric stash, but you're
Exactly.
still learning, like, those little dressmaking techniques. It's brilliant.
You are, absolutely. And, of course, you can use lots of different scraps. So, like, with this one, Macy's sporting. She's got the blue from the crossover, the body bag I did.
Love it.
And then these are little bits from the rainbow quilt I'd got left, the ombre. And then inside, it's sort of on the waist as well. Look. And inside, you've got that lovely purple from the backpack earlier.
Fabulous pop of colour.
So nice sort of a bit of a mix
Very
and match
designer.
going on there. Yeah.
Very designer, fancy. And the backpack,
The backpack,
as well.
yeah, she's sporting a purple backpack.
I love that it actually, like, fits perfectly.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
great,
So
isn't
you've
it?
got a little popper there if you want to do it. So you've got a little pocket here.
What's she carrying around with her?
Well, at the moment, she's got nothing. Usually it's sweets. With Mackenzie, it's usually something to read or something to draw on. He's kind of like that. Macy's a little bit simpler in that sense. She's like, just give me sweets and I'm happy. But look, you can even do it just on a side if you want to. They are
amazing.
Holding it there.
Now, obviously, we're talking about Macy and Mackenzie here, but my daughter's got a baby love, and our baby love has to be dressed, has to put her pajamas on at night. Baby love's still a thing. I'm sorry, Hannah, but baby love is still a thing. But baby love goes everywhere, and we have to dress baby love at night. We take baby love, you know, to the parties and wear a party dress. Baby love needs a bag. We need a bag. I want to make her one. This is so cute, isn't it?
It is really cute, isn't it?
And you do also have all of your templates as well.
Yes.
Do I need to add a seam allowance to this?
It's all in. All you need to do is cut it out, decide which fabric you're going to use. If it needs to be on a fold, it'll tell you it's on a fold.
Yeah.
Anything other than that, it's all good. Yeah, all the instructions in there for both pieces as well.
Fantastic. Look at that. Full step-by-step photographs to go with. I've never actually really seen patterns that are fully dedicated to the garments as well, because a lot of toy makers or they just presume, oh, look, you could make little garments for it, and you never know how to do that.
No, not at all.
So this is brilliant that you've got the full size patterns.
Exactly. I mean,
make the
even
jacket and
when
the backpack.
you know, when you brought the Mackenzie elf pattern,
Yeah.
there's still clothes there because let's face it, and I said this to John Scott last time, you can't have an elf with no clothes.
No.
So you have to have the elf with the clothes.
Yeah.
And these are all sort of additions now. They're all sort of getting quite cool, aren't they? And
They really are.
really lovely. All the detail.
The
in it.
designer using your fabrics as well. Because there's always leftovers.
Yes, absolutely.
There's always little bits. So you think,
Yeah.
what shall I do with that? Save it all to make lovely little backpacks as well to go with.
Yeah, it's just divine, isn't it? It's so cute.
So many of you found this on the website before, £9.99. You don't need to choose. You get both the jacket and you get the backpack pattern there as well included. They are brilliant. Now, I have no idea where time has gone today. It has literally just
flying,
disappeared. You're going to be on our Facebook Live Extra Stitch channel at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
And then you're on Hobby Maker's birthday
Yes.
show this afternoon. I'll give you a little hint what's coming up on the Extra Stitch show, and we have some very important announcements that we're going to make at the end of the show.
All right.
We're going to be revealing the winners
Really?
of the birthday
exciting.
competition. So
Yeah.
we've got 2 to do. We've got the winner of the Shop to Win daily, and we've also got the Shop to Win weekly, which I know so many people have been sitting, waiting in anticipation for it. So we'll be doing it before the end of the show.
Yeah.
But
On move.
Raindrops, I love this. It is. Were they angel wings sort of inspired this, or or is it just the way how we've hung it up? It looks like angel wings.
Yeah, I think the first thing that came is the colours. I wanted colour in there, but in terms of the way, I think the wings, they kind of evolved because you started. I started in the middle and worked my way out, and it's very organic how this one kind of grew, if I'm honest. Whereas the Bargello can be quite technical and you've got to get squares in the right place. With this one, it evolved from the centre and worked its way outwards.
It's got a bit stained glass window, modern quilting feel to it.
Yeah.
Love the fact that it's ombre. Now, you do not have to collect fabric that's going to go from this colour and ombre down. It's all, again, part of the process of your design work.
Exactly, yeah. If you look at the fabrics, look at these.
Let's have a look. So you have your full pattern here, and then your raindrops design. So did you design the fabric first, or what came first? The quilt idea?
Fabric.
Yeah.
I wanted to do an ombre. So when you're looking at these, you just see it like one colour. Shall I open one out?
Yes, please.
If you open it out.
Oh, all of these ombrayed.
See, look at these.
Oh, they are gorgeous, aren't they?
So
how clever.
The ombre. Even the black, let's say the black at the top here goes from black to grey.
Right.
And then the cool thing, I think, about being able to print your own fabrics is the border around the outside isn't ombrayed, because I didn't want it to be, because I wanted to sort of work it together.
Yeah.
So you've actually got that fabric on its own as well, which comes as a full solid blue.
Lovely.
And then I had the conversation with my husband as well about ombraying borders, and I didn't want the border or the binding to be ombrayed. So what we actually did is we gave you a solid purple as well.
Oh, so that's for your binding.
So this is for your binding, this is for your border, and then all your ombres are to create the centre section.
Looks incredible, doesn't it? And is this achievable for somebody who is newer to piecing? Is it done again in strips?
It is, yeah. Your strips, you start, if you look at the one in the middle, so we've got the yellow in the middle, and it's a case that you cut your strip, and then it says you start cutting. You know, we talked about sub-cutting not long ago. You sub-cut from the dark to the light. Right. And then what I would do, just make sure you've either numbered them or you've got an order. And then the dark and the light pieces are literally separated by black sections here.
Right, yes.
So you see where dark going all the way to the light into the greys, but then each of these remain true. This section here is quite thin compared to everything else. It starts, I think, at 1.5 inch and goes to 2 as you work your way out.
Right.
But it's all in the instructions there again. It's all piece by piece.
Isn't it? Right, we're not staying there. We're actually taking this even lower today. I know that so many people have checked out on it already. Don't panic.
Thank you, everybody.
You will all pay the final low price, which is just $129.99. And thank you, putting it on 3-way split pay. Brilliant. Hopefully that makes it accessible for you. Today, the first payment you will be paying is less than £45. It's £43.33. Absolutely fabulous value. It is a huge quilt. But don't get overwhelmed, just get yourself organised. That is something that's been a bit of a common denominator with both quilts, is that there's nothing too tricky. There's no, there's no curves, even though it's giving you this sort of illusion. It's all simple patchwork, but
it's just the way it's put together. Yeah. And again, I've kind of, on the instructions where you've got the image, it's kind of not exactly to scale because it was artistically put together. So what you might find is if you look at mine and you look at yours, you might think, well, actually this line here doesn't match up with this here. It doesn't matter. As long as the top and the bottom are fine, and as long as this one and this one match, and this one and this one match, because it goes from the centre out, please don't worry about that kind of thing. This is all about getting your strips together and just enjoying it. As long as they match, it doesn't matter if it's not quite the same as mine.
Did you see in the week the Gracie, the cutie frame? Imagine if you've got the cutie frame, if you've done all of this amazing piecing. I'm just looking at your fabulous quilting on this, but I'm imagining some gorgeous free motion work on that.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about squares and lines, and if you've got a sewing machine, that's brilliant. But if you've got the opportunity to do something a little bit more elaborate, because it's lots of sort of straight lines, in a sense, doing something swirly on it really starts to bring it out.
Yeah. Brilliant. If there's 10 people in baskets, then that means we are virtually oversubscribed. There's more than enough of you there to see the sellout again today. And I know, even though we often say, you're kind of making these bespokely to order, aren't you? But you're still getting these out. We're not having to wait weeks for these, even though you're doing this in-house.
No, what we'll do, as soon as we get the orders tomorrow, we've started printing. But as you can imagine, if you want to print a quilt was, you've got like 3 meters of that, 1 meter of that. We tend to print, to order, but we'll get them out. We get. Them out. I mean, look at this one. This blue.
The quality of the printing is fantastic. The images that you're getting, but also the strength of the colour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stunning. Absolutely. So look at this.
Really, really pretty.
And the green. Oh, you love it.
And that goes quite dark. It's lovely, isn't it? But the nice thing is, I've chosen the colours.
Yeah.
I've not just kind of said, I want dark green there and light green there. This goes almost into an apple green.
I don't know anybody else that has so much control through that process.
Absolutely.
From, I have designed this in my mind. This isn't a collaboration between, this is all from your brain. This is all your artwork.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. So, I've chosen
exactly those colours.
Completely. It's just beautiful.
And trust me, yes, you could trust Sandra to do that for you. They are amazing. You can see that with your end result. Now, there is an option, which is actually the first time we've ever offered this.
Yes.
The pattern is available on its own. If you do want the Raindrops quilt instructions, I've never seen a pattern quite like this. Normally, traditionally, you have an Ohio star or a log cabin or a block with a quilt, whereas actually, this is something that's you probably may not have in a book or, in a pattern already. Even over the top of the sofa. It's going to look fabulous,
I
isn't
know,
it?
yes. I have actually taken a photograph of this. We did have some high winds, so my bench in the garden's blown over. I mean, seriously, it was a bit heavy. But I do take a lot of photographs on that bench, and it just covers it, and it sits, and it drapes beautifully.
Yeah, just because we're looking at this
as a
up
flat,
on a wall like that, as a hanging, don't think that it's going to lose the effect when it is draped over
it honestly doesn't,
a chair or a bed.
It's not kind of... It does look a bit wing-like, but it's more about the raindrops and things dropping. So when it sort of sits on your sofa or wherever it's on your bed, you'll see that drop rather than the wings completely.
It's a good sized quilt as well finished, isn't it?
It is, 73 inches.
Fantastic, 73 inches square.
I got it square.
Love it. Fab quilt, it does look like the, Dallas de Verre. Oh no, I'm awful at pronunciation. Does anyone speak French?
No.
Claire Glossy. I hope it's not rude. I'm guessing it's like a stained glass that you're telling me.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
See, every day's a school day. Thank you. But it does look a bit. Yeah.
It's a technique of stained glass manufacturing in France.
I trusted you.
Back in the 1930s. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Claire, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Art Deco-ish, yeah.
We've lost Hannah now. She's in a rabbit hole with stained glass windows online. Yeah, I do. It does give you that stained glass window vibe, and it has that fantastic ombre. If you want the pattern on its own, does it work similarly to Bargello that you're given a chart? No.
No.
Not a chart with this one.
Not a chart with this one. I've given it, if we go back to the beginning slightly, you've got your pointers before you start, your fabric requirements, and then it tells you yellow middle, column 14. So let's have a look at the back here. So you have got this, I say this is an artistic impression, but there's all your columns across the top. And this tells you that columns, strips, sections. So those 3 words.
Right.
Yeah. So here it says the yellow column, middle column number 14. And it tells you what to cut of what fabric. And then it tells you what to cut of your charcoal, straight your black, what to cut of your black ombre, and how you put it together. It's also, we talked earlier about stitching top to bottom, bottom to top. It tells you here, top to bottom, that kind of thing. And it tells you exactly what to do. So it goes this way for quite a while.
Yeah.
As you can see, so each box is a new column. And then, of course, as you get further down the columns, you don't need that much detail anymore.
Yeah.
But it is actually giving you all the different pointers. See, it's got a little bit smaller because you don't need it as much. And then it talks about more points, making the border, making the binding, and then you've got your little bits of terminology there.
Fantastic. £129 if you do want the main kit, but remember the pattern is also available on its own. Now, we also have the all you need carry bag.
Oh, these are divine.
Is this something, I've not seen this one before either. Has this been on air before?
It has been on air before.
Okay.
And we are going to do a bundle on the Facebook, aren't we?
Oh, fantastic. 2 o'clock. Brilliant.
Yes.
There'll be a bundle.
Now, I have actually, this is the bag I use. And when I say it's an all-you-need carry bag, you know when you go out and you've got your keys, you've got your purse, you've got your phone, maybe your lipstick, and you've got this huge bag, and you're like, why did I bring this huge bag out? So this one is just the right size for you to get all those things in, plus your pen, your pencil, and your sortie on. But the nice thing about this is you see it's got a drawstring bag inside it.
Does that come out completely?
Comes out completely.
Oh, that's great.
So my idea was you put all your bits and pieces that are, important, precious to you in there. Then if somebody, I know this sounds really bad, but it happens. If anybody tries to take your bag, you've got a hold of your drawstring bag, they'll separate.
Yeah.
So you've got all your bits and pieces well secured.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm aware that a bag like this on its own, you can get into it, but this secures it. But you could have this both ways.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 bags in one there.
Yeah.
And you've also got your drawstring bag. Again, you could have it 2 ways, but you've got poppers on the bottom, poppers inside this. So you could put it together, or you could have it separate.
Again, going travelling away, you've got your toiletries in there, you take that out and you pop it on the dressing table, and then you've got a bag that's useful to still take on your travels.
Exactly.
That's your all you need carry bag. We've got a bundle coming up later on Extra Stitch, and we're going to be talking more about this pattern itself, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Do we have a bundle? What's the bundle? You're going to have to tell me what it looks like, because I haven't physically got one to hand.
Yeah, I do apologise, because we've sort of been very organised, and it's ready for that particular airing.
Oh!
So it's upstairs.
Oh, it's upstairs. I see. Sorry.
I do apologise, everybody.
But you get here.
Yes.
The bundle on the show today is this one. So is it the similar panel to what you get
It
here
is. It's
then?
this panel. So you've got the
Lovely.
art pieces on there, and you've also got a very pale grey delicate delicate feathers on there as well, which would work beautifully inside. But as I say, you could use it on both sides, and you get there's a metre of each of the fabrics, which means you can actually make both of the bags, and you've probably got enough left to make a little purse if you want to as well.
Amazing. And there'll be new colourways. Sneak peek
on
Extra
fabric.
Stitch. If you've not watched Extra Stitch yet, I know we've only done a couple of shows, haven't we? Sandra's going to be here 2 o'clock on our Facebook page. So if you go to Sewing Street, if you've already signed up, if you've clicked live underneath any of the last ones, then you'll have a reminder. But if you haven't yet joined the Extra Stitch, we're going off to another studio, and at 2 o'clock we'll be live with more things that you can buy, with more tutorials. It's just extra crafting. And it's on Facebook, and it's on Instagram as well.
It is, yeah, absolutely. I watch it on Instagram.
Oh, right. I didn't realise we're on Instagram as well.
Yeah.
So you go to the Sewing Street Instagram, Sewing Street Facebook page. At 2 o'clock, it will be live on there. Now, What a week we've had. And just, it's making me all excited that Hobbymaker, our sister channel, are launching their birthday event. 2 whole weeks of birthday with Hobbymaker starting in a couple of minutes. But our birthday was absolutely epic. We had our shop to wins every single day. And yesterday's shop to win was one of the best. It was. I mean, the person who's won this, you have won yourself a green machine and loads of other goodies as well. This is, drum roll, Sherry Edmonds. You are our winner.
Oh, well done. Look
of
at
our daily
that.
shop to win. I mean, all you have to do is
made
shop.
your day. Look at it.
How cool. No, you don't need to do anything.
No.
They will contact you and yes, we'll arrange that to be sent out to you, which is so exciting. So exciting. And then, oh my gosh, anybody who took part in that whole birthday event, you got some brilliant deals. But there is one lucky winner. We talked about it all week and we can reveal that lovely Cheryl Harris is our winner of the Shop to Win Weekly. There is so much being sent out to you. That's over £1,800 worth of goodies, including the cutie frame.
Oh my God. Oh, she's got the frame.
I mean, so much. She's got, yeah, you've got it all. Over £1,800 worth of goodies.
That's a game changer, that one.
Oh, you're going to love it.
Wow,
You're gonna love it.
brilliant.
Again, don't worry, you don't need to message anybody. Our team will be contacting you and we'll arrange to get it all sent out to you, which is so exciting. But thank you for all being part of the birthday. Thank you so much for today.
No, you're welcome.
Brilliant.
It's been crazy, isn't it?
Well, we'll see you at 2 o'clock for Extra Stitch and then this afternoon later on Hobbymaker. What time are you on
8 o'clock
Hobbymaker?
tonight.
Oh my gosh, long day.
Oh, yes, a
8
long.
o'clock
I've been up
tonight.
since 4 o'clock.
Have a nap. Please have a little nap in between. Right, tomorrow we are live with you, back with the lovely John Scott, with bundles under £10 at 8, with, I've not seen Kerry for ages. Kerry from Living in Loveliness is back at 9 a.m. Sarah Patterson from the Sewing Sanctuary. She is amazing and brings with you so many fabulous fabrics, bag making, accessories at 10 o'clock. Living in Loveliness Designs at 11. And then our sale on our eco-laminated fabrics. Those fabrics, by the way, they sell out every single time that they're on air and they're going in a sale at 12 o'clock. Super excited for that. Do make sure you're joining John bright and early tomorrow morning. But if you can, stay with us, have a little bit of lunch and join Sandra for the Extra Stitch show. Or stay where you are for birthday treats on our lovely sister channel, Hobbymaker. Sherilyn will be taking over just in a couple of minutes. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. Sherilyn and the Hobbymaker team are coming up right after this.